For Maccas, win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes, on SEN Cricket. Live from England, cricket's greatest rivalry, the Ashes.
Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! It's to taken! Crawley's wrapped on the pad. They're up, he's out. Stephen Smith, it's a screamer.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For the new spicy sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. England versus Australia. The Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket from the Kia Oval for Maccas. Get the new spicy and sticky barbecue Angus at Maccas. When Australia arrived in England 2 months ago, they were very clear about their goals. Win the World Test Championship, win the Ashes. The first of those was knocked off here in South London in week 1, a comprehensive victory over India. What they'd give for another of those over the next 5 days. Retaining the Ashes is good and well, but saluting outright for the first time in 22 years will solidify the legacy for many in the Australian side who won't tour England again. For all the talk of moral victories from the hosts, this is the only thing that matters now for Pat Cummins and his Chargers. As for England, fighting back as they have done so well from 2-0 down, they would love to spoil the party. On a pitch that's been the best in the country over the last few years, this should be a lot of fun. And with any luck, a fitting end to a compelling series. I'm Adam Collins. With me, I have Jeremy Coney, Bharat Sundaresan and Phil Walker. But before talking to them, let's go down to the toss that happened 15 minutes ago with Mel Jones and the Skippers.
We're our captains in Ben Stokes and Pat Cummins. Ben, you've got the coin. Tails is the call.
It's tails.
Tails it is. Thank you so much for that, Benji. I can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. Can you believe it? You've won a coin toss.
Yeah, had to double check that. Yeah, we're going to have a bowl.
Why is that?
A bit of cloud overhead. Wicket looks like a good wicket.
Talk us through this test match, because 2019 you won at Old Trafford, you came here and lost that one, so it retained but didn't have those points difference. How important is this one?
Yeah, it's a similar side to who played 4 years ago, so we know we finished that test match kind of wishing we went one better. So that's ahead of us this week. It's been a great few days, really excited for this one.
Talk us through your team. Any changes from Old Trafford?
Yeah, one change. Cam Green misses out, Todd Murphy comes in.
Is that a little bit because of the pitch? A lot of chatting around it being, yes, a good coverage of grass, but a little bit dry underneath?
Yeah, partially. I think Nate Lyons always bowled well here. And yeah, we know Toddy's a class bowler, so bring him in.
Boys all revved up?
Yeah, they're pumped.
Thought so. All the best today, Pat.
Thanks, Mel. Ta.
Ben, come on in. It's a bit of a surprise for you not winning a toss.
Yeah, I didn't get the same amount of revs on as I did the first game.
What would you have done if you had have won the toss?
Yeah, we would have had a bowl as well.
Why is that?
I think the overheads, and I think we've, every time we've won the toss and sort of elected the bowl, I think we've started off the game pretty well.
You talk about overheads with the coin toss, but not so much in terms of your teams. You've announced them almost 2 days out sometimes. It's all more what I feel is for you about the team itself and making sure that you've got all your players in the right frame of mind.
Yeah, well, I think you relatively know, 1 day out, 2 days out, what team you're going to go with. So, we don't see much point in sort of holding on to that information. And you're right, letting the lads know who are playing gives them the right amount of time to prepare, and then also the lads who don't make the team sort of can not have to worry about that.
Pat spoke about the importance of this game for Australia. How important is this for your squad, but also for the fans following this series?
Yeah, look, I think both teams come here with, obviously, Australia want to leave England here winning the Ashes. We want to not allow Australia to leave England, winning the Ashes. We know they retained it, but, this game is just as important for both teams.
Certainly is. All the best today and for the next 5.
Thank you. Cheers.
Australia have won the toss here at the Oval. They're going to have a bowl first.
At long last, Australia win a toss. They've elected to field first, as they have said on a number of occasions. I mean, you've got Vice-Captain Bharat Sundaresan, Phil Walker, the editor of Wisden Cricket Monthly, and Jeremy Coney, New Zealand great captain, with me for our pre-game over the next 11 minutes or so. We'll start with you, Baz. The fact that Pat Cummins gets to bowl may well be informed by the pitch they had here against India a couple of months ago, and our sense, or your sense, from talking to the groundsman, is it should be very similar.
Morning, Adam. Morning, Jeremy, Phil, and everyone listening back home. Yeah, firstly, Pat Cummins has baseballed his way through the tosses. He said, I'll keep saying tails till the time I win a toss. And eventually, maybe in a game that matters most, with Australia looking to win the Ashes, he has won the toss and finally got his way. bowl first in these kind of conditions. Yeah, I was over in the ground staff area with Manas Labuschagne last afternoon. He was trying to get his bat fixed. That's what you do. That's what you do when you're Manas. And the groundsman, the chief groundsman, did say that it should be similar to the WTC final. And Manas said, I do certainly. My fingers do remember that pitch very well. If you remember, he copped a lot of blows to the fingers. Yeah, maybe that extra pace and bounce. That's about it. I still don't think this is a green top by any stretch of the imagination. Like you heard Pat Cummins say, it should be dry underneath, which is why they're playing the spinner. But finally, Australia get a go for the first time since Edgbaston to go at this English team who have nothing to lose. They're going to come harder than they have so far.
Phil, you watch a lot of cricket here doing Surrey's coverage and your office across the way here as well, of course. The pitch has that greeny, browny feel to it, and it's been a great pitch over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's been outstanding. In the past, we used to say that the Oval was the best pitch in the country because it was the flattest, but that doesn't really give you a full sense of what a cricket pitch needs to be, and this is as good as it gets, really. We've got a couple of really good ones up north as well, but the Oval has now real pace and bounce, but it has carry, and the head groundsman Lee Fortis, who's been in charge now for a few years, he does leave a kind of a murmur of grass on it. So it really does hasten the pace off the pitch. Early on, it's a win, toss and bowl kind of pitch these days. You tend to see it with Surrey, that they prefer to chase, and Australia didn't really surprise me. Incidentally, the sun has begun to just twitch out from behind the clouds since Pat Cummins won that toss. Nonetheless, I think it's a good toss to win.
And we know, Jeremy, that England won't mind because, well, they will mind because they would have liked to have bowled, but the way they've been playing their cricket, they'll just come out and play the way they always do.
Yep, they've been spirited and animated, haven't they, since Manchester in particular. They were able to dismiss Australia in a day when the pitch was at its best and in the sun. And then, of course, we know what happened when they had a chance to bat. So, yep, they'll be pretty keen to get hold of the bat and sort of start this game and get it going very quickly.
I touched on the moral Ashes beforehand. There's been all the talk the last few days. Harry Brook fell into that trap, Phil, at his press conference a couple of days ago, saying if we go 2-2, well, we would have morally won the series. It feels like, from an England perspective, they've got a lot invested in that particular side of this.
Look, it's in his first Ashes series. The boy will learn. There's certain things you don't say, and that word needs a big black line put right through it. Nonetheless, it has been a slightly peculiar build-up for England because there's something at stake, but not everything at stake, and they're going to try and ramp up that intensity. But the thing with Test match cricket, it doesn't matter who is playing, and especially here where you're guaranteed a sellout at the People's Ground, the spectacle and the contest will eradicate all of the grumpiness and all of the frustrations that lurked and murmured around the back end of Old Trafford, and that will be forgotten. It will also be forgotten if Australia turn England over, right? Yeah. So all of that sense, that slightly kind of pommy, whingy thing, you know, squirming around to try and justify how they're feeling. Well, if Australia turn up here and turn England over, then Old Trafford is just a distant memory already.
A reconfigured bowling lineup since Old Trafford as well. Baz, so Todd Murphy back in, who missed at Manchester, in favour of Cameron Green, dropped for the first time in Test cricket.
Yes, the only time he's missed out on Test matches is when he's been injured in the last 12 or so months. A big moment in his career. He's played, 25 Tests nearly, most of them on the trot. And Australia have been reluctant to leave him out, even when he's had series where he hasn't fired. But just the emergence or re-emergence of Mitchell Marsh, and he did have a little bit of a fitness test yesterday, Marsh, and once he passed that, they were keeping Cam Green ready. He did have a long net, but once Marsh passed that fitness test, it was obvious that he will play ahead of Cam Green. And with Todd Murphy, I think it wasn't so much to do with what the pitch offered to the specialist spinner last week, but you needed someone to bowl overs. And Pat Cummins had to keep bringing himself back on. Mitchell Starc was overbowled. Cam Green was overbowled to an extent. So I think that played a bigger role in him wanting a spinner, regardless of what the pitch is going to do.
So as they're walking out to the middle for the anthems, confirmation from England. A couple of days ago, they were unchanged. Crawley, Duckett, Moeen Ali at 3. Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes the captain, then Bairstow, Wokes, Wood, Broad and Anderson, the two old stagers, going one last time, probably, in all probability, in Ashes cricket, although you never say never with those two. As for Australia, Warner and Kawaja to open. Labuschagne at 3, Smith at 4, Head, Mitchell Marsh, who keeps his spot as he should, Carey the keeper, then Stark, Cummins, Murphy the spinner, back in Josh Hazlewood. Just waiting for the anthems to come through before we get there, Jeremy. James Anderson being picked again. Ben Stokes said he's bowling better than ever. The numbers don't say that necessarily, but your impressions of that decision?
My impression is that I wouldn't play Anderson, but I've got nothing to do with this, so that makes it very easy for me to say. But he's bowled 114 overs. He's got 4 for 307. His strike rate is now 141. And he has the highest, he's got the lowest economy rate, 2.69. So he does a job, but he's not taking the wickets that they would like.
So we'll take the national anthems down the effects line. Hopefully this sounds okay. We'll give it our best shot. First anthem is Advance Australia Fair. England national anthem, God Save the King. National anthems thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Adam Collins with you, and ahead of the first ball we have David Bumble Lloyd joining us as we had last week in Manchester. Bumble, your impressions of the toss, Australia finally getting the chance to do things on their terms?
Well, looking at this pitch, it's a good toss to win and have a bowl. There's a bit of cloud around, albeit very high cloud. I'm looking forward to seeing what this pitch does, because coming from the north, people would say this is the quickest pitch in the country. It's got carry, it's got bounce, and from our position there's a tinge of green in it, so really looking forward to a real rip-roaring test match here at the Oval. It usually is.
We have the national anthem of Australia playing, I'm told, down the line at the very same time the Matildas national anthem, or rather the national anthem of the Matildas game, which we'll be keeping an eye on very closely here at the Oval as well, with listeners joining us from around the country at the end of that game up in Brisbane in the Women's Football World Cup. Zach Crawley making his way to the middle with Ben Duckett. We saw the way that Zach Crawley played on the opening day at Isbison. It was only 5 weeks ago, Bumble. It feels like an eternity ago as far as all the cricket we've seen and all the back and forth between the nations.
He's the leading run scorer, isn't he, in the whole thing? And many would have said that he shouldn't be playing in the Ashes, but he's played beautifully. Duckett played really well at Lloyd's, but been quiet since. Cheaply dismissed in that last test match at Old Trafford, so he want to get on the guard and get some runs behind him. Look at this pitch. It looks a belter.
Yeah.
A little bit of green in it.
They just love bowling first at this ground in the last couple of years. Again, just reiterating the point you made before, Bharat, the curator or the groundsman here has said to expect something very similar to day one at the World Test Championship final. We're 2 pitches over from that. So the pitches to the left of the square, Have tended to have plenty of life in them. This is dead centre at the Oval. Of course, pitches all the way across the square here at the Kia Oval. Also got Phil Long with us, who's back after missing a couple of tests. Longy, we have Andrew Sampson with us up north. You're our London man. Good morning to you.
Well, I'm also your lucky charm as well. I joined you at the Oval here. Australia won here. First 2 tests. Australia won both of those. 2-0 up. The incomparable Andrew Sampson arrived. The wheels came off. But don't worry, Australia, I'm back today.
So it'll be Mitchell Starc to begin from the pavilion end. Starc, who may well, in all probability indeed, be playing his final test match in England. Final overall record. What's he done through the series so far, Longy?
Was that Mitchell Starc, did you say?
Yes, Mitchell Starc.
Mitchell Starc. Yeah, it started, had a bit of a bad time here, didn't he, in the World Test Championship. Since then, he came back in, missed the first test, of course. It's gone round, but taken wickets, 15 at 29 apiece.
First ball of the test match, Starc up to Crawley, 3 slips in a gully. Bowls here and Crawley leaves alone. Back of a length through to the gloves of Carey. So 3 slips a gully. They've got 2 men out on the leg side, plus the deep backward point, which has been a fixture throughout the series. Longy?
But like a lot of the bowlers, been expensive. Here's a little thing to keep an eye out on in this test match. Australia have only bowled 29 maidens in this whole series. It's unbelievably low compared to the lowest in other series they've played. We'll keep an eye on that.
Right. Just on Mitchell Starc. How about me? Good morning, David.
Good morning, Bharat. Good morning to you.
Phil, Mr. Starc just bowled his first ball in 3 days, a few minutes before the start of play.
Starc up passes umpire Wilson in his 36th test match bowls. Here leaves the line outside the off stump again. Nice carry and nice shape into the gloves of Carey, back towards the right-hander.
Need some movement. Mitchell Starc will be happy with that. Yeah, they've kept him in cotton wool since that Manchester test. He picked up 2 shoulder injuries, one while trying to stop a ball on the boundary, and then once again at mid-on, and they were a little concerned with him, so he didn't bat a ball 2 days out from the test. I don't think he was at the ground yesterday. But they were confident that he will be right for this test match. So
yeah, we did think there might have been a chance that Michael Neser was coming in, but that was knocked on the head by Pat Cummins yesterday. Starc towards Crawley, left arm over, bowls here. Crawley leaves again. It's a bit closer to the off stump, a little bit fuller and lovely carry.
Beautiful carry to Alex Carey. And if you go back to the WTC final, the pitch quickened up as the day wore on. Bumble, which is kind of normal. Maybe there's a little bit of moisture underneath to start with, but by the second session, the carry was really good. It's a good start for this pitch and for Mitchell Starc.
So a cloudy morning in South London. That deep backward point that was such a talking point to start the series. Now we're just conditioned to it, Bumble. They're very happy to concede the single to save the boundary. Crawley always busy early on. Starc to him here. Crawley uses the bat for the first time defensively out to mid-off where Marnus Labuschagne's positioned.
Just in this first over, and we talk about the Carey, and he's good. Carey is a distance back from the stumps, and he's been taking the ball round about waist high in the first over, so you'd expect to get a little bit quicker as it goes on. There is a deep square leg also. Deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep backward point.
Interesting that it's Josh Hazlewood warming up at fine leg too, Bumble, so it looks like Pat Cummins will bowl first change.
Well, he needs a rest.
David Warner, Stephen Smith, Usman Khawaja all in the cordon. All 3 men likely to also be playing their final test match in England. Certainly the case in Warner. Made it clear when he's retiring. Starc up again. Bowls here to Crawley, and Crawley down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it, and Carey doesn't glove it anyway. It does take the pace off it. So 4 dot balls to start the test match. Crowd just had a quiet hum so far. Not what we saw up north when it was frantic at the start of the test match, Bumble.
Yeah, I mean, this can be raucous. It will be a full house, I should think, for all 5 days if it goes that distance. Weather forecast is average.
Yeah, there is some, if you want to find it, there is some rain on the radar for today. Hopefully it misses us here in London. Starc to finish the over. Up to Crawley, delivers, and Crawley leaves again. So unusual for Crawley. A maiden, just the 30th of the series, as Phil Long told us a moment ago. Well called, none for none. Our coverage is for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Crawley opening with Ben Duckett. Duckett, who made runs at Lords and made runs at Leeds as well. Missed out a couple of times last week at Old Trafford. One time, sorry. They didn't bat a second time, did they, England? But It's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Our umpires this week, Kumar Dharmasena, his 81st Test match. Joel Wilson, his 36th. And Nitin Menon upstairs from India. Ranjan Madagale, his 214th Test match as the referee upstairs.
Incredible.
Ever reliable. Fabulous ground here, the Kia Oval. Australia don't enjoy a particularly great record here over the journey, I should say. If you go back to the very start when they won here in 1884, that started the Ashes, but there have been some long breaks between victories, including between 2001 and 2015 when they won here the final test. They beat India a couple of months ago as well. Hazelwood to open from the Vauxhall end. Bowls here to Duckett. His first ball taken off his hip. First run of the test match. Down towards long leg for one, maybe two, will be two. Nicely timed and worked, and Mitchell Stark does the fielding. England 2 without loss.
Open stance from Duckett with Hazelwood right arm over. Diminutive batsman. Just pushes it into the leg side. And you look at it, to be descriptive about the square here, it goes all the way across the outfield, the whole square. There are that many pitches.
So Hazelwood 38 on his back, away from us at the Vauxhall end. Duckett 3 slips in a gully behind him. Facing up here and playing late under his eyes defensively.
And that's been a feature of this ground historically, right? Bumble, some great pictures from back in the day when you could see the aerial shot of the long square.
And there's a pitch that's cut right in the corner. That will be for the 100. It's a new, it's a quaint competition that's just started, and the boundary is it's inviting. It's probably 5 metres.
Duckett, who through the series has made 240 runs at 34, a couple of half centuries at Lord's. Facing Hazelwood here, and Duckett's beaten. That's the first one that's taken off from the surface. Had to play at that line. Moving away off the seam, beautifully bowled.
WTC final, Mohammad Shami was bowling from the SEN to David Warner. Similar ball just took off in his first over. That was just a beautiful delivery from Ben Duckett. He does kind of fall over with that open stance. Bat coming across his body just opened him up.
That's what Hazelwood's made an art form of doing over the years. Seeing the replay for tyre power, winter safety sail, wobble seam. Moved plenty. Hazelwood again delivers here to Duckett, who edges, and it doesn't quite make it to third slip. Not far away from Khawaja to his left. Might have just taken some weight out of his bottom hand.
You'd expect that to carry from what we've seen in these first few deliveries. It's an outside edge. There are 3 slips and a gully in position. It drops just short of third slip.
Slice off his bat as well.
Yeah.
And Duckett, that's the length that troubles him. It's not the full balls. The slightly short of length outside off. He can't help himself. He plays at everything.
This has certainly been the experience at the Oval in the last few years. The first hour is really tough. Hazelwood bowls to Duckett on leg stump and down towards long leg for one. In front of the locked Lakers stand, or Galladari stand as I should say these days. Duckett's 3, none for 3 England.
That's where Australia have erred to both these openers throughout this series. Just not been able to keep it outside off. There's always been that ball on the pads that both Crawley and Ben Duckett have been able to put away, or at least get off strike.
Now you've got the better of me. MAR Galladari stand. Is he a famous player?
No.
Right.
He's a donor to Surrey. He tipped a lot of money into the club.
I see.
Yep.
I see.
So they renovated that stand 3 years ago now. A lot of corporate facilities in there. Biggest round the ground. Hazelwood bowls to Crawley for the first time, who drives him out through the covers for 4. Top of the bounce, through the line, out to the rope. It travels in front of the Peter May Terrace. None for 7 England after 2 overs. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Crawley's on 4, Duckett's on 3.
Are you looking for an incredible internet or mobile deal? Look no further. With Mate, you can try a new plan for just $1. Yes, you heard it right, just $1. Use promo code TRYMATE when you sign up for a new Mate internet or mobile plan and get your first month of standard service for only $1. Why wait? Make the switch to Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online to sign up today. Terms and conditions apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
Our coverage is for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Australia won the toss at last and elected to field first. And Crawley smacked Hazelwood away. First ball he faced the big New South Welshman, picking up from where he left off last week. Stark to duck it now for the first time. Keeps the 3 slips in a gully and the backward point from the pavilion end. He delivers here, and Duckett plays with soft hands out the deep backward point. Joins Crawley on 4. 8 without loss. Australia, Nigeria, 0-0, the call team there. Jordan Cornelius and Alyssa Navas, who, if you want to listen to their call, you can on the app as well and across the networks, and we'll line up later after lunch when the football is finished. That game being played in Brisbane. As I mentioned before, Australia's record here, they've won 8 times in 38 starts, going all the way back to 1880, the second test venue, as Daniel Norcross always tells us, the oldest test venue in England, not Lord's. Stark. Crawley over the wicket, delivers here, and Crawley leaves alone outside the off stump. Bumble, your first memories of the Oval when you were here as a player with Lancashire?
First memories, it was quite a dingy place and not as clean as it should be. They were short of money, and then the ground started to be developed. And there's one thing that's a constant from where you are. Anytime you're elevated here, you look across to a school, and it's called the Archbishop Tennyson School, which is outside the ground. And that wall, I can tell you, has been peppered.
Especially when playing across the square. They often play games where it's just a drop kick into the school's windows. Crawley facing Stark, left arm over, bowls here, leaves close to the off stump, hits him on the pad on the way through, shout for leg before. Umpire Wilson turns it down. Stark really liked it. Had his arm shouldered, was coming back towards him, but wasn't enough. Pat Cummins, you can read his lips saying a bit high. Stephen Smith consulted as well at second slip. He's got his arms folded.
He's going for it.
They are going to go for it with 1 second to go. The DRS for Imar Insurance, the tradies mate, call 13 Imar.
Yeah, the tradies mate. That's Imar.
One of those funny ones, Bumble, where it did carry through after flipping the pad on the way.
There's always excitement when there's no shot played. I don't think he's done enough. It just clips the pad and carries on through to the keeper. Let's look.
First replay, Bumble, your thoughts?
It's not done enough, and it might be a bit high. Be interesting. Let's see the reruns.
So our replays for tyre power, winter safety sail, and you're right. It's missing off stump. Australia lose the review, albeit not by far. It wasn't on height. It would have smashed out a fourth stump. So not a shocking review on that measure, but yes, a bit of movement from Stark, great delivery, but
yeah, let's talk about the delivery. It's an excellent length and line, and he's moved back into it. He's looking to leave the ball outside off stump, as he has done, but that's just coming back in. It's a sultry sort of day. We've mentioned there's cloud around, the lights are not on, but there's evidence that it might swing. Get the lacquer off the ball, and there'll be a bit of swing.
As an umpire, Bumble, it's a length, right? If it's slightly fuller, you get more tempted into giving that out.
You're excited. When there's no shot played, everybody gets excited.
So Crawley with that open starts, waiting for Stark, who started well. Bowls here. Crawley leaves alone. A tempter well outside the off stump, the first of those we've seen at 90 mile an hour as well.
I mentioned the Archbishop Tennyson School, and of course the listeners will remember Clive Lloyd playing for Lancashire against Surrey. Robin Jackman, the bowler, and he slipped him a bouncer. Clumsy mistake. And he hit that wall and he bounced back into the ground.
I don't know if you've heard the bad news, Bumble, but the school's shutting.
No, is it?
They've just finished their last academic year there.
Really?
So hopefully the building stays as is. I think it's got one of those heritage listings.
Protected.
But yeah, it will no longer be taking pupils. Learned earlier this year. Stark delivers to Crawley. He beats him outside the off stump. Squared him up. Again, had to play. Stark's finding his groove early here, boys.
Yeah, that's that wobble seam delivery. He's become more and more comfortable bowling to the right-hander. Pat Cummins spoke about it as well. There you go, just going across the seam after landing. And it's something he's developed by speaking to the likes of Cummins and Hazelwood. He wasn't very comfortable bowling it to right-handers, especially when he's getting the ball to swing into them. But it's a nice addition to his arsenal and has worked.
Nice and quiet. The Stark makes his way. Good contest already building. With him to Crawley. Crawley plays with a straight blade defensively. Back to the bowler in his follow-through. 8 without loss after 3 overs on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. Crawley and Duckett are both on 4.
Join me, Paddy Dangerfield, each week for Real Adventures. Alongside me is one of Australia's most reputable anglers, Aaron Habgood. Not only do we discuss all the fishing and boating news, but we tell stories from our own experiences throughout the week. And we love hearing yours too. Get involved on our social media pages at Real Adventures and make sure you subscribe to the podcast for weekly episodes. Not only do we love our fishing, but we love talking about it too. So tune in to Real Adventures.
Hazelwood on the way. Bowling here to Duckett. 3 slips the gully. And Duckett plays defensively. Out to cover where there's a gap. Cover point, I should say. Deep point charges in. Cut off by Marnus Labuschagne around from mid-off. Duckett 5. None for 9. England. What did you make of the sort of chat between Test matches, Bumble, about, I mean, I hate even talking about it, but we're here now, moral Ashes victories and all the rest of it, with England saying that if they go 2-2 here, that they're the real winners?
Well, that's nonsense. I mean, it's you come to retain and protect the Ashes, and they've done just that. And of course, you're going to have tricky periods. I'm talking about Australia, where they've had some tricky periods. Cold facts are, after 2, England were 2 down.
Yep. That's what it all comes back to, doesn't it? They could have won them, but they didn't. Hazelwood bowls and Crawley defends it to the onside. Hazelwood fielding off his own bowling, but they scamper through for 1. None for 10. Crawley and Duckett both 5.
Just talking about this wobble seam that we mentioned, there's a common denominator because England use it effectively. David Saker. David Saker was the coach of England, then he went to Australia. He's back with England now, and he will have developed this wobble seam delivery, which they all use now. And of course the cross seam, just hold it across seam, and when it pitches, it might hit the seam, it might hit the leather, it'll do something different.
Some old fast bowlers get frustrated at talking about it, saying, hang on, isn't it just bowling cutters? But as the bowlers from this generation say, Hazelwood bowls and Duckett's beaten outside the line of the off stump. Probably didn't need to play that, but we know, Baz, that he loves to get that on ball.
Got to tell you about Gary Sobers. Yep. Nobody better than Gary Sobers, one of the greatest cricketers that's ever been. He gets really upset if you talk about reverse swing. He says it's either swinging this way or that way, depending on how you hold it. No such thing. He gets really crotchety.
Well, you do get a bit of that, with wobble seam, when Louis Cameron, who's on our commentary team this week, written extensively about the origin of it, going back to the Pakistan sides about 15 years ago. Hazelwood in here, Duckett defends down the pitch. No, Mohammad Asif, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It all started with Mohammad Asif, and then Jimmy Anderson picked it up from Mohammad Asif and figured it out that it's something that could work wonders, and I think that's the beauty of fast bowling, though. I mean, you talk about the knuckleball came from baseball. Charles Lagerfeld, the former South African fast bowler, picks it up from someone, and then it spreads through the county system, and now it's all over the place. And similarly, the wobble seam.
It's knowledge, isn't it? They sort of share knowledge.
Yeah. Even more now, playing on the T20 circuit together. Hazelwood to Duckett. Bowls here, using his feet. They're making contact at the deep backward point. The shorter boundary towards the Bedser stand. Wants to. Takes on Murphy. Gets to. Well played and good running. You can see there the first time we've seen Duckett shimmy out of his crease before making contact. He's 7 none for 12.
In practice at Old Trafford, when Wasim Akram was overseas player there, in practice he would go into the bag of balls and pick the worst ball that he could find, the worst ball, and then get to work with, in brackets, I'm sorry, Sir Garfield, reverse swing.
I don't think he's listening. Wish he was. Hazelwood up to Duckett, bowls again. Duckett from the leg stump line, turns him just out towards backward square. Might have been off the pad. We'll look to the signal from umpire Dana Sainer. Was there an inside edge? There was. So he keeps the strike. Duckett, he's up to 8. Crawley is 5. England, none for 13. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles by Beaumont's and save.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new Spicy Sticky Barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, getting a lovely shot on television behind the Galladari or Loch Laker stand out towards the City of London. As Jeremy Coney makes his way to our expert chair for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Back to Stark. More pace from his pavilion end so far. 3 slips, gully, Bowls to Duckett, using his feet, then squeezing it through the cordon for 4. Between gully and backward point it went. They've taken the sweeper out. And straight away, he's found the rope. He's 12 from 12, our second boundary. None for 17 England. Good morning, Jeremy Coney.
Morning, Adam. Morning, everybody. Well, I quite like the deep point up. I'd rather have him up there, frankly. Early on, once you've won the toss, it's slightly green, you've got fresh bowlers, new Duke's ball with you. I don't want a batsman just pushing it. We've seen 3 singles so far, because I've been on point watch. 3 singles so far just run out to that deep position. If you bowl a bad ball and you get hit out there, I don't have an issue with that at all.
Stark arrives again and bowls to Duckett, who tries to pull him through the mid-wicket region, but it gets a bit more bounce than he expects and hits him on the thigh pad.
I don't know what you think, Bubble, but if I was a bowler, I would want to bowl 5 or 6 balls, or as many as I could, at the same batsman. And I would not like him to get an outside middle, let it trickle out towards square, and not go much further than that, and then have him take a single and go and stand up the other end.
Because they want to rotate the strike.
Absolutely.
And we've just done that easily.
So I want to bowl as many balls as I can and work against the batsman. That's what really Test cricket is about.
Stark, can he build some pressure here to Duckett? Close to the stumps, down the leg side. Carey takes it. There's an appeal from second slip Stephen Smith, but I think that'll be disregarded.
Looks as if he's missed that, I think, don't you? That's
no interest.
But to build up a pressure, a pocket of pressure of, say, 5 overs, 6 overs, and then suddenly you get a little chance, a half chance. It doesn't work. You say, oh, blow that. I'll now start my next pocket of 5 or 6 overs.
Well, there's an opportunity here for 5 slips. What we've got is 3 slips and a fine gully. The backward point, you could easily have 5 slips in there, tight.
Especially with Stark getting the ball moving around. Away from the left-handed Duckett, who he delivers to here, and Duckett clips over the top of square leg for 4. That's modern-day batting. Just a little pick-up shot. Duckett third 4. He's 16 from 15. England none for 21 on the 5th.
I've not seen that as soon. He must have timed the pants off that. He's clipped it over square leg, has he?
Absolutely.
Just a pick-up.
Landed about 10 metres inside the rope towards the Tennyson School.
So just on the angle from left arm over, very full length, half volley length, off it went.
It didn't swing, did it?
No.
Just carried it and held its line.
Stark won't mind that. It was only on about leg stump where he picked it up from. Any movement here and Duckett would be tested. In again, Stark, left arm, bowls to Duckett, left hand, turns him into the onside. Down behind square, 2 men in that direction. Todd Murphy, the squarer of the pair. They had a couple. Duckett up to 18, none for 23.
I have to tell you guys that when we finished the last test match in all that rain and all that weather, 2 days later I was there for a county championship match. It was a gorgeous day, absolutely beautiful. And they played on the test match pitch. It's a 4-day game. It's going on now, and they played on a test match pitch. Northamptonshire, who are the bottom, they're the bottom, and they got 300 and plenty, played thoroughly well. A chap at the top, Emilio Gay, scored 144, played splendidly.
I wonder whether the plan was to use the test pitch and whether the rain let them do that. Stark to finish to Duckett, again out towards deep square. He's been productive in that region so far. He's 19 and keeps the strike. 5 overs gone, England after being sent in, going well so far. None for 24 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
Are you looking for an incredible internet or mobile deal? Look no further. With Mate, you can try a new plan for just $1. Yes, you heard it right, just $1. Use promo code TRYMATE when you sign up for a new Mate internet or mobile plan and get your first month of standard service for only $1. Why wait? Make the switch to Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online to sign up today. Terms and conditions apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's, live here from the Kia Oval. 27,500 people in today. Wow. Hazelwood hasn't quite got it right as yet. Bowling to Duckett on 19. Delivers here. Duckett using his feet and slapping him for 4. Straight past the bowler's boots in his follow-through. That's an authoritative shot. And Duckett walks up to Crawley and goes, whoa, how about that? He's 23 with his 4th 4, number 28.
Well, he nearly took Crawley out of the game. He's danced down the pitch to Hazelwood with a new ball and smashed it back. Did he go through Crawley's legs?
Might have.
Yeah.
Watching the replay here for tyre power, winter safety sail, and yep, straight through the legs. Crawley had to jump, otherwise it would have been problematic. So they're going after Hazelwood. 16 conceded from him so far. Duckett stays at home and turns out, well, doesn't turn, leading edge, out towards deep backward point. Had there been the conventional point, might have been in the frame. He's 24, none for 29. One-day international style start from him. This is what Australia had to endure at Edgbaston when England batted first. I'm trying to run the board up early on and to make them send sweepers back and work into kind of that 50-over rhythm where they can take singles as they please.
You've got to keep your catches in.
You do. How else do you get a wicket? Yeah. And you've won the toss. You've got to keep them in today. Overheads, really.
Yep.
You've had some rain overnight here.
We can already see a much better pitch than what was served up on morning one at Edgbaston, where it was dying through to the keeper. Hazelwood to Crawley, who slaps him out towards deep point. Easy as you like for one. Top of the bounce. He's 6, none for 30.
He's such a tall batsman, and the 4 that he hit through extra cover was a standard delivery. He stood upright, and as he has done there, just knocked it out to backward point. There is a saver out there now, just a single.
I reckon Cummins would have learnt quite a bit since that first test at Edgbaston, Jeremy, from a captaincy perspective about how to roll with the punches a little bit early on when England are going hard.
Yeah, I think they've had the deep point and the deep backward square since that first ball of the first test, haven't they? That was a plan for them, clearly, that's how they wanted to start.
No short stuff so far. Round the wicket now to Duckett. Change of angle from Hazelwood, and he cuts him hard and out towards deep backward point with the sweepers back. For a moment looked like he beat Murphy, but they only get the single. Duckett to 25 from just 20 balls, none for 31.
Well, Duckett looks as if he's interested all of a sudden, hasn't he? Almost as if a little internal switch has gone down and he's going to attack Hazelwood. There's not prodigious movement, is there,
not yet, no.
from the surface of this pitch at all. And Hazelwood tends to rely on that just a little bit more. Wee bit of bounce, of course, because he's a tall man, but also a little bit of movement associated with it.
Sun just peeking through the clouds. At our Vauxhall End, the Australian tour groups to our left. Bowling again to Crawley on the middle stump line. Thick inside edge down towards fine leg in front of the Bedser stand. It's collected by Mitchell Stark. Crawley 7, none for 32. One left in over number 6.
Talking about old style cricket, not this newfangled stuff that England play. You're winning the toss and bowling first. You want them to play shots, but you need your slips in, you need your catches in. It's a good time to bowl, is this? There's a gentle breeze across the ground. Cloud.
I mean, it really has been. I do a lot of county cricket here with Surrey, so does Jeremy, and morning one, all of day one, has been brilliant the last couple of years. Every team bowls first here now. So Australia need to make the most of this early on. Delivers to Duckett to finish. Round the wicket, Duckett plays under his eyes. There's no one at point. It's an easy single. Mitchell Marsh collects in the gully. Duckett again retains the strike from the final ball. He's 26 England. None for 33 after 6 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and safe.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook, next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Between overs, Bumble, Mitchell Marsh has gone off the field and Cameron Green's come into the gully.
Didn't seem to have any sort of injury.
Maybe a bathroom break. He's only touched the ball once. That was the last ball of the previous over. Stark into Duckett, over the wicket. Duckett off his hip. More runs for him. Deep square leg. He's already 27. Only been going for 27 minutes, number 34.
Australia bowling a bit straight, don't you think? They're being tucked away all the time down to you know, those men down at fine leg and backward square. It's a temptation, I know, but I think Crawley in particular, you've got to bowl a little bit wider than that, outside his right eye. get him to drive if he wants to, and you leave that cover open and bring the slips, and you might even want one extra slip in there for that reason.
Well, they've changed that now. It's 2 slips a gully and a very fine leg slip.
Well, that suggests he's going to bowl a bit straighter then, doesn't it?
So Stark's had the ball moving around. Both conventional swing and a bit of wobble seen too. Left arm over to Crawley, who plays from the inside part of the bat, as you foreshadowed, Jeremy, a little bit straighter. Gets one out to deep mid wicket. Crawley 8, none for 35.
Do you know, I think England are getting too many singles.
Yeah.
That's just a defensive shot. He's playing defensively. I'm going to stop this, but he gets a single.
See, he's got leg side of that.
Yeah.
His whole head is, just falling over slightly to the offside, a heavy head, in other words. And he's got an inside edge, and it's just trickled out for a single. Now, he goes and stands up at the non-striker's end and has a holiday up there. He looks, he reviews how he's going. You've got to have a plan to keep a batsman on strike.
Best place to be early on, non-striker's end, although Duckett's enjoying everything at the business end. Shuffles forward and places at the deep point for another single. Just what you described there, Bumble, that there are so many singles on offer. This might be the epitome of baseball, none for 36 in the 7th. They've not had to do anything particularly outlandish other than perhaps when Duckett flicked over square leg. It's about breaking the field up. It's not about slogging sixes.
Well, your coach is always telling you, rotate the strike. How do you play Michael Holding from the non-striker's end is the best place. The great fast bowlers, your best work is done at the non-striking end.
Phil Long?
Yeah, Ben Duckett scored off the last 9 balls he's faced.
Very unusual first half an hour of a test match, but I suppose we're conditioned to it through this series. Leg slip still there for Crawley. Stark to him now, and it's off the hip for another easy single. As you said, it's a defensive shot, nothing particularly in it. He's 9, none for 37.
I must have told you about Geoffrey Boycott after the first test of England playing this entertaining cricket. It's absolutely marvellous. The crowd are coming in and they're losing 1-0. When I got home, I held the phone away for about 5 minutes from my ear as Geoffrey went into an almighty rant. They're not there to entertain. That's the whole point. You're there to win. It's nothing to do with entertainment. He was on it. He was on one. He really was.
Phil again.
And Australia have scored off the last 13 balls they faced at a team. No dots.
No dots. See it now on the screen as well. A couple of boundaries in that sequence. Perfect start for England. No chances as yet. Stark delivers to Duckett. Pulls the short ball, but with 2 men out, it just helps it really. It's deep backward square. None for 38. Duckett 29. Easy as you like. You can already imagine what the criticism's like on the text line. 0433 98 11 16 or 8833 in New Zealand. One in here from Mark in Colac. Can Stark being capable of bowling an in-swinger? It's all either straight or outswing. Very predictable. Goes for most of the Aussie quicks. Must be able to move the ball both ways. Very frustrating. So one perspective there from Mark.
Well, they're a really good attack, the world champions. This is the 6th test match. They'll be running on empty.
So last ball of over, number 7. Crawley waits for Stark. Crawley plays at the deep point as well. This is frustrating cricket from an Australian perspective. None for 39 from the first 7 overs of the test match after inserting England. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's save. After the break, Geoff Lemon will replace me on commentary with us this week here at the Kia Oval.
Your Flight Centre, Night Centre, See the Starry Light Centre, Cruise Centre, Tours Centre. Are you insured Centre? Stay young, have some fun, follow the sun, take the plunge. Easy done Centre. Island Top, over the top. One-stop shop, never stop. Your centre, our centre. Flight Centre, at the centre for 40 years. Flight Centre.
Welcome back to the match at the Oval, the 5th and in some ways deciding test match. It doesn't decide where the trophy goes, but it does decide what sort of scoreline we end up with at the end of the series. Phil Walker's hopped in alongside me. Josh Hazlewood starting a new over, struck on the pad. They're going up for that one. Hazlewood's backtracking. It might be going down the leg side. A little bit of in-swing on that as Hazlewood pitched up full. Jeremy Coney, what did you think?
Bumble was talking to me. I'm sorry, and I can't really add too much more to the picture. Sorry for you, Geoff.
You're like
but I'm sure Phil was. He was glued to the action.
The unsighted umpire.
Yeah, that's right.
You were fiddling with the bowler's cap.
It's just nipped back slightly, hasn't it? Hit him on the front pad on the knee roll, looking to play it leg side, and I think probably missing.
Well, they haven't gone up for the review. They've drawn the same conclusion.
Got a stride in that time, didn't he?
When you get the chance to go up for a big appeal, you might as well test out the vocal cords.
Yeah, they'll be feeling a bit flat, though, I would think, this side after winning the toss. 40 without loss.
Hazelwood runs up to Duckett. And, he's defending, tucked in behind the ball. So England, 40 without loss. They would be flat so far.
Yeah.
I don't like the move. I didn't like it when they called it at the toss. I don't understand. When you're Australia, you've played here 6 or 7 weeks ago. India puts you in, you make 450, you beat them by a margin, and then you get here a couple of months later and think, yeah, let's bowl first. Just having a little issue with Phil's microphone there. Next delivery is driven down to mid-off. Might have to have a bit of technical intervention there, but while we're sorting that out, I'll just relay you back to the cricket. Josh Hazelwood has had Ben Duckett dancing at him a couple of times so far today. Got 3 slips and a gully in place. Hazelwood runs up from the Vauxhall end and trying to take a run out to mid-wicket. Duckett can't beat the field on that occasion. Pat Cummins doing the fielding.
That's better, Geoff, isn't it? I mean, it's at least Australia are in the game now. We've had 3 balls basically at Duckett. There's been a half single there that the English batsmen have looked at as it's gone slightly square of mid-on, but Cummins is in quickly and saves those runs. You know, you've now been able to bowl 4 balls. The fact of it is they're probably all just a bit straight, and they need to, but he gives the chance to work the batsman across the crease because he's bowling more balls at him. Man goes back now.
They've got deep square leg out now, just as you've been speaking about the field being up, but Hazelwood pitches up. It's outside the off stump and an easy single to cover point with the man back. How many, is that the 4th single to that area or the
more
5th?
now?
Yep. They've taken a bunch of runs out to that deep point.
We've run out of paper. Are you with us now? Oh. No, you're not.
You know, we're not sure what's going on with our...
Gremlins are attacking us, folks.
Our extra microphone. It'll just have to be you and me, JC, for the time being. We've got 1 ball to come in the 8th over. England ticking along nicely. They're going at 5.2 at the moment. Crawley on 10, Duckett on 30. And here is Hazelwood bowling outside the off stump and being driven down to mid-off without any great power. Crawley on the front foot, just playing through the line of that ball. 8 overs gone. None for 41, England on SEN Test cricket.
My most memorable footy moment probably would have been watching Plugger kick 100 and jumping the fence with all the other kids, and I touched his shoulder.
Probably the 81 grand final. It was a great day, very memorable.
You know how you used to be allowed on the ground at the MCG?
If you'd like to celebrate your life at your local footy club, have your club's theme song played and have your guests show up wearing your team's colours, the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals can make that possible. Get to know them at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test match cricket. The 5th Test match at the Oval. Geoff Lemon, Jeremy Coney and perhaps Phil Walker at some stage. England 41 without loss after being put into bat by Australia this morning. A decision not too sure about. 4 years ago we saw Australia do that. Tim Payne won the toss here and chose to bowl. Didn't work out for them that time. Cummins, the captain, on to bowl, and he's getting an edge, and it's put down at first slip. It's burst straight through the hands of David Warner above his head. That wasn't super high. It was just above shoulder height, away to the left. He's got both hands to it, and he's tipped it over the bar. And the chance it goes begging, the first chance we've seen so far this morning.
Yeah, Cummins just outside the off stump, about fifth stump. Duckett's gone very hard at it with a slightly angled bat. He's taken an outside edge, and you're absolutely right. Above the left shoulder, it's reverse cup, and it's just burst through the hands.
Doesn't drop many.
Warner.
It was almost nonchalant the way that he went for it as well. Didn't have to move a muscle, really. Burst through.
It's a strange miss from David Warner. He's normally so sharp in the cordon. We've seen him take some great ones in this series as well. So it's not like he's been out of nick. That one, relatively routine for a good first slip. Cummins. He's over the wicket to the right-handed Crawley, who's getting a leading edge out into the covers. So they managed to take a run from the drop catch. They're none for 43 at the moment. Phil Long?
We don't believe in jinxes, do we? But I was just about to tell you that was Ben Duckett's highest score in this series outside those two innings at Lord's. And then he did that. But he's still there.
Yeah, 2 quiet test matches up north. Mitchell Stark figured him out a couple of times, beat him on the outside edge, nicked off, and on the inside edge, LB. But he's come out today with a job to do, running down the track at Australia's openers.
Cummins round the wicket, and Duckett's almost chopping on as he again plays with that angled bat. The ball decks in a little bit. It's close to his body. He edges it down into the pitch. Back past his stumps, Usman Khawaja up to field.
Pretty highly risky kind of shot with 3 slips and a gully in. A bowler coming in and closing the angle, and Cummins on you outside your off stump to about 4th or 5th, maybe 5th stump, and to try and run it through that slip cordon. If it bounces just a little bit, or if it doesn't bounce, it runs sometimes off your bat into the stumps.
Well, that's what nearly happened on that occasion. Cummins to Duckett again, and he's tucked up close to the body. He's playing it all the way down to deep third. It might just beat the dive. It doesn't in the end. Tumbling across, Hazelwood does well to tap the ball back in. They'll run 3.
The high-risk strategy, Jeremy, is priced into the way that he's playing. He's literally trying to reframe what it is to be a test match opening bat. He said himself when he was grafting away for Nottinghamshire that he didn't think his technique would be suitable for test match cricket because he simply does not leave the ball, which when you say it out loud is ludicrous, but the stats are there, and so every time he takes guard the percentages are not necessarily in his favour in the way that they would have been traditionally with English opening batsmen. Nonetheless, he's done okay this series, really.
He has.
He's found a way.
Cummins switching sides again, over the wicket to Crawley, beaten outside the off stump. That's a good one. The length just a little too far back so that the movement from the ball beats the outside edge. None for 46, England. 1 ball to come in the over. Started off the summer with a bang. Ben Duckett, 182 that he made it against Ireland at Lord's.
And I think he left 5 deliveries in that 182.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, he's been impressive this morning. Inventive and a bit of ingenuity in there as well.
Cummins to Crawley, who's flashing outside the off stump. Back foot push. Again, the ball back of a length. Moving away, beats the edge. It's into the gloves. And as he did so often at Old Trafford, Crawley survives. He's got 11. England, they're none for 46.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League, and subscribe today.
SEN Test Match Cricket. The Ashes for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Don't mind this, Geoff. They're bringing on Marsh very early. Crawley, of course, was the man who he got twice up at Headingley, caught behind.
Does swing the ball away a little bit from the right-hander. He's bowling to the left-hander first, though. Marsh over the wicket, and he drops short. Duckett's cutting him out to the deep. There's a chase on out there for Murphy. Running around that old-fashioned style with the sleeves down, the collar up, the waiter's towel hanging out of the trousers. Looks like he's about to bring you a tray of champagne.
You see a slightly slower bowler, don't you? It's going to go much squarer and in front of square, in fact, because there's more time to see the ball for the batsman. So he's going to be hit it more in front of square.
So they're none for 48. This is the 10th over. Mitchell Marsh outside the off stump, bottom edge from Duckett into the pitch. And I wanted to ask you too about this. Every toss so far in this series, all four, Pat Cummins has said, oh, we would have bowled if we'd won. Now, Australia have been put in 3 times and England elected to bat in the first test. He's finally got his way. They're bowling, they're going at 5 and over and they haven't taken a wicket. What is the obsession with bowling first? It seems, you know, general cricket common sense is you don't do that. You bat first in almost any circumstances unless you've got an absolutely diabolical surface. Marsh bowls outside the off stump and again back cutting and bottom edging into the ground is Duckett. Survives again as the ball rolls through to the keeper.
Yeah, I wonder if there is an element of safety first as well, with a bit of weather around again potentially over the weekend. Monday looking a bit iffy. You know, I mean, whisper it would be an ultra negative way of thinking, but perhaps that did play a small role, perhaps. That they can perhaps control the game a little bit more, knowing that they'll bat last on a pitch that doesn't really tend to fall away or deteriorate too much.
Gets easier, if anything, for batting, I think.
It has done last 2 years.
Marsh bowls straight and the inside edge again from Duckett. That's about 3 times out of 4 deliveries in the over that the inside portion of the bat's been taken. This time the ball goes past his leg stump. So they could not get a wicket. They got Ben Stokes off the inside edge at Old Trafford, and that was the only time from about 30 nicks past leg stump that Australia were able to get that deflection. David Warner got out that way very early at Old Trafford, so the luck hasn't been running with the Australian bowlers on that front.
I would say the concern is that it has been very easy paced. There's been 1 or 2 breakbacks from Stark, but not much more than that really from what we've seen.
Short from Marsh and mistiming the pull shot straight to mid-wicket hard into the ground. Duckett throws his head back in frustration.
So what I've seen here all year and last year as well is that there has been some movement in the air initially. Rory Burns, Surrey's captain, has had a stinker in truth in the last couple of months because he keeps getting trapped on the back leg to late swinging in duckers into the left-hander, and I was expecting to see a lot more this morning than we have so far, especially with the overheads.
Marsh runs in again to Duckett, and he's bowling a little too straight. Duckett's able to pick it off the hip down to fine leg, run through for a single. 10 overs come to a close. England going along at just about 5 and over. They're none for 49.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket. We're having another delivery from Mitchell Marsh because we had a posthumous no ball and he's just been dropped. The extra delivery nearly does the trick. It goes flying through the cordon, and that's the second one that's been put down between slip and gully.
I mean, look, it would have been a screamer, but Stephen Smith pulls them out the bag on a weekly basis. Whisper it. It's been a rather disastrous first 10 and a bit overs here for Australia. 2 drops now in the slips. Not much happening off the pitch. Well, that was questionable tactics. I mean, it would have been an absolute screamer. It's full length, right hand, fingertip from second slip. I mean, we'd be talking about it for a long time, but nonetheless, he has got a fair portion of that hand on it.
He takes so many of those. That's the thing. We've seen him take exactly this catch, the full diving, one-handed right-hander. He's not able to reel it in, just can't quite get enough purchase on it. So Crawley survives.
It's burst through his thumb and his index finger as well, Geoff, so it wasn't quite a fingertip.
Yep.
Well, they've had 3 slips, haven't they? They took the extra man out just that over to put him in cover.
They're none for 52. Cummins starts a new over and Duckett walks at him and swats him out through covers. Doesn't time it quite to perfection. There'll be a sliding stop out there and they'll get a third run. Crawley comes back to the striker's end. So none for 55. The other big news we have is that the Matildas have scored in their game against Nigeria. Emily Van Egmond has the opener just before half-time. So they're leading 1-0 after winning their opening game as well. Matildas surging onward. A lot of Australian sport happening around the world. You can get our call of that as well with Jordan Canellis and Alicia Carnavas.
Where's the third slip? Sorry, Geoff. Where's the third slip?
Well, the third slip went to, well, it's here at the moment, of course, but not for the slower man, Marsh. They wanted 2 in the covers. It's a familiar kind of thing that we've seen.
Cummins bowls to Crawley, who wafts down the leg side and misses out. So you win the toss, you put a team in, and you've dropped 2 catches inside 10 overs.
Yes.
It's a real backfire at this point.
It is at the moment, I'm afraid. They want Marsh to bowl well because, well, they need him to bowl well because otherwise, you know, with no Green there now, Green doesn't bowl many overs, does he? He hasn't bowled many overs at all in this series, actually. And then Marsh coming in went at 6.5 at Manchester.
Cummins up to Crawley and he's pushing off the back foot and he's beaten on the outside edge again. So Cummins is testing him out, but maybe just needs to get that bit fuller.
And then Head, those 3 bowlers, Green, Marsh and Head, were the kind of the makeup, if you like, for not selecting another fast bowler. And of course they're trying to make up for Lyon. Lyon has been such a pivotal loss for the Australians. They haven't made that absence up yet, and I don't think they can. But they're trying to make it up, and it's just a shame for the Australians they haven't got that, but they're being punished badly.
Cummins to Crawley, who's pushing and beaten outside the off stump. How many times can we replay this bit of tape? That one was a little bit fuller, but it does beat the edge again.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon's absence at Old Trafford was glaring, I thought.
It means what it does is it pushes out Stark and Cummins and Hazelwoods out of the trenches once again, and they ended up bowling 30 overs each basically in the last match, and that's in that innings.
Yeah. Penny for the thoughts of the lad at backward point, Todd Murphy. It's a quite unforgiving place to bowl finger spin, certainly in recent years here. Surrey have all but dispensed with their spinner.
Cummins to Crawley, who pushes and he's beaten outside the off stump again. That was a more defensive stroke. He played the line of the ball perhaps if he wanted to be more charitable about that shot compared to some of the back foot punches that we've seen. Cummins walks back to the top of his mark. Crawley wanders down to do a little bit of gardening. That was a wobble seam delivery and it decked away. So Cummins bowling well.
That wasn't quite the carefree flat-footed waft that we've come to expect. That was a legit back foot block that has just done a little bit and he's not followed the line. He's played that one okay, but he's just in that sort of absent-minded Zach period just at the moment.
Cummins to Crawley, who gets on the front foot and does make contact with the ball at last. Remembers what it feels like as he defends. It is a good over from the Australian captain, Pat Cummins. Well, they needed one. Nonetheless, England, after 11 overs, they're none for 55.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook for under $600,000. We've just had an equaliser in the football. Nigeria have just popped one in. Kanu has scored. It's 1-1 at half-time against the Matildas. And Mitchell Marsh bowls short outside the off stump here at the Oval and gets cracked out to deep point. Again, it's Murphy doing the work, the only work that he's been required to do so far. They had a run, none for 56. When do they get the spinner in? Left it far too late at Headingley, did Cummins, and in the end couldn't really use Murphy, and then left him out at Old Trafford.
It's a tough gig, Geoff. No doubt about that, but they do have to get him in the game. There was that peculiar feeling at Headingley that despite him being on the pitch, ready to go in a tight run chase, Cummins ignored him. He's only bowled 7 and a bit overs, I think, across the series, so they need to get him in and get him in soon.
Mitchell Marsh, a little bit of shape on that delivery, starts at a touch too straight. Crawley's able to block it away off his pads down to mid-on.
41.
Another no ball.
Sorry, 41 from 39, Ben Duckett, but only 3 fours in it. So if you want a little microcosm of the questionable tactics that Patrick Cummins has employed this morning, then there's a little example of it. It's been far too easy for him just to keep ticking over.
Should have been caught at slip as well. Crawley walks at Marsh, drives him down the ground, authoritative stroke, and it'll roll to the fence down at long on. Labuschagne despairingly trudges towards the ball about as slowly as he normally does when he's been dismissed and has to leave the field. Doesn't want to believe that it's gone for 4.
Shot of the morning, glorious really, by Zach Crawley. A couple of sachet steps down the track and just punches it with absolute authority. This is what he does. He drifts in and out. Sometimes you feel like there's nothing going on upstairs, and then something will trigger, and then he'll go through another spurt of run scoring.
None for 61. Marsh to Crawley, who defends from the crease. A good length delivery, a little bit of swing away. 2 slips in a gully waiting. Crawley's on 17. Duckett, as you say, 41. And that was what stood out, say, Harry Brooks' innings at Old Trafford. Was the way that they were able to, the partnership with Stokes as well, they were able to score at 5 and over without actually scoring many boundaries. There were so many gaps, they just treated it like a one-day innings and 1s and 2s all over the place.
Yeah. Just 5 boundaries here.
Mitchell Marsh, up and full and clipped away. Just gets a little piece of it, Crawley, out through square leg. He'll run a single, none for 62. He goes to 18.
Yeah, just 5 boundaries.
Burbling away. Very good attendance this morning. They were flowing all the way down Vauxhall Road. Mitchell Marsh bowls on the pads. Just turned away by Duckett out to mid-wicket. There's no run there.
Very quickly, Zach Crawley, first batter of this series to reach 400 runs.
Well,
didn't think we'd be saying that, did we?
Well, indeed. Not many people had that on their Ashes bingo at the start of the series.
About half of them in one knock.
Yeah, but he's left his mark on every Test match. 60 in the first, a couple of 40s. Not many people saw it, Geoff, I can tell you that.
I think the strangest thing almost is Marsh bowls to Duckett down the leg side. Carey's appealing. Marsh has a little belated hop, turns around and looks at the umpire. Cummins is coming in to have a chat here. Now, Carey actually quite likes this. Didn't think there was anything in it. Couldn't hear anything in the stump microphone. They're having a chat. They're going to have a look at this. Now,
yeah.
This is strange. It didn't look... The bowler wasn't interested at first.
Australia already lost 1 review this morning.
They have. They had the one that was going just past the off stump.
I think they're quite confident here, Geoff. Mitch Marsh, taking his cue from the keeper, is very animated here. It did look like there was some kind of deflection with the naked eye.
Having a look at the replay here. Bolt upright seam, a bit of movement. It hasn't taken the back of the glove as it goes by. It's the only thing it could be. The ball's not near the hip. Is there anything on this? There's the tiniest little noise. He's got the underside of the glove. And Ben Duckett, his reprieve won't help him. He was dropped at slip by David Warner. And he's going to be given out here. He's starting to walk off even before Kumar Dharmasena crosses himself religiously and reverses his decision. So Ben Duckett's dismissed. Mitchell Marsh gets the breakthrough. 1 for 62 England. And how important is that, particularly that it's Marsh, the support bowler, the one who has to do a job. He's had a catch dropped already from Crawley, and now he's dismissed Duckett.
Well, my word, did Australia need that. Because it was sinking and sinking fast as it stands. It was an enterprising knock, 41, pretty much at a runner ball by Ben Duckett. Dropped, of course, by Davey Warner earlier in the piece. And Mitch Marsh, who's been a revelation really in this series. I say a revelation, he always saves his best work for the English. He's a kind of Ashes specialist, really.
He is. He's got as many Ashes tons as Ian Botham.
Indeed. I saw you mention this, Geoff. You've been on good form, by the way, in recent weeks. Been winding them up from John O'Groats to Land's End. It's impressive stuff. Moeen Ali at 3. I mean, just savour that for the madness that it is.
This is interesting. They made this call halfway through the test at Headingley, where, you know, as a temporary arrangement, it seemed to make some sense in that particular context. You're chasing 250, treat it like a one-day chase. Maybe he could go out and peel off 40 or 50. He didn't make a score there, but I liked the thinking. I didn't like the thinking of them doing it on a permanent basis. So it looks like we've got drinks on the field with the fall of the wicket. We'll be back with you right after this break.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new Spicy Sticky Barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your steering is vibrating or pulling to one side, a wheel alignment will help with your car's handling and stop your tyres from wearing out too quickly. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Got here Cummins after picking up the wicket they needed. Bowls here down the leg side. New over begins. Crawley doesn't catch up with it. Adam Collins picking up commentary. England 1 for 61. So Duckett was caught down the leg side from the bowling of Marsh for 41. Got Louis Cameron with me. Our coverage is for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Good morning, Lou.
Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Phil. How are we all doing?
Well, what a start that is. I come bearing a record. A little statistical quirk that I picked up on the World Wide Web when off air.
I think I might know what's coming here.
Cummins in, bowls to Crawley. Hit on the pad, spills out to Gully, no run. So how's this? Until today, there have been 3 overs in the history of Test cricket in the first 10 of a Test match where every ball had been scored off. 2 were in the 1880s, 4 ball overs, and then 1 in 2005, the World 11 game between Australia and the World 11 at the SCG. That was Flintoff bowling to Hayden and Ponting. Today we had 2 in consecutive overs. 15 balls were scored off in a row. But 5 overs ever, 2 of them here consecutively in the first half an hour of play. Stunning stuff. Cummins bowls to Crawley, who drives out through the offside for 4. Didn't quite get all of it. The bat turned in his hands as he made contact, but it won't deny him 4 more runs for England. He's up to 22, 1 for 66 halfway through over number 13. And that's what they're able to do with the field a little bit spread, but still some gaps through the offside. That's the way Crawley's going to play all day long.
So those 2 overs in a row where they scored off every ball, I believe it was 16 deliveries in the end. There wasn't leg by. I'm counting that as them scoring off it. So you're saying that they haven't scored off every ball of an over in the first 10 overs of a test or an innings?
A test, I believe.
A test.
I mean, however you cut it up, it says everything about the way England take to their task. As Cummins delivers here, squared up, taken at second slip. Lovely piece of bowling to get Crawley that. Might have just held up in the surface, almost off the back of the bat. Stephen Smith, after a couple of catches have gone down in the cordon in the first half an hour, gets a second wicket for Australia. That board looks an awful lot more healthy now. 2 for 66. Crawley caught in the cordon for 22.
Deserved reward for Pat Cummins. He's bowled beautifully this morning. His pace has been right up. He got criticised during the Old Trafford test for the speeds he was bowling out. He wasn't quite at his best, but gee, he's been good this morning. He's beaten Crawley's bat a lot. He's beaten Ben Duckett's bat a lot, and that's a really deserved wicket for the skipper.
So the energy just changed a little bit when Pat Cummins came into the attack, which is so often the case, but bowling at first change, which it's not an insignificant thing, is it, that he has been taking the new ball, I'd say almost without exception for the last 4 years. He was first changed over here 4 years ago and ended up being the opening bowler by the end of the series, but going back down in the list, I suppose you would say, with Hazelwood and Stark both available and working here today.
Yeah, I think the biggest one is the fact Hazelwood's played a lot of this series. I mean, this is his 4th test of the series so far. He's just missed so much cricket over the last few years. I mean, Hazelwood and Stark had been Australia's most consistent opening pairing, and I think Pat Cummins coming in off the back of that was pretty successful. I've been really taken aback by how well he's bowled. Sorry, not taken aback, but surprised that he's had so much pace. I don't think he's missed the mark too much in terms of accuracy until that Old Trafford test, but just his pace this morning has been so much quicker. He spoke a little bit during the week about when he came to the Oval in 2019. He was absolutely bugging. He bowled 50 overs in the Old Trafford test in 2019. It'd been a big series. They obviously had the big celebrations after retaining it. He said he was really cooked.
Yeah.
I think he's probably in a better place now than he was then.
Joe Root in at 4, made 316 runs at 53 in the series. Unbeaten 100 on opening day at Edgbaston. Facing Cummins here, squared up straight away. The outside edge ends up with Mitchell Marsh in the gully. 3 slips in the gully there, albeit with soft hands. Well bowled and well played.
And it's hard to overstate just how good a spell this is from Cummins. Like, he is every ball, he's just nipping it a little bit each way, and he's really challenging the England batsman.
So 2 wickets in 5 balls, just when England were completely out of the blocks and away. Duckett, then Crawley, the 2 openers, both getting starts. Watching the replay back a number of times here for Tyre Power. Winter safety sail, it's completely squared up and an easy catch for Smith. So here's Cummins bowling to Root, soft hands into the gully on the bounce where Mitchell Marsh does the fielding. The end of 13 overs on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont. Some save. A successful one for Australia. England losing wickets in consecutive overs. They're 2 for 66.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the 3rd umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. The expert with me is Louis Cameron for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. And Mitchell Marsh is going to continue from the Vauxhall end where he picked up a wicket with his most recent delivery. Now we get to look at Moeen Ali. Neither man has scored a run as yet. Moeen Ali about to face his first ball, batting at number 3 here at the Kia Oval. Marsh up to the crease. Moeen Ali first ball leaves alone. A good delivery, angling and shaping back towards the left-hander after it passed the stumps, but the right kind of question for Marsh to ask early in the over.
And that wicket might have cost Australia their best slips fielder. Steve Smith looked like he might have just hurt his thumb a little bit. He took it above his head. He's just gone off the ground, and Cameron Green was standing at second slip. He's just gone to the gully now, and Ross McQuarrie has gone into second slip. So hopefully that's nothing of concern for Australia. It's very unusual to see Smith spend any time off the ground.
Marsh away from us at the Vauxhall end. Over the wicket to Moeen Ali. 2 slips in the gully, leaves alone a tempter well wide of the off stump. So they've got the 2 men out straight away on the leg side. Haven't got the deep point. Got a conventional backward point. That's Todd Murphy. Then a cover, a mid-off and mid-on. So where have you spotted Smith?
He's off the ground.
Off the ground entirely.
So just on the replay, it looked like he was signalling to his left thumb.
Right. That's one to watch. We've already seen Mitchell Marsh off the field earlier this morning, albeit briefly. He's got the ball in his hand here. The first man to get a wicket here after Australia won the toss and bowled. Delivers to Moeen Ali over the wicket, leaves alone, better length, a little bit fuller. Phil Long's with us as well.
We mentioned this morning's run rate being so good despite there being only 6 fours. Ben Duckett faced the first ball of 10 of the 12 overs when he was in, and he scored off every single one of them. That's why there's been very few maidens in this series.
I still can't quite come to terms with that stat from the previous over.
Yeah.
It's the way these two openers that England have invested so much in have changed the rhythm of the series, you could say, as Marsh bowls here to Moeen Ali, leaves alone again. Very similar line and length. Mitchell Marsh has changed the kind of bowler he is over the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, remembering back to 15, 16 at home, he was going to hit in the speed radar in the mid-140s. He was always up and at batters, and he returned from injury a couple of lengthy times away from the game and turned himself into an outswing bowler, old school.
Yeah, and he used to joke a lot about there was a fast bowlers cartel WhatsApp group that the Australian Quicks had, and the entry criteria was that you had to bowl 140 k's an hour in a game in the last 12 months.
In the last 12 months, that was it, okay. Marsh in, bowls here, leg stump line. Moeen helps it down a deep backward square to get off the mark. Finds the gap between the two, but they converge and stop it. Mitchell Stark in front of the Lock Laker. Moeen Ali a couple. England 2 for 68.
And I believe it was either Mitchell Stark or Josh Hazel was the admin of this group and was very tight on who got entry into the group. And if you didn't hit that 140k mark, you were kicked out of the group. So that was, he kind of joked about it, but I think he genuinely did feel like he needed to fit in by bowling that quick. And you're right, he's had to adjust his style a little bit. I actually think he, at this very point in time, is a much better bowler than Cameron Green in these conditions because he does just get that beautiful outswing.
So he's delivering here to Moeen Ali. Better line and length, off stump, placed out towards backward point. No run. It completes the 14th over. Things have settled down since the 2 wickets. 2 for 68, England on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's Safe.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you've hit a nasty pothole recently, there could be damage that only an expert can spot. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30am.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins, Louis Cameron with you on the call. Louis here for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. It's going to be the Captain Cummins Pavilion end. Bowls here, Joe Root yet to score, defends into the offside via the inside edge, maybe onto the pad. We're behind Root at this end. No run either way.
And Aussie fans will be pleased to know Stephen Smith is back out there. He's just having a look at his left hand, I think it is. I can't tell if it's wrist or his left thumb that seems to be the issue. But he's back out there, so only off for an over.
So good news for Australia. In the cordon, doing his thing. 3 veterans. Warner, who's put a catch down today. Smith, who's taken one, but put down one that would have been an absolute blinder. Khawaja at third. Marsh in the gully. Cummins with the ball. Delivers here to Joe Root, playing with hard hands well outside the off-stump, way away from his body. Ends up with Todd Murphy at backward point, but that's a false stroke from Root early on.
Yeah, and this is, I keep saying it, but this is a tremendous spell from Pat Cummins. A lot of criticism at Old Trafford for how he bowled. His speeds were right down. Every ball's over 140 kilometres at the moment, and England are going to fight fire with fire.
He did say at his press conference yesterday that he felt pretty fresh. I mean, the consensus was that he was knackered at Manchester last week. We would have said as much on commentary, but he said he was fresh and ready to roll. So it's proved so far today. You're right, a lot of criticism through the week. Delivers here to Root, hits him on the thigh pad, the back thigh pad, went back off the seam. That delivery that Cummins has made an art form of, 88 mile an hour. It's such an awkward length, and Root has to wear one.
And I might defer to you here, Adam, because you were in Pakistan last year, but Pat Cummins' record in big tests, deciding tests, thinking about the last test, was that in Lahore?
Certainly was.
The third test? Yeah.
Final day at Lahore. He and Nathan Lyon bowled them out.
And series was tied 0-0 with 2 draws in the first 2 tests, and he kind of came through clutch, didn't he? Had a big second innings there.
Also took a crucial caught and bowled in the first innings to get Australia going before the reverse swing kicked in. Bowls here to Root, the captain, deflected through the cordon as Root does so well. Todd Murphy with work to do from backward point, and he will, well, he might have cut it off. We'll need a second look. No, he'd be happy to concede the boundary. So signalled by umpire Wilson. Root off the mark with a 4, 2 for 72. Yeah, there was a big partnership building. I think it was on day 2 where Azhar Ali was batting with Abdullah Shafiq, and Azhar Ali was doing as he felt he needed to do, batting slowly but grinding through as they did on those really flat concrete style pitches, and from nowhere Cummins took a stunning caught and bowled. That's 6,000 test runs for Joe Root in England up on the board here. Extraordinary record all told. Cummins bowls to Root, and he's playing and missing a ball that was ever so close to the off stump. It seemed to swing as the ball just passed the blade. I'm not sure whether Carey gloved it. We're behind Carey at our end. But genuine swing. Talk us through the replay here, Louis Cameron, for tyre power. Went to safety sail.
The scrambled seam ball, and Joe Root's just gesturing that ball lifted off the surface. He didn't get an outside edge. If he did, he might have been in trouble because Alex Carey actually dropped it. But that's really jumped off the surface.
I didn't mind the bowling first call. I know there'll be criticism. There always is when you bowl first. But the lived experience here at the Oval has been that first session, if you've got the bowlers to do it, can be really challenging. And Australia have dragged it back here. Cummins' last ball, his fourth over. Driven by Root, just past him, took some pace off it there, Cummins with his left hand sprawling out into the offside. Marnus Labuschagne does the tidying up work. Root retains the strike. He's 5, Moeen Ali's 2. England 2 for 73 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Knackers, and for Henley Homes, brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. It's going to be Josh Hazlewood, brought back for a second spell. He was expensive early on, one of those overs where every ball was scored off. None for 22 from 4, but the game feels a little bit different now the openers are gone.
Yeah, and it feels like the kind of pitch where Hazlewood really can do some damage. It probably wasn't quite there with his first spell, as you mentioned, but the type of bowler Pat Cummins bowled, he can just get a little bit out of this surface, I reckon.
Hazlewood, 2 slips, 2 gullies. Bowls here, first delivery from Joe Root, knocked on the head out to mid-off, no run. Phil Long.
Yeah, Joe Root to 6,000 runs in Test cricket in England. Second Englishman to do it. Alistair Cook's top of that list, 6'5", 6'8", so that's now within his sights, and he's the 9th batter overall to score 6,000 runs on home soil in Test cricket. Top of that list, Ricky Ponting, 7,578 back over there in Australia.
So that's within striking distance for quite a lot of records that sit there for him, including Sachin Tendulkar's overall Test tally. How far away from that is he, Phil? Root, that man facing Hazlewood, who plays with soft hands into one of the 2 gullies. That's Mitchell Marsh, no run, so the slip's cordon's broken up. There's no one at third, which always feels a little bit tempting fate early in a Test match. I wonder why they've got... I mean, I know Root likes to play that shot, but it's interesting that they would... Is the thinking there more that it'll dissuade Root from playing that shot, that he likes dabbing through the cordon?
It might almost be a run-saving option. Yeah. We saw the one of Pat Cummins in the over before where he guided it between point and gully. So everything's just moved a little squarer.
So it's a 6-3 field all told. Hazlewood, our end, box all in to Root, who plays late and chops on! Root can't believe it. Hazlewood back into the attack, into the book, and it's the huge wicket of Joe Root, playing away from his body, no footwork to speak of, a little bit of movement off the seam. Root walking off, bowled for 5. England have lost 3 wickets in the space of 4 overs. It's 3 for 73.
Joe Root's absolutely filthy with himself there. That's a ball that, and we were just talking about that little guide down to third man, whether the third slip and the gully just changed how he was playing it a little bit. He tried to put a ball through a gully that just was too close to him, and Josh Hazlewood just got to nip back into him. He played it onto the stumps.
And the Australians love it too. They know how important that is, celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. So Marsh, then Cummins, and now Hazlewood all doing the job early in a spell, and we're just about to go and have a stats splurge about how crucial Joe Root is to England's fortunes. Well, he's making his way back up the stairs at the Bedser stand. And now they're going to be tested, and that's why bowling first at the Oval on morning 1 is something that teams really like to do. I have to stress this point. In first-class cricket, everybody bowls first here now. The Test match here last year, 11 months ago against South Africa, was all over in 180 overs. Now, it's nowhere near as sporting as that pitch was. That was kind of more on the Gabba scale, what we saw last year, Louis, by comparison. But there is certainly something going on in terms of the movement, both in the air and off the surface.
I think it's a very sound tactic in England in Test cricket, especially when they're going to play the Test this early in the summer. We've seen in the past Australian teams have come over here and they play at the Oval, especially in September, mid-September, and they play the other Tests often through August. This series is very different. We've never seen an Ashes Test at the Oval this early in the summer, I believe.
That's right.
So you're not going to get that pitch to break up the same way it would. So you're thinking about bowling first. That also means you have to bat last. And when you're playing in September here, that pitch is going to crumble. When you're playing at the end of July, well, it probably will still be quite good to bat on day 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. That they would quite rightly reason that the batting's not going to get any tougher than it will early on. So they have eventually made the most of it. They were letting the ball tick over at quite the pace early doors as Phil Long jumps in.
3 for 11 from 22 deliveries.
Thank you, Phil. Hazelwood to Brook, playing his second Test at the Oval, leaving alone. Ball that really does carry through to the gloves of Carey. Ample swing as well. This is the ground where Harry Brook made his Test debut in that frantic match last year. I was here covering it. We see a replay of the delivery that Smith threw. It came back off the seam and was playing from the crease, trying to get it through the offside. The replays here for Tyre Power, win to safety sail. That little late cut dab, and that was that. And they might have something to do with the fielder they put there as well, which you were talking about earlier in the over, Louis.
Yeah, just the movement from third slip to gully might have impacted his decision making.
Hazelwood bowls and Brook is squared up, and defensively Louis, the Oracle Cameron, always one step ahead.
Well, I think Phil summed it up perfectly. 3 for 11 in 22 deliveries. It just sums up how well Australia have bowled. Crawley and Duckett really got on top of him early, didn't they?
Yeah.
And to Pat Cummins' credit, I keep coming back to it. He's under a lot of pressure this Test, both with his tactical decisions and with his bowling. Both were well off the mark at Old Trafford. He's been fantastic so far today.
Hazelwood's now got 50 wickets in England. He was dropped for this Test match in 2015. Done well over the last couple of tours. Delivers here to Brook. Inside edge off the mark down to fine leg. That'll complete another successful over for Australia. I had the chance to celebrate under the wicket for Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. 3 for 74 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. We see Josh Hazelwood to our left at fine leg, taking some applause from the Australian fans in their green shirts and yellow caps. In fact, both tour groups are sat together. There's the yellow shirts as well. Cummins again, bowling well. Pavilion end, pushing with hard hands is Brook through the cordon. Todd Murphy with work to do, won't get there. Down to third man for 4. So Brook off the mark. No, sorry, that's his second scoring shot. He's 5. First boundary, of course, 3 for 78. Just to come back to Hazelwood for a moment, he picked up a wicket in the previous over. There was a view in 2015 that he was too happy to pitch it up full all day and let the ball swing, and he just never quite found the right English length, which is why he lost his spot and Peter Siddle replaced him and bowled the house down in the Oval Test. He's found a way of making it work in this country, and that's why Australia picked him in 4 or 5 starts here. Brook facing Cummins. Bowls and beats the bat with a ball he shouldn't be nibbling at. That's a get-out shot. No footwork, just following it with his blade through to Carey.
Yeah, and coming back to Hazelwood, Australia were late adopters of the wobble seam ball, and you see now that's almost, it's Pat Cummins' stock ball. We didn't see him really come into Test cricket properly until 2017. And Josh Hazelwood, it took him a long time, took all the Australians a long time to really adopt it. And it was, you're right, in 2015, it was all about bowling a beautiful outswing, which he can bowl, but it can also go for a lot of runs. And it's often the ball that doesn't swing that's the dangerous one.
3 slips to gully. Brook facing Cummins, hits him on the body, probably on the back thigh pad as it was with Root a couple of overs ago. So we'll get a second look from front on for Tyre Power, win a safety sail. Here it is now. It's the wobble seamer that you're talking about there, and it jags back thigh pad. That's nasty.
Yeah, and that's a great illustration of why that wobble seam that Hazelwood now bowls as well. Why it's so dangerous is because you don't know which way it's going to nip.
Yeah.
So you can kind of, if you're a good bowler, you can aim at an off stump, aim at the top of off stump, and it might nip a little bit either way. If it comes back in, you're an LBW chance like that last ball. If if it nips away, you're a chance at the outside edge.
Now, wobble ball expert Louis Cameron. Cummins delivers and Brook edges and put down by the wicketkeeper Carey, diving in front of first slip. My sense is it was carrying to David Warner, but Carey went with one mitt, the right glove, in and out. Brook gets a life, all eyes on Alex Carey. Replay here for tyre power. Genuine outside edge, went on the booming drive, and Carey did go in front of Warner, and it would have carried to first slip. That's ugly.
It would have carried to first slip, but I do think that was Alex Carey's catch. Could he have gone two hands? That's going to be the question I reckon he'll be asking himself. It wasn't that far away from him, and you can see as soon as he dropped it, he was devastated. He knew that he probably should have gone two hands to his right.
Should be 4 wickets in 20 minutes. It's 3. Cummins bowls, Brook defends, just to settle things down after playing and missing a couple of deliveries ago, and then following it up with a booming drive hit between times. Australia all over it here. Getting another look, and yeah, Carey made the early call that it was going to be a one-glove effort. Never really considered introducing the second man.
Yeah, no, I think he made the right call to go for it, but it had to be the two hands. It looks like Australia are going to take a wicket every ball at the moment. I mean, the way Mitch Marsh pegged it back, the way Pat Cummins is just challenging the outside edge on every ball, and now Josh Hazlewood too.
Cummins up to Brook. Sketchy early, leaves alone a ball that moves as well. Lovely over from Patrick Cummins. On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, England 3 for 78, Brooks 5, and Moeen Ali is 2.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Our Macca's I'm loving it moment of the session was when Josh Hazlewood bowled Joe Root for 5 in his previous over. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Louis Cameron with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Hazlewood away from us at the Vauxhall end. Delivers here to Moeen Ali. He stays on 2 with a defensive push out to cover. Phil Long's also here. Longy.
The last 9 overs, 3 wickets, 3 drop catches.
Wow. So we're counting the Smith in and out in that 3, I'd imagine?
Yeah.
So David Warner's straightforward, Alex Carey's for a keeper straightforward, and Smith would have been a blinder. All happening here at the Kia Oval, that's for sure. Can they get one more and make this a real bumper passage of play? Still 35 minutes to lunch, 4 in a session to start the test match. That'd be good going, especially from where they were. Hazlewood 3 slips the gully, bowls to Moeen, who defends a ball that bounces over the stumps. Played it so late.
And you've watched a lot of cricket here, Adam, so I'll defer to you again on this, but it does feel like this is the kind of period where they need to take advantage of it. Like it does, I reckon it's probably the one where it flattens out a little bit as the test goes on. It's probably never going to do quite as much as it does right now.
Yeah, I mean, I keep coming back to domestic cricket because that's what we see a lot of here, but Surrey have at their disposal Daniel Worrell, who's world class in these conditions, as the former Australian who's now the pro here. Hazlewood up, bowls to Moeen. Moeen defends to cover, wants one, gets one, takes on Labuschagne, gets through comfortably. He's 3 for 79. They've got Kemar Roach, the West Indies superstar. They've got Sean Abbott, the Australian all-rounder. He's been an all-rounder here, averaging 50 with the bat through the domestic season. Gus Atkinson will be in the England test side in the next 6 months, I'd imagine, in India. Certainly one of those fast bowlers they need as a point of difference. And they just go to work week after week. They bowl first every time, and they rarely are bowling on day 2. And most of the work, most of the damage is done before lunch on day 1.
I know Sean Abbott was very impressed by Gus Atkinson. I interviewed him before the Ashes series, and he brought him up out of nowhere, said he was a guy to look out for.
Hazlewood delivers to Harry Brook, and he leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. No concerns there. Phil Long.
Little Josh Hazlewood. He'd taken 50 wickets in England. It's the 16th Australian to do it. Interestingly, 5 of them have exactly 50 wickets.
Oh, really? Who were they?
From the top, Josh Hazlewood, obviously, Pat Cummins, who's also playing here, Merv Hughes, Peter Siddle, and Bill O'Reilly.
All got 50 even.
50 even.
What a stat that is. Hazlewood wants 51. Defending here is Brook out to the offside. So 2 of them have collected their 50th wickets in England in this little passage of play.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark, 52. Just to is next up on the list, top of the list, as always, the big three: Shane Warne, Dennis Lilly, Glenn McGrath. Shane Warne, 129 wickets in England. Quite a remarkable figure.
How many tests?
22.
Incredible record, isn't it? Incredible record.
So Josh Hazlewood, the last time around in England, really made the most of his opportunities after missing the first test. Bowls here to Brooke, who drives through the cordon for 4. I say drives, thick edge. He was trying to thump it through cover. It went above the fielder at third slip. Mitch Marsh wasn't really in the game at Gully either. End of the over, 3 for 83. Brooks on 9. Moeen Ali's on 3, and that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. And Nigeria have scored. They're 2-1 up in the 65th minute.
Who do you trust to support your nutritional needs during your pregnancy journey? We recommend Natala's Pregnancy Support from Chemist Warehouse. From preconception and pregnancy through to breastfeeding, this Australian-made pregnancy multivitamin delivers 19 important nutrients to help meet your increased needs at every stage. Natala's Pregnancy Support 100 tablets is only $42.99 at Chemist Warehouse. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
So Australia punching back hard in the last half an hour. 3 wickets, 3 for 83. They need to do so in the Football World Cup now as well. Nigeria, the go-ahead goal in the 65th minute. I think that's at Lang Park, isn't it, in Brisbane? Got Cummins again, 6 over of the spell. Bowls here to Moeen Ali, who defends into the offside no run. Coming back to the last ball of the previous over, Louis. That was, I mean, he's been skittish to say the least, Brooks, so far. Drop catch behind the wicket, that could have easily gone to hand as well.
This is too early in the innings for him. I think this is why they put him up to 3 for one innings, had a look at him, he nicked off. I thought, no, that's too early. We need to get him in later. They are 3 for 83, so they've got a significant body of work in terms of the runs scored. But inside the first 20 overs, when it's doing this much, I think he's pretty susceptible.
Can the Aussies get a 4th and make the most of the conditions? He's round the wicket to Moeen Ali on the leg stump line as a short leg in. It's off the thigh pad down there where Travis Head's under the lid. Also a deep backward square for a short ball if and when it comes. Don't think we've seen a genuine short ball so far today, Lou. Very different to the 4 test matches where they've been a consistent part of play.
And it's been much nicer to watch, hasn't it? Yeah. Pitch it up, try and swing it, nibble it around. The kind of test cricket we're used to. The short ball stuff, you understand why they do it, but you can get tedious to watch. It's interesting they've actually put that... Oh, no, sorry. Josh Hazlewood's having a drink. Scrap what I was going to say.
Cummins to Moeen. 3 from 11. Hits him on the arm. Went back and rode the bounce again. That awkward length from Cummins. Hit the seam, went back towards him. Moeen had to wear it.
Yeah, so the man I couldn't see was Josh Hazlewood, who is down at fine leg. I thought they'd just gone with 1 behind square, but they've got 2 there. So this is a bit of a change in tactics. It's hit Moeen Ali on the arm. But
lucky he's wearing that arm guard. It's one of those smaller arm guards that are in fashion at the moment. And it might have just caught the bottom of it, maybe the top of the glove. Either way, it's a sort of delivery that in years gone by would break an arm or break a wrist. Cummins halfway through, fiery spell, bowls to Moeen, back of a length, defends down the pitch, no run.
And I'm a little bit sceptical of this ploy so early in his innings. I know the short ball, anyone facing Pat Cummins bowling mid 140 k's an hour isn't going to love short stuff, but I just reckon he's susceptible. Anyone is going to be susceptible to nicking the ball if they pitch it up on this wicket that is just nibbling around a little bit. They've got 2 behind square on the leg side, kind of tempting him into playing that hook shot. I reckon just aim at top of off, nibble it around. That's your best bet for a wicket here. But
yeah, it certainly feels that way, doesn't it? Just the 2 slips. Cummins round the wicket. Moeen, bit fuller, squared up, but ends up down the pitch without ballooning up to short leg. Cummins still at 140 clicks, so getting the radar in his 6th over. And just to reinforce the point you made before, with the amount of scrutiny over Cummins as captain and bowler in the last week, this has been a really impressive response.
Really impressive, yeah. And just going back to Moeen Ali going up to number 3 as well, I wonder how much of that was when Nathan Lyon went out of the series. They potentially thought that this is a guy who has gotten out to Nathan Lyon, I think 10 or 11 times in Test cricket. Phil Long might know the exact stat. They kind of thought, well, let's get him in early. They can't bowl Nathan Lyon to him now.
Cummins finishes the over to Moeen Ali, hits him on the pad, shout from the men in the cordon, but nobody else. End of the over. 3 for 83 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. A Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman, and we're giving you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. T&Cs apply. Rook on 9, Moeen Ali on 3, Geoff Lemon and Sundaresan jumping in.
My most memorable footy moment was the 2007 grand final. I remember Dad came home. I was just so happy.
2013 preliminary final, Hawthorn against Geelong, and I got to share it with my dad and my cousin.
If you'd like to celebrate your life at your local footy club, have your club's theme song played and have your guests show up wearing your team's colours, the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals can make that possible. Get to know them at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test cricket. Josh Hazlewood starting a new over, running up from the Vauxhall end, coming forward on the front foot. Harry Brook plays it out to point. Good morning, Bharat Sundaresan. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Geoff Lemon, Phil Long.
Afternoon, it is.
Yeah, haven't seen each other for a while.
Very quickly, I'll just play the maiden klaxon.
Oh, well done.
There's so few and far between.
30, number 33?
31.
31.
Australia's 31st of the season.
He had the 30th of the first over of the day.
Is that the lowest for a 5-test series?
It's very, very low. The lowest in an Ashes, 104.
On track to blow that away here. Hazlewood bowls a good length and it decks away as Brook stretches forward. Another one that's nearly edged. They have reinforced the cordon now, so we've got 4, almost 5 if you count the man at point lurking around. 3 slips, gully, and a slightly backward point.
Yeah, Harry Brook told himself I should have left that alone, and then seemed like he said, no, I should have played at it. All these English batters like to have bat on ball.
Hazlewood outside the off stump, covers up, plays it well this time. As Brook off the sticker, down into the ground and out towards point. 3 for 83 England in the 20th over. So they were rocketing along, 49 off the first 10 without loss. And then Australia have come back into the match dramatically, while also letting a few chances go. Phil?
I know what you're saying, 49. We had one of those infuriating things at the back end of that 10th over. A no ball off the last ball. So it became 52 off the first 10 overs.
That's right. There were runs. There was a drop catch from that last ball, wasn't there? Here's Hazlewood outside the off stump. Again, Brook defending on the front foot. So he hasn't felt the need to gallop down the pitch and try to swat Hazlewood through mid-off.
We've seen this with the Duke's ball so many times. It just takes a while to come to life. Generally around that 12th, 13th over mark. And it's been a different game since Pat Cummins has bowled his best spell off the tour after looking down on energy and rhythm last week in Manchester. He pulled his own socks up.
Hazlewood into bowl to Harry Brook. He's trying to turn the ball away to mid-wicket. Won't get a run on that occasion. We've got another update coming in from Australia. This is getting disastrous. Nigeria have gone 3-1 up against the Matildas in the 72nd minute. So they've got about a quarter of an hour of regular time to try to claw back a couple of goals. This is a huge blow for the Matildas without Sam Kerr in this game, of course. We've got our call team of Jordan Canellis and Alicia Canavas covering that on SEN, so you can find their call as well if you want to switch back and forth between the cricket and the football. Hazlewood to Brook, full and thrashed away through point for 4. That's a good shot from Harry Brook. It rolls just behind point, just beats Travis Head, who brushes the grass off his lovely knitted jumper as his dive can't stop the ball from racing away to the boundary. Saw the pitched up length, accounted for a little bit of outswing, and Harry Brook puts it away. England, as the over comes to an end, they're 3 for 87.
This International Lipstick Day, Revlon is donating $2 from every super lustrous lipstick sold at Chemist Warehouse to look good, feel better. A foundation that helps women face cancer with confidence. For high impact and moisturising lips, buy Revlon Super Lustrous Lipstick, Australia's #1 lipstick from Chemist Warehouse, and inspire confidence through the power of lipstick. Promotion ends 2nd of August 2023. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. 3 for 87 after 20 overs. Australia won the toss and chose to bowl this morning. Pat Cummins has been waiting the whole series for that. Mitchell Starc galloping up. Bowls outside the off stump. Lovely shot from Moeen Ali. That fluency. And a bad misfield. You hear the groan from Bharat Sundaresan out at deep point as sliding around. Usman Khawaja parries the ball into the rope. He went feet first. Got his hands to it. Somehow the ball just spills through. 4 runs for Moeen with that back foot checked push. Economy of effort as always.
Yeah, just bounced off his hand and he couldn't grab it back, Usman Khawaja. I thought it hit his legs. It did not. It just bounced off his left hand and just bounced over him into the boundary goal.
Mitchell Stark over the wicket to Moeen, who digs out a fuller ball down the mid-off. Perhaps if he wasn't lying on the ground, Khawaja, he might have been able to scramble back and get it. I'm not sure that he needed to slide there.
Nah,
Could have got there standing up.
I think he was beaten by the pace of the ball. He thought it was coming much quicker at him than it did. It did not hit the middle of Moeen Ali's bat. He's generally such a wonderful timer of the ball. It would have flown away otherwise. But yeah, I think he just misjudged the pace of the ball. Interesting from Mitchell Stark. He's gone full the first 2 balls. You see the field, the short leg, 2 men back for the hook shot. I think there's a short ball coming anytime now.
2 slips in a gully. Stark bowls full. It's on the pads and Moeen's able to get a single. The ball runs away to fine leg. The umpire wanders across and signals leg by. No bat involved. 3 for 92. Moeen's off strike. He's got 7. Brook back on strike with 13. Phil Long.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark replacing Pat Cummins this morning. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. But the 2 drop catches.
I know. Could have completely opened this game up.
So Crawley and Duckett were 2 of the drops, and they've both since been dismissed. But Harry Brook is the one who could yet make Australia pay. Put down by Carey, diving across first slip. 1 glove.
Yeah, it's a crucial matchup, this one. Stark to Brook. Brook's tried to play everything away from his body. He bowls that wobble ball, which leaves the right-hander, but he's also getting the ball to come back in. There's always that a little bit of gap between bat and pad for Brook.
3 slips in a gully. As Stark bowls to Brook, who's defending. Full face back to the bowler.
Yeah, but having said that, Harry Brook's defense has improved as the series has gone on. He's matured in front of our eyes, hasn't he? There's so much hype around him at the start of the series. That really high average, high strike rate. I think the match-winning innings he played at Leeds, where he had to use different gears to get England over the line. It was a coming-of-age innings for him at this level.
And he's adapted ever since that daft shot at Lord's. And he backed away and tried to baseball it over cover. Stark bowls outside the off-stump, outside edge. It flashes through the cordon. And again, England get some luck. They're 3 down, and they've certainly had some slices of fortune as well. Could have been much worse for them in the wickets column. They've got 3 slips in a gully waiting, the Australians. And again, that ball finds the gap. It would have been a low catch to a 4th slip.
It would have. I'm wondering whether they'll be tempted to move gully to 4th slip. There is that discussion now. Usman Khawaja instead has gone from 3rd slip to a 3.5. Oh no, now he's moved into a 4th slip. So now the gap is between 2nd slip, Steve Smith, and Usman Khawaja at 4th slip.
Well, that's where the ball will go next.
Yes.
Nothing surer.
Once again, that bobble ball, Harry Brook flashing at it.
3 for 96. Stark up to Brook, who gets a thick outside edge, out to deep, back with point, and they take a single. And that's the frustration. 3 for 97. Why not have a proper 4th slip? Why do you need the deep point? It doesn't make a lot of sense. When you're on top, you need to take wickets. The over comes to an end. 21 overs bowled. 3 for 97 is the score.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Mitchell Marsh with the ball in hand from the Boxhall end, and he's got a bit of outswing. He's been driven away just past a diving Cummins at cover. Good attempt. Can't get a hand to it though. And Harry Brook picks up another boundary. That was the best shot of his short innings so far. He's got 22.
Yeah, he was in control of this one for a change. It's been a very flashy innings from Harry Brook. Just much fuller, slightly down on pace as well, facing Mitchell Marsh compared to the other three. Got into beautiful position, hit the ball into the ground, so there's no chance Pat Cummins completing a catch.
Marsh up to Brook, a little bit short, pulled away through the onside with tremendous power. That's gone all the way over the mid-wicket rope for 6. That's a pick-up pull shot. He's just lifted that ball away without a huge swing of the bat either. It's not like he heaved at that delivery. Mitchell Marsh, this wasn't exactly short. It was about hip height. He was able to get up and under that with a diagonal swing of the bat. Send it flying over deep mid-wicket for 6. 3 for 107 suddenly. Marsh to Brook, who reaches and tries to steer a single past Gully. Can't beat Khawaja on that occasion. 3 for 107 in the 22nd over. Brook's up to 28.
Yeah, now you know, just looking at that shot, it tells you why everyone in England and around world cricket is excited by Harry Brook. Just a short arm pull, wasn't it? There wasn't much on it. Almost Shubman Gill-esque. Shubman Gill, another right-hander, young right-hander who plays that shot. He got so much power onto it.
Marsh tries again. Pulls the length back, a little bit of outswing, a little bit of movement, reaching for it. Brook's able to steer it down to deep third for a couple of runs. So the scoreboard continues to tick. 3 for 109. Phil Long?
Yeah, that Harry Brook 6 took him to 28 off 23 balls. Remarkable in itself. But there's also 15 dots in there.
It's a lot of boundaries, doesn't he?
Fastest strike rate of anybody to get to 1,000 runs. Milestone that he passed in this series. Marsh bowls to him, and he's defending just outside the off stump and then having a little kick at the pitch as if he wanted to do something else with that ball, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, just get that feeling if Harry Brook can see off the next 15 minutes to the lunch break. He's played some important innings in this series, just not got that 100 and a big score. He's got the life early on as well with Alex Carey dropping him. This could well be that day. Wickets have fallen at the other end.
Here goes Marsh. Rolling full at the stumps. A little bit of movement through the air as well, and Brook defends the ball away. So 22 overs gone. They're still going at just on about 5 and over. England 3 for 109.
This International Lipstick Day, Revlon is donating $2 from every super lustrous lipstick sold at Chemist Warehouse to look good, feel better. A foundation that helps women face cancer with confidence. For high impact and moisturising lips, buy Revlon Super Lustrous Lipstick, Australia's #1 lipstick from Chemist Warehouse, and inspire confidence through the power of lipstick. Promotion ends 2nd of August 2023. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan with you. England put into bat this morning. They've got their temporary number 3, Moeen Ali, out there with Harry Brook. He's raced past Moeen's score. Short ball from Stark to start a new over. Moeen sways back out of the way. So Moeen batting at first drop has made 7. Brook, who came out at number 5, so that he didn't have to bat first drop, it's on to 30.
And in between that, he's nearly played a maiden over as well, Harry Brook. And he's got quite a few edges, but just in the last 10 or 12 balls, he seems to be getting himself around to the challenge of batting in these conditions. Bowlers still have quite a bit to play with.
Mitchell Stark. Ball's full and Moeen's driving, beats the outside edge into the keeper's gloves.
I was expecting the short ball, wasn't he? The weight was on the back foot, Moeen Ali. The field is set for both the short ball and the full ball. There are still 3 men in the slip cordon. Yeah, the feet were nowhere. lucky not to get an edge. It's been that kind of morning for England. They have got a few edges that have carried, but a lot of plays and misses.
Stark turns around at the pavilion end. Long approach. Bowls to Moeen, who's driving, making good contact this time. They do have the deep backward point out, so only a single, 3 for 110. Good evening to Brendan, who's texted in to say, listening while at work on a chilly winter's night in New Zealand. Go England. Oh, wow. I don't know if that's just all New Zealanders wanting Australia to lose. Or...
Jeremy Coney was looking very excited when England was scoring runs earlier. Must be.
There are a lot of English expats in New Zealand as well, so it might be one of them.
Yeah, big 3 balls coming up. Harry Brook has looked good, but he wants to go at every delivery that's coming at him at the moment. Mitchell Stark, the extra pace, can he get him to edge into that cordon?
3 slips in a gully. Stark to Brook, who defends. The bowler runs across in front of the non-striker to field.
Just get that feeling if he can just hang that ball outside off stump in the over, Harry Brook is going to come at him. Just don't lose your line, Mitchell Stark. Just keep it outside off stump. Australia can make Harry Brook out, bring Ben Stokes out there before the lunch break. It's already been their session in a way. Then it would overwhelmingly be their session.
Well, the runs have flowed. That's the only thing the other way. What tends to happen when you're playing this England team at the moment. You can take wickets, but they are going to score. Harry Brook walks at Stark, and it's a short ball, a nasty one. But in the end, Brook fends it away from in front of his face towards gully. Don't charge the bouncer is generally advisable.
Yeah, and Mitchell Stark has that mocking laugh, doesn't even his shoulders start like jumping up and down, and he laughs at the batter. He was a little surprised with Harry Brook jumping at him. I'm sure you'll see that on the television replay. It's almost not so much a laugh as it's him trying to make a point, prove a point.
Hit him on the back shoulder in the end, the bicep. That ball. He stays at home for the next one and drives it smoothly, fluently, but straight at mid-off. Can't get a run. 23 overs gone. England 3 for 110.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Ashes cricket. Australia winning the toss for the first time in this series this morning and electing to field. Phil Long.
I mentioned how quickly England have scored this morning. 580 batters have scored more than 1,000 test runs. I'll tell you who the top 3 in terms of strike rate are after this ball.
Mitchell Marsh runs up to Moeen Ali, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by England's #3.
The top 3, Ben Duckett. Top of the list, Harry Brook, and in second place, Shahid Afridi. They're your top 3. So we've seen 2 of them this morning.
I expected Shahid Afridi to be there.
We might see the 3rd. You never know with Shahid Afridi.
Oh, yeah.
He might arrive by helicopter and...
He's not done yet.
...announce that he's out of retirement playing for England. If they can bring Moeen out of retirement, maybe they can convince Shahid Afridi to swap countries. Down the leg side, swinging ball, and a good stop from Alex Carey diving across. Have to go a long way to get gloves for that one and avoid any extras, but luckily Mitchell Marsh at that more modest pace means the ball doesn't fly past him to the boundary.
Yeah, and to think that Shahid Afridi was doing that since 1996.
My favourite number about him is that the number of sixes per test match ratio. He has the highest. He has about 2 sixes per test, which is about twice as fast as anybody else. In at the pads, Moeen turns the ball to mid-wicket, get through for a single. Just got bat down on that in time.
I think the only guy who comes close to him is Tim Southee. It's a lot of sixes. Those bats much more down the order. Yeah, but Shahid Afridi batted everywhere. I remember him opening the batting way back in 1999. But Tim Southee's right up there.
Tim Southee more sixes than Sachin Tendulkar.
Yeah.
Tim Southey, number 4 in that list I just mentioned.
There you go.
There you are.
Underrated 6-hitter.
He's kept working his way up the 6-hitting list. He dropped off for a while, Tim Southey. Mitchell Marsh, swinging delivery, and he's just getting bat down on that, Brook. It ends up at fine leg. For a minute, we thought that was going to sneak through and find the pad. 3 for 112. So Tim Southey started with a bang. I think he hit, 9 in his first test match? Maybe 7 and 2 across the 2 innings. And he hit another 5 or 6 in his next couple of test matches. And then sort of dipped through the middle of his career, didn't hit one for 3 or 4 years. And then he's been on an upswing again recently. He started clearing the rope again. So he's up to, I'd say 76 sixes off the top of my head, something like that. Tips out. Marsh still getting this nice shape through the air. Moeen Ali's defending off the back foot, no run.
Yeah, Marsh, in a way, picked ahead of Cameron Green, you have to say. Cameron Green dropped for the first time in his test career. He'll come back a better player, you'd think. He's missed a few test matches this year with injury, but left out. Mitchell Marsh has overtaken him, at least as far as this series is concerned.
Marsh runs up to Moeen, and he's coming forward as Moeen, defending the ball out towards point, thinking about a run, won't take it. Labuschagne into field. After 24 overs, England are 3 for 112.
Who do you trust to support your nutritional needs during your pregnancy journey? We recommend Natala's Pregnancy Support from Chemist Warehouse. From preconception and pregnancy through to breastfeeding, this Australian-made pregnancy multivitamin delivers 19 important nutrients to help meet your increased needs at every stage. Natala's Pregnancy Support 100 tablets is only $42.99 at Chemist Warehouse. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Ashes cricket, 3 for 112. England score after being sent in. Mitchell Starc from the pavilion end gallops up to Harry Brook, who's driving. He'll find mid-off. Going to run, Phil Long?
Yeah, 83 sixes for Tim Southey. Puts him in 10th place in the all-time list. I think he'd be the one you might miss in a quiz.
You would, unless you are one of us.
Unless you've followed his career closely. So he's gone ahead of Kevin Peterson, has he?
Yeah, he's gone one ahead of Flintoff, Hayden and Angelo Matthews, all on 82. Kevin Peterson, 81.
Love that. Love that for Tim. I'm sure our New Zealand listeners will be enjoying that as well. Now, 11 minutes of added time in the Nigeria-Australia World Cup match. Australia trailing 3-1. Starc bowls straight at the stumps, just coming across the front pad. Brooks falling over as he keeps the ball out to the onside. So potentially a disastrous result. They desperately need to at least even claw a goal back. Goal difference could be key, trying to get out of the group. Hopes so high after Australia won their World Cup opener 1-0, but they've let 3 through tonight with some pretty ordinary defending, it must be said. Job ahead of them now to get out of the group. See what they can do in that last 10 minutes or so. Here goes Starc down the leg side, trying to play it off his hip down to fine leg. Brook can't catch up with the ball. He stays on 31.
I wonder what's happened there. 11 minutes added time. Maybe injury.
Well, if you want to get the latest, Jordan Canellis and Alicia Canavas have the call for us. SEN. Scramble around the dials or scroll through your app. Get the closing stages of that match.
Just looking at the field now, Starc has for Brook. There's 3 men on the onside. I think the plan is to keep it outside off stump.
Starc pitches up, driven through the covers. Nice contact from Brook. You would have heard that through the stump microphone. And the ball beats the dive of Labuschagne into the boundary for 4. So Harry Brook, he's been dropped today, and he is starting to hurt the Australians. To the 25th over.
Yeah, hit on the up. Mitchell Starc might not mind it too much. Didn't hit full contact, but hit it well enough. Get all the way to the boundary. Beat a diving Marnus Labuschagne, but playing away from his body. That's what he does.
He's up to 35. England 3 for 116. 3 slips in a gully. Stark to Brook. Backs away. Slaps it through cover for 4. Audacious shot there. The length was pulled back a bit. Stark correcting his previous error. Brook anticipating it. Steps away to give himself room. One of his favoured techniques against the faster bowling. Open up the offside.
Yeah, that's what he does so well. And he was ready for him. It's the eye that he has, Harry Brook. Quick hands, of course. We saw him hit that 6 of Mitchell Marsh a couple of overs ago. But how quickly he's able to pick the length. Got into position very quickly.
Stark to Brook, backs away, pulls in the air, and he'll carry for 6. Hazelwood's at fine leg, and that ball goes soaring over the top of him into the crowd. And he waits to have it returned. People in the crowd gesture to him. Finally, the ball is thrown back for Josh Hazelwood, who just wipes a bit of sweat from his forehead, polishes the ball, and England have taken the score on 2-3 for 126. That's the end of the over.
I follow the Geelong Cats because my dad goes for the Cats.
The footy team I follow is Carlton. Go the Baggers.
St Kilda through no choice of my own.
I'm a Richmond Tigers man, and that's because of Dustin Martin.
Melbourne Demons because my mum goes for them.
I love Geelong. Jimmy Bartell, big fan of him.
With Tobin Brothers Funerals Memory Maker app, you can personalise your coffin or casket with your team's colours. Download the app today or visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Ashes cricket, a bye taken from the first ball of Mitchell Marsh is over. It goes down the leg side, fumbled away by Carey. It's been interesting that Carey's dipped over the series, over the season. He batted so well at the World Test Championship final, the first couple of Test matches. I'm sure people could draw a link with all of the furore at Lords. Whether that has anything to do with it, I'm not sure. Marsh, back of the length, defended away. But it seems as though maybe it's fatigue getting to him. His keeping's dipped a bit. He's missed a couple of chances and his runs have dropped off.
Yeah, runs have definitely dropped off. I think his keeping's been consistent enough. But I mean, he's made a couple of mistakes.
He was so good.
He was just...
The opening couple of tests of the summer, he was catching everything. He was absolutely terrific.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the booing and everything maybe has had something to do with him.
Mitchell Marsh bowls full and driven, stopped at cover, half stopped at cover. They'll get 1 run. Take Brook on to 46. Goodness me, he's 46 already. Phil Long.
Yeah, very quickly. The 50 partnership already came up with that 6 he hit in the previous over. That brought the partnership to 53 off 57 balls.
A 4-4-6 to finish the last over from Stark for Brook. Yeah, on Alex Carey, maybe it has something to do with it. You never know. It's something he's never experienced in his life. Darling of South Australia and Australia ever since he started playing Test cricket.
Marsh stay over the wicket to the left-handed Moeen Ali, who'll reach out and take a single towards point. Has to hustle at the non-striker's end. The ball hits him. As the throw comes in from Labuschagne. They'll get a run. 3 for 129.
Harry Brook has really turned it on, hasn't he, in the last 15 minutes? Started with that 4 and 6 of Mitchell Marsh a couple of hours ago. All of a sudden, it's not looking like Australia's session. I mean, they'll take the 3 wickets, especially the wicket of Joe Root.
Marsh up to Brook, who defends. But in a way, this is England's sort of calculus. They might say, well, we'll take that session as well. Sure, we've lost a couple of wickets, but we'll have scored 130 runs by the time we go in. Break coming up. We've got the potential to keep scoring at that sort of rate after the break. Lose 3 wickets a session, get through to the end of the day, declare just before stumps. Happy days.
Yeah, try to hit this for 6 for sure.
Marsh up the bowls to Brook, who's driving out to deep cover. That's a reasonable piece of it. We'll come back for a second run. Harry Brook, 3 for 131. The crowd thinks that's his half century, but the scoreboard here has him on 48. But the round of applause going around the ground to greet the lunch break. 26 overs have been bowled. So Australia won the toss this morning, chose to field. Went badly for the first 10 overs. They were leaking runs at that point, 52 runs off the first 10 overs. And they had a burst of wicket taking, 3 in quick time. But they put down Harry Brook, and he's on 48 as he goes into the break. Moeen Ali on 10. And England 3 for 131. Curious kind of session of cricket, Bharat.
A session that just sums up the series, right? The first quarter of it, or first 2 quarters of it, it looked like England were on a roll. The ball wasn't doing much. Australia weren't consistent enough. Was Pat Cummins right in choosing to field first? And then the wickets came. Ben Duckett just strangled down the leg side, and Pat Cummins bowling as well as he has all too long. Then you felt like Australia were on top. Then the drop catch of Harry Brook seems to have changed things. He's taken on the Aussies, the 2 Mitches in particular. A lot of boundaries and 2 sixes for him as well. And England will walk off thinking they've done a fair job, and this is how they play their test cricket anyway, scoring it well over 5 and over. They have one guy with his eye in, looking for a big score. And I think they'll take 3 for 131 at this stage.
The Matildas have scored in the game against Nigeria. It's 3-2 with 2 minutes to play. Alana Kennedy has buried a header. And, well, do we have something to come in the last 120 seconds or so? Can we add injury time to the injury time? It's a fair bit going on in the Women's World Cup for the football back at home in Australia. The Macca's delivery of the day so far, I mean, for me, maybe it's the one that was put down rather than the one that Cummins got the edge with Duckett going to the cordon. That's for Macca's. You can order via delivery on the Macca's app. But I think from here, we might head to our lunch break. We've got England rocketing along. They've lost 3 wickets in the process. 3 for 131. Australia have mixed feelings about that after sending them in. This is SEN Ashes cricket. Is there anything on this? There's the tiniest little noise. He's got the underside of the glove, and Ben Duckett, his reprieve won't help him. He was dropped and slipped by David Warner, and he's going to be given out here. He's starting to walk off even before Kumar Dharmasena crosses himself religiously and reverses his decision. So Ben Duckett's dismissed. Mitchell Marsh gets the breakthrough.
Take to their task as Cummins delivers here. Squared up, taken at second slip. Lovely piece of bowling to get Crawley that. Minor just held up in the surface, almost off the back of the bat. Stephen Smith, after a couple of catches have gone down in the cordon in the first half an hour, gets a second wicket for Australia. That board looks an awful lot more healthy now. 2 for 66, Crawley. Caught in the cordon for 22. Hazelwood, our red box all in to Root, who plays late and chops on! Root can't believe it. Hazelwood back into the attack, into the book, and it's the huge wicket of Joe Root, playing away from his body, no footwork to speak of, a little bit of movement off the seam. Root walking off, bowled for 5. England have lost 3 wickets in the space of 4 overs. It's 3 for 73. Cummins delivers, and Brook edges and put down by the wicketkeeper Carey, diving in front of first slip. My sense is it was carrying to David Warner, but Carey went with one mitt, the right glove, in and out. Brook gets a life. All eyes on Alex Carey. Welcome back to the Kia Oval. SEN Ashes cricket for the Barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. The quintessential Bazball session. At one stage, they were none for 62 in the 12th over. Then they lost 3 for 11 in 22 balls. 3 drop catches. Now a partnership worth 58 from 63, unbeaten as we begin the second session. Harry Brook on 48 from just 41 with a couple of big sixes over deep backwards square leg. There with Moeen Ali on a far more sedate 10 from 28. He'll be facing the first ball of the session. Pavilion end, Pat Cummins. 2 slips of gully, delivered here, and he defends into the onside. I'm Adam Collins, and with me, our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney, and the editor-in-chief of Wisden Cricket Monthly, Phil Walker. Gents, that session sums up, to me, everything we've seen from England over the last 14 months, Phil.
Yeah, and well summed up by yourself as well. Quintessentially Bazball, that session. It was messy and ragged from both sides at times. but it was compulsively watchable as well. And Harry Brook, who was dropped badly on 5 by Alex Carey, has nonetheless played an absolutely beautiful innings up to now.
Cummins' second spell. Bowls here to Moeen, defends back down the pitch, no run. Cummins did a lot right after coming on as first change, Jeremy. He's been taking the new ball through the series, but decided to move back into that first change spot where he bowled so well in 2019, and it seems to have clicked for him.
Pick of the bowlers for me in that first session, which was very mixed for Australia, to be honest. You've mentioned those catches. Probably 2 of them are eminently catchable. You'd expect those to be held at this level. Harder one, of course, was Smith. Whether they're standing just a little bit close to each other, I think they are, and I'm talking about lateral standing close to each other.
Cummins to Moeen, down the leg side, doesn't flirt with it, through to Carey.
But it took until Cummins came on to find the right length. And that was actually just on the edge of the 8 metres. It's just slightly shorter than you think you might bowl, and he was getting the ball to just lift slightly as well, and then if it was doing anything as well, that made it even more dangerous. So there was a semblance of control actually asserted when he was at the bowling crease. The rest, I'm afraid, had a pretty average time until Hazelwood came in and did much the same as Cummins in his second spell.
Yeah, got Joe Root to chop on for 5 in the first over of his second stretch. Cummins bowling here, short one. Moeen sways, it'll be 4 byes. It did move prodigiously. Moeen felt like it was going to be trained on his lid, but got out the way, and Carey had too much work to do.
Played that really well, because he's staying slightly leg side of it anyway. He's trying to play it under his eyes. We know that he doesn't exactly relish it around his ear rolls, but he's played that really nicely. Stayed outside the line. Bit of agility as well.
Carey didn't even get a glove on it. Our time power replays with the safety sail, Jeremy.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? I mean, it's not easy here sometimes as a keeper if it swings after it goes past the batsman.
Cummins up, bowls here. Moeen drives straight to cover, no single.
And that's what happened there. He dived, imagining it would sort of keep its line, but it's actually beaten him on the leg side. So he looked a bit silly, to be honest. I couldn't conceive of him dropping that catch of Brook. You mentioned it, Phil, a moment ago. It looked as if he didn't drive with the other foot so he could, in order to take 2 hands to the catch. He allowed to and went one hand.
Felt like he made his mind up really early. He was going with one hand, where he had more than enough time to move across in front of Warner. Cummins bowls, and Moeen defends a fuller delivery out to mid-on, where Mitchell Stark does the fielding. There'll be no single. That completes the first over after lunch. And what do you know? Rare as that, just the 4 byes. I was going to say a maiden in terms of how it looks in Cummins' book, but 3 for 135 becomes the score with the 4 byes on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Our coverage for Macca's, win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app.
Yeah, the other thing I think I do have to mention, maybe it's just a thing of mine, I don't know, sorry guys and sorry listeners, but the field setting again, for me, they moved to defence too quickly, and when Cummins and Hazelwood were bowling a better length, it looks like the fields had been set by someone, you know, who was much more timid, and they had set them, not the captain.
There's something else as well with Zach Crawley in particular. Zach Crawley was famously poor at rotating the strike in the early part of his career. He was a 4 or nothing player.
Hazelwood away from us.
Enables him to get into his innings.
2 slips of gully. Vauxhall then. First ball after lunch for Brooks. Pushed out to deep point. We've said it many times today already. He's up to 49. 3 for 136. Sorry, Phil.
Just that it enables Zach Crawley to get into his innings, get that rhythm going, and you can't really control him. What's more with Crawley, if you can have a concerted 2 overs at him, keeping him at one end, then his mind wanders. And he tries to do something outside of what's necessary, and we see it time after time. A very talented ball striker, as we know, but brain fades are a regular story in the Crawley story. Allowing him just to get off strike, it means that he's constantly ticking along. How was it? 11 balls in a row, scoring shots? 15 in a row. I mean, that's extraordinary. They only hit 5 fours in the first hour.
Moeen facing Hazelwood, plays inside the line. Wasn't a planned miss.
Only 5 balls in the first hour, and yet they were up to 61 after 10 or 11 overs.
I think this is where, and Phil, value your perspective, having watched this England team closer than most. I mean, I reckon it's a little bit misunderstood how they play their cricket under McCullum and Stokes. People think that, use the tag Bazballs about plonking it in the stands. And look, sometimes it is. Obviously, it is occasionally, but plan A is exactly that, isn't it? Like, hit lots and lots and lots of singles.
Yeah, and you also have to hold your nerve as well. And the Smith half chance, there should be a third slip in there in the first hour here at the Oval.
Hazelwood to Moeen over the wicket, inside part of the bat, spits out to backward square in front of the Lock Laker. It'll be collected by Mitchell Starc. Moeen to 11, 3 for 137.
I think it's a bit more nuanced, isn't it, now? The way England play. I thought at Manchester, Moeen Ali's innings, and it's what he's doing here now. We haven't seen wild stroke making from Moeen Ali. He's playing, he's letting go, he's played sensible, he's played one nice drive which was over through cover point, but he's not playing aggressively. He's backing up the other guy at the other end. He's in there to play a normal kind of cricket, what we would regard as a cricket innings.
Interesting between balls. Mitchell Starc just grabbed for his left shoulder when running across to the other fine leg. He threw the previous ball in. Hazelwood to Brook. He's on 49. Bowls here. Brook gets well forward in defence. Don't know whether there's much in it, but he's now stretching it out, and he was doing that jog where you don't want to move your arm. And we'll see here on the replay screen, TV have picked up on it as well. There's a big grimace from Starc after he throws the ball, and he grabs for his trousers, and then he jogs across. And I'm surprised I picked that up, given I was watching the pitch, but he starts to make his run. Now replays for tyre power, winter safety sail, and he keeps reaching for it.
I think he's been putting the ball out there rather than bowling the ball a lot this morning, and I'm sure that could be one of the reasons.
Didn't bowl at all in the lead up to the test. Brooks 49, Hazelwood to him here, pushing out just behind point to Mitchell Marsh in the gully, and that's his 50th run. Harry Brook, a fourth half century in the series. What a magnificent start to his test career it's been. He's got there in just 44 deliveries, 7 fours and a couple of big sixes over deep backward square leg. He changes the energy of test matches, Phil Walker.
Well, look, it's an objectively wild innings, really, when you consider that he came out 80-odd for 3, ball doing plenty, overcast conditions. He was flighty up front, chanced his arm, no doubt, should have been taken, as we know, but after that he's played some shots that you do not forget in a hurry. Those 2 sixes will live long on.
Hazelwood bowls, Moeen ducks a short one with a bit of zip through to Carey, takes it with his fingers pointing towards the sky.
It was that mini passage.
My apologies, Phil. It's the end of the over as well. 3 for 138 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. Brooks on an even 50, Moeen Ali 11.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
Now coverage here at the Kia Oval for Henley Homes. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. Pat Cummins has the ball. It's cloudy here in South London. Bowling at Brook, 4 in the cordon, split cordon, 2 gullies. Bowls here. Brook plays with soft hands out to point, no run. Phil, please continue your thought from the previous over.
It was that mini passage against Mitchell Starc which really illustrates just what a talent this boy is. To go twice through the covers, once on the up, and then to anticipate that it's going to be slightly shorter, and to be in the position to play that outlandish hooked 6 from behind his ear roll. It was an extraordinary shot, but the best players, they anticipate, and I remember Peterson saying this to me in an interview, it's an absolutely essential part of his makeup, and you see this with Brook, and the comparisons continue.
Cummins to him here, playing a miss, playing with hands away from his body, trying to drive on the up through that big gap in the covers, and Cummins has got one to straighten up off the seam, nearly caught the edge.
This is the flip side, of course, that he thinks that he can hit anything for 4, and he's nowhere near that, but it's you know, I hesitate to say it's an irresponsible shot, but it's a careless shot. You see it with Crawley as well. They try and manufacture things. You don't need to when you have so much stuff, so many shots in your armoury already. You don't need to force the issue. But they are philosophically against leaving cricket balls.
Cummins closer to the stumps and hits Brook on the front pad of balloons out to Todd Murphy, who was bowling on the practice pitches throughout the course of lunch. No run. Yes, the comparison to Peterson, Jeremy, I was downstairs talking to Shield Berry, who's seen over 500 test matches, perhaps the most in the world at the moment. We don't know for sure, but he's seen a few things, is my point. And he was desperately seeking a comparison for Brook, and he genuinely can't think of one. He's like, I've seen all the white ball players, but at test level, he's like, the way he gets up and underneath the ball and backs himself is like nothing he's ever seen.
Well, Peterson is the most obvious. It's almost a cliche to compare the two, but there are definite similarities in mannerism as well.
Brook facing Cummins on leg stump, defending to mid-on.
And I spoke to Brook about this at the start of the summer, and he was his first hero. He modelled himself on it, and you see it even in the way that he holds his bat, the way that he ambles through for a single. He has a lot of the ticks and the quirks of Peterson. And also that shot that you described, the low hands going up, which is the way he plays. Well, Peterson almost patented that shot here. When would it have been? In 05? Yep. Where after lunch, with Lee bowling 96 mph, he went after him. Most extraordinary passage play I've ever seen.
Career strike rate of 93. Cummins bowls, and Brooks beaten on the inside edge, not far away from the off stump. That cut him in half, and Carey had to move briskly away to his left as well. That's a beauty.
He's just been a champion today. As Patrick Cummins came in for a bit, apparently, after Old Trafford. 6th test match in 7 weeks. Skipper, drives the coach, all the rest of it, and he's been magnificent today.
Cops a lot of grief, doesn't he, Jeremy?
I don't know what he cops, but I tell you what, that's just some lovely bowling. One outside, one inside. Good length, drawing the batsman forward just.
Finishing the over to Brook, who plays into the offside. Quick single. Cummins throws to the non-striker's end. Had he hit, he was gone. Brook just took off. So did Moeen Ali. It was poor cricket. And Cummins, in his follow-through, nearly pegged the stumps down. Into the over. 3 for 139 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. Brook 51, Moeen Ali 11.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. At Tyre Power, you get the power of expert advice from independent owners who really know tyres. It's always advice about what's best for you and your budget. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's on our Tyre Power replay screen between overs. Winter safety sail. Harry Brook was laughing. That would have been one of the worst dismissals, if not the worst, of the series had he been run out there. Hazelwood bowls and Brook defends. Jeremy?
Well, it was just such accurate bowling throughout that over. And Brook was really struggling to get bat on ball. He'd been beaten on the outside edge, the inside edge. Last ball of the over, he manages to get a bit of bat to it. It just trickles out in the sort of the area of a bowler's, run through, and he's taking on the captain with a single, and he was probably, I would say, 2 yards out if it had struck.
Also got a developing story with Mitchell Starc. Hazelwood bowls and Brook plays off the back foot with hard hands and nails it. Not quite a cut shot, just a forcing shot really, but right out the middle of the bat. They've got the deep backward point for that stroke, but it's too good. Brook's up to 55, 3 for 143. Mitchell Starc between overs went off the ground and looked in a world of pain. Michael Neser on as the sub. Looks like he's done his shoulder.
It's a great shame if that's the case.
How many overs he bowled? 8 overs, 7 overs, something like that, and that might be him. Let's wait and see. But in that case, they took a great risk, didn't they, in including him?
Well, Bharat was all over this for the last couple of days. Hazelwood up and bowls here, and Brook defends into the onside. Cummins does the fielding, no single. By Bharat's keen eye, and he watches every ball of practice. Starc did not bowl a delivery from when we left Manchester through until, I think he said this morning. So he took all of the days off not to bowl, presumably to give himself every opportunity of playing. He started really well. His first 3 overs today were right on the money. Jeremy, you said later on he was more placing the ball down there, but maybe an aggravation of the injury he picked up at Manchester when he landed heavily on his shoulder late on day 2. We'll get word from CA hopefully soon on what's going on. Hazelwood bowls to Brook, hits him on the pad, ends up in the gully. No appeal for leg before, and it doesn't touch the inside edge. So it won't be caught either. Good piece of bowling again.
It's a huge loss if this is his test match done, indeed his series done. He's come back hard as well in the series in games, has Mitchell Starc. he's been heroic in third innings and fourth innings throughout the series, so it's been a dramatic loss. And of course, without Cameron Green either, the seam attack.
Yeah.
I was going to say it's going to be a lot of hard yakka, but then England don't really do that, do they? They don't keep you out there for ages.
Hazlewood delivers and Brook defends off the inside part of the back. Quick single, this time without risk. Hazlewood kicks it back towards the stumps at the striker's end. Brook 55, 3 for 144. All the more important that they got Todd Murphy, I suppose, to bowl. I expect quite a few overs if that is the case. Seeing here, Moeen Ali receives some attention between deliveries as well. Phil Walker's already jumped out ahead of the curve. Thank you, Phil. Lawler's going to jump in. Just seeing what's happening here with Moeen Ali. It's reaching for his groin.
Yeah, looks like a
and that was halfway through
problem.
Halfway through the single, he just pulled up. So we've already seen Mitch Starc off the field, and the one of the England subfielders is coming out to tend to Moeen Ali with a drink initially, and he's making the sort of cross sign with his arms, whether that means physio or doctor or something like that. I welcome the Australian's chief cricket correspondent, Pete Lawler, to the Summariser desk, and all of our experts are for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. That Mitch Starc story is going to bubble away for you through the day, Pete.
Incredible stuff here. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. I can, yep.
We knew that both sides were going to have to dig deep. They made that option. They pulled one change in the fifth test. The bowling attacks are worn down. It was kind of going to be a test of attrition, as test cricket is, inevitably, but particularly so in the sixth match of the series. And there we can see Moeen Ali pulling up very sore at the end of his runway, like he's done a groin muscle or something like that. Stark's situation's a great worry. He didn't look comfortable when he bowled that first spell. I noticed him like feeling for his shoulder, and I wondered if it was some sort of stiffness that he was working through. So remember that Pete Siddle played in the fifth test here 2019 and got injured very early. He bowled, but it was a subpar performance from him and cost Australia dearly.
So Moeen Ali's getting some attention from the England physio. He's on his back and testing it all out and stretching it. Phil Long.
They just showed on the screen there Ben Stokes going from the front of the dressing room into the back. He's next in, so maybe
he's ready to roll. Our replays of the tyre power wins a safety sail, and well, if he has done a groin, he can go off.
Well, you picked it up, Adam, that he seemed to signal he's in real trouble. That X signal. He's walking very gingerly, isn't he?
So it's been a story of injuries in the 20 minutes since lunch. Stark going off. Moeen Ali unclear whether he's shaking his head when doing a forward defensive shadow bat there. Something resembling a fitness test. I get the feeling Moeen's going off here, just based on the body language. He shook his head. Maybe they'll give him a little tablet or something like that. That's next. Receiving some pills from the England medical staff, as they do these days pretty routinely.
Pretty anxious selectors in the Australian dressing room with Mitchell Stark's injured shoulder. Has played up in the second session on the first day of the test match after you've chosen a bowl.
Well, Brad will add to this when he's on air shortly, but what he was seeing at training, well, what he wasn't seeing was Mitchell Starc in the build-up to the test. He shot back-to-back matches.
It's understandable. Yeah,
but there's light load, and then there's optional days, and then there's not bowling at all. And that was the experience Starc had between. And if I've understood what Brad said correctly earlier today, until today, Starc hadn't bowled. There was a piece by one of our colleagues downstairs from Dan Cherney who wrote that Michael Neser was in contention on that basis for this test match, and ultimately he was overlooked for Starc.
I mean, it's stating the leading obvious, but Starc had a number of jabs to bowl in that fourth test match. But he bowled well, and he didn't seem to be impinged at all by the injury. Anyway, so Moeen Ali's batting on.
Yeah, he's going to continue, so about 5-minute delay there. Haven't seen a lot of cricket since lunch, but one ball left in Hazlewood's ninth over. He's got 1 for 40. A reminder, the score's 3 for 144.
Action-packed first day.
Yes.
3 wickets, 3 drop catches, 2 injuries, and a hell of a lot of runs.
All happening at the Kia Oval. Hazlewood to finish. Short ball to Moeen Ali. Rides the bounce, defends out to cover point. Now it's the end of the over. 3 for 144. Brook 56. Moeen Ali on 11 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save.
This season, I've got my eye on the team in orange. Signet, a very powerful unit. I love what the Signet laptop power bank brings. A-grade midfielder, capable of doing all the grunt work. Will charge all day. Bring all your devices into the game, including laptops. And then you've got your ever-reliable Signet Apple and Android charging cables. The perfect wingman, linking all your devices to Signet products for a seamless charge. Let me tell you, on game day, you can't go past the orange team. Power every moment with Signet. Available at major retailers and Signet.com.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Pat Cummins, who's done a lot right so far, he'll continue from the pavilion end for Brook, who's got 2 out on the leg side, and looks like they brought the deep point up. So 4 in the cordon and Todd Murphy, a conventional backward point. Cummins delivers and Brook drives on the up through the covers for 4. Out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School, just lent on that, on the up. We've seen him do that routinely since arriving when the score was 3 for 73, Jeremy. This partnership up to 75 from 88 balls.
Yeah, that's just slightly fuller, but it hasn't got the bounce that he was looking for there, Cummins. There is something in this oval pitch today, but if you don't quite get it, that one was a wee bit wider, wasn't it, in fact, than he's been bowling. There's certainly runs on offer. Anything squarish, that ran over very quickly over those other sort of practice pitches.
9 fours and a couple of 6s. Into the 60s, Brook facing Cummins, driving down the ground for 4 more. That's a beautiful on drive. Into the rope in front of the Mickey Stewart members pavilion. And it brings up the England 150. 3 for 152, Brook to 64. Shot.
One of the prettiest shots, isn't it, really? That sort of just on drive, on about leg, stump, maybe middle and leg, and just piercing the gap between, well, the umpire and the non-striker's batsman. So just lovely timing.
Beautiful to watch. Cummins, how does he respond to Brook? Defends in behind it. Collects in his follow-through run rate back over 5 and over with that boundary as well, which has been a feature of what we've seen throughout the series, really. England seemingly always batting at 5 point something.
Within a matter of an hour, Harry Brook has sort of knocked this game back into England's advantage. Came in at about 3 for 73. An hour later, they're 3 for 152.
It's just up to the bowlers. If Australia's bowlers can actually get the ball in the right place, stand by your bed slips, because it's going to come your way.
Cummins up. Bowls again to Brook, who off the leg stump line tucks it into the onside for 1. 65 for him, 3 for 153. Couple left in the over.
Didn't look right to me all morning, Alex Carey, the man who put down Brook on 5. Just fumbled a few deliveries, seemed to have hard hands at the ball. Tired. I mean, it's difficult conditions to keep in that. It is swinging significantly, isn't it? Almost as if you have to come up a metre just to negate a little bit of that sort of secondary swing.
There'll be a lot of attention on that drop catch as Brook keeps moving through the gears. Back to Moeen facing Cummins, and he swings hard over the top of deep mid-wicket, and it carries the journey for 6. So he's got that groin problem. Maybe that's made the decision for Moeen Ali. Instead of retiring hurt, he might just swing and swing hard, and we know he can. He's up into the 20s with that shot. Make that to 17 rather. 3 for 159. He backed away, waited for Cummins, who followed him on the leg stump line and clipped him out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. Some shot.
Yeah, it is a good stroke. It would have been better perhaps to go outside the off stump, make him reach if he's got a little problem with the groin area. It's now going to come around the wicket by the look of it. Just the length so far of this overs, Cummins just hasn't quite found it. 2 drives from Brook, single, and now a 6.
So a huge over, 15 runs already from it, still 1 ball to come. That's one way to knock Cummins off his line and length, which has been impeccable so far.
I get worried when these English batters get stuck with the tail. I'm worried now when they're injured, because they're just going to swing.
Deep square leg goes up. There's 1 slip now. Moeen Ali swings again inside edge past the keeper for more. It was buys indeed. Carey didn't quite get to the contest, so 19 runs coming from the over. England up to 3 for 163 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. By Beaumont's save. Brooks 65 and Moeen Ali 17. Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's. SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Partnership worth 90 from 93 after coming in at 3 for 73 when they'd lost 3 for 11. This is cricket like we've really never seen it before at this level. And I know, Pete, you've been exercised by something you've read from the chairman of the ECB at lunch to that effect. Hazelwood bowls and Brook defends into the offside, playing late to backward point, no run. Pete, Richard Thompson's been chatty in talking about the way England cricket's changed, and you're not such a huge fan of that commentary.
Why does English cricket make it so hard to like English cricket? The sanctimonious claptrap that surrounds this style of play that we're seeing really does my head in.
Can't the style of play just say it itself?
Oh, yeah. Do we need to say we're making history? We'll tell you whether you're making history or not.
Hazelwood bowls and Brook drives straight to cover on the bounce. Labuschagne drags it down and saves at least a couple, maybe 4.
This is how we'll be remembered in history. Well, history decides how you're remembered. Don't you tell us how you're remembered. And now this Richard Thompson, is he the bloke that used to manage Ginger Spice?
That's right, yes, in a former life when he was in the entertainment industry. He was the chairman here at Surrey, and a very good one at that. He and Richard Gould, who were chair and CEO, they've both now moved to the ECB.
Oh, don't talk to the ICC. So pleased with themselves they are. Wait, I've got this quote here. Take a deep breath before I read it.
Hazelwood delivers. Brook 65 from just 61. He defends to point. There won't quite be a single because Mitchell Marsh wheels around from gully.
So at home you're honoured to even be hearing about a team that plays like this. According to this Richard bloke, we've elevated the format and reinvented the way Test cricket has been played now. There's more excitement and interest around cricket than ever before. Down to us. So you should change the rules because we've reinvented the wheel essentially here.
Now, I wonder what the subtext might be as Hazelwood bowls and Brook takes on the pull, ends up at mid-on, miscues at the Cummins on the bounce. Is he really saying there we should be allowed to bowl 13 overs an hour? Is that the subtext?
Yes, the subtext is,
our overrates are rubbish, so forget about them because they're entertaining.
And I have sympathy.
That's nonsense. That is nonsense. You buy up and you sign up to bowl 15 overs an hour. It's kind of a contract, and you can't relate the runs per over to the number of overs that you bowl. We all know that you get more tired if you bowl 15 overs an hour as bowlers. Same with the West Indies.
2 left in Hazelwood's over his 10th. Bowls to Brook, finds the leading edge, maybe off the pad by the inside edge. Either way, it's out towards... No, it's off the pad, flush off the front pad. So signalled by Kumar Dharmasena, the central umpire. 3 for 164. No.
You lose accuracy. You lose pace. You can't then turn around and renegotiate the contract.
Well, this is what Ben Stokes did at Headingley, right? He went up to the umpires when their over 8 was at 10 and said, can you see the fans in the crowd? They're having fun. That was his response, and I'm sure they'll get all of those fines overturned, Pete. CA and the ECB will just say, look, all good, change the rules again retrospectively, good as gold.
Look, you can prosecute that argument, but there's a way to prosecute it, not to announce that you're God's gift to cricket, therefore you should get a get-out-of-jail card.
Last ball for Hazelwood, Moeen. One slip at gully, a fly slip 2 on leg stump, tucked around the corner for 1. Gets a nice bit of bat on it. Gives Stark work to do back on the field, diving away. Won't want to dive too much with that shoulder. Throws it in, completes the over. Changing commentary after the break. 3 for 165 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. Brooks 65, Mo and Ali 18. David Lloyd and Geoff Lemon jumping in.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. I'm IMAR of the Tradies, mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13IMAR. They're the Tradies, mate. Let's IMAR!
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Thanks to Adam Collins, taking us through another entertaining half hour. We haven't had many dull half hours in this series, that must be said. Pat Cummins starting a new over, steaming into Moeen, bowling a bouncer, hooking it off the top edge for 6. Away he goes into the crowd again. Well, Moeen Ali has an injury problem, and he's going to swing hard, and Australia are trying the short ball trap. They've got 3 out on the hook on the leg side. They've got 2 out in the deep on the offside. And that doesn't matter because he's just gone all the way over the top of them for 6, 3 for 171.
This is a situation Australia struggle most in. When England batters are in a corner, they're batting with the tail or they're batting towards a declaration sort of situation. Australia just never seem to know what to do. So Moeen Ali is clearly signalled here. He's not running any signals. He's going to do it in 6s and 4s. How do Australia respond?
Cummins with the pavilion at his back. Up to Moeen, who's getting a thick inside edge, and he will take a single very, very slowly. Yep. Gingerly gets that injured groin down to the non-striker's end. 3 for 172. David Lloyd, welcome back.
Well, he can get to the other end, and he's just jogged through there, but it's kick-started him. He was very circumspect at the start of his innings, but the injury has kick-started him. Brook is on 65, Ali now 25. I'm just hesitate sitting here. You were off your long run there, weren't you?
What was I saying?
All sorts. I could see you remonstrating, calling the England cricket team and England people and anything to do with England. And you're obviously homesick. You're homesick.
6 tests.
Yeah, too much.
No,
One
too much.
many. One too many.
You've got captaincy fatigue, Peter.
I've got English fatigue.
He's over the wicket to the right-handed Brook, who's getting a ball on his hip and just stabbing it into the leg side. And again, they'll trot through. So Moeen is able to come through for the leisurely singles. There's the 100 partnership between these two. So Moeen did a job at Old Trafford at number 3. Part of a big partnership there.
So
he's done it here.
You know these Richards that you were talking about? Will you be there this evening? They're hosting drinks for the media. In this building, you've got to come. You've got to be there.
We've got a broadcast.
Yeah, well, what are we celebrating? The reinvention of cricket.
Of the wheel. Of the wheel. We've invented the wheel.
Yep. Nobody scored quickly in cricket before.
No.
Never happened. Gilbert Jessup. Didn't count. Round the wicket comes Pat Cummins. Full ball driven away by Moeen with style. Out to the deep point sweeper. Hazelwood with the long throw back in. 3 for 174.
And what's most irritating is the cricket's great. They just make it so hard to like with the claptrap. I'm sorry. I know you're going to have to defend your badge.
No, I'm not. Because I'm right with you. I don't see why they have to spout off. Just play the cricket. You don't need to spout off.
If you're good enough, you don't need to tell people that you're good.
Just get on with it.
And you're rich enough, Mr. Thompson, to get someone else to blow your trumpet. Hey, that bloke in the Barmy Army. Nice fella, that.
Does it for free.
He doesn't.
Over the wicket is Cummins, in at the pads, and it's turned away by Brook for a single. So he's just happy to keep turning over the strike and let Moeen do the swinging.
He's a paid professional, by the way.
Is he? The
oh, yeah, that's a gig.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he plays in bands. He's a very good musician.
So which Richard? There's 2 Richards, you see. There's Richard Thompson, who's the chairman, and then the chief executive is Richard Gould.
Yep.
I know Richard Thompson. He used to be in that band with Linda.
That's it. Yeah.
He wasn't in that band with Linda, but there was a very good Richard Thompson who was in a band with Linda, wasn't there?
Moeen Ali on 26, the left-hander, high back lift, uppercuts over the wicket-keeper's head, 1 bounce for 4. Well, the runs keep coming. Moeen Ali, he might be hampered, but it's not stopping him from swinging his bat. He's up to 30. England 3 for 179.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your steering is vibrating or pulling to one side, a wheel alignment will help with your car's handling and stop your tyres from wearing out too quickly. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue Bacon Angus at Macca's. We're coming to you live from the Kia Oval. in the heart of London, just the south side of the river. Geoff Lemon, Peter Lalor, David Lloyd. Going to see a little bit of spin bowling. Well, it's been a while between drinks for Australian slow bowlers. Todd Murphy got a handful of overs at Headingley, didn't get picked at Old Trafford, and now it's time.
Sometimes you introduce your spinner when you've got an advantage and you've taken a wicket. You think it's a good time to drop the spinner in. He's dropping the spinner in when Harry Brook has gone like the clappers and Moeen Ali's decided to join him.
He'll give him protection, and just looking at the field that will be set, there's a deep long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. And one thing that England would have talked about when he comes in, take him down. The way that they've played the seam bowlers, they will think, you'd think they'd do exactly the same against this young spinner. How many overs? 33 overs have been bowled before he comes into it.
Simon Finch is the Barmy Army trumpeter. Very, very good musician. Used to be in a band called Black Grape with Sean Ryder.
No.
Yeah, really. Yeah, he's a good fella. He's played at a mate of mine's wedding, or a guy I know's wedding anyway. He was in a band with a guy called Paul Beard, who was Robbie Williams' musical director, and who's now in a band called the Bluesberries in Australia.
Robbie's in Switzerland.
Mick Jagger in the box yet?
Not seen.
Murphy to start things off. Lands a little bit short, backing away. Brook is cutting the ball out to deep point for a single. 3 for 180.
So we're expecting Hugh Jackman today. He'll be in the pavilion, I'm told.
Actor?
I think he's an actor, yeah. And Mick Jagger, the singer. I think he's got the top right-hand box there next to the scoreboard.
Has he?
That's what I'm unreliably informed. His birthday party last night. Did you go, Bum?
No, I didn't. Andrew Flintoff tomorrow. In a box.
Oh. Is he a celebrity now? Sort of disappeared a little bit from our screens.
Well, he's had that terrible crash. He had an awful crash. Yeah. Shocking.
Murphy is coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Again drops short. Owen pulls him out to deep mid-wicket for 4. Almost for a wide long on in the end. Hit that so far in front of square. David Warner out there on the rope, wearing a couple of hats. Looks like he's wearing Murphy's cap on as well.
Well,
back to the days of the COVID double hat.
This is a big test for Todd Murphy here.
3 for 184. Murphy hasn't got his length right the first 2 deliveries. It's a little better this time. Swings across the line and he's bowled Moeen Ali. Well, Moeen had a weakness against Nathan Lyon, and he has a huge mow. But he does not mow the meadow today. Loses his stumps, and Todd Murphy is immediately into the game. In the 34th over, Moeen Ali bowled for 34.
Good length, little bit of flight, just straightens. He's aiming deep mid-wicket. The ball rattles into middle and leg. He's been hampered all the way through that innings. England lose their 4th. Moeen Ali's gone for 34. 4 for 184.
Great response from Todd Murphy. Been smacked the ball before, pulled it down. And I really like the way he reacts to the wicket too. There you go, job done, no carry on. Got him.
He's a bit Jim Laker-ish, isn't he? Just sort of, just nods, maybe a little fist pump.
That's what I'm here to do. That's my job. I've knocked him over. Where's the next bloke?
It was Jim Laker's time. It was just hitch your trousers up, just pull your trousers up, and maybe a handshake, maybe.
My favourite bit is when Jim Laker finished his 10th in the innings, they gave him a round of handshakes.
Yes.
That was as demonstrative as they got. So, Ben Stokes is coming out.
And what's his conference on the length here? 2 umpires, all the Australians.
Cummins is in there with Carey.
Yeah, at the pavilion end. They've gathered on the middle of the wicket. Doing a meeting.
Looking at the footmarks.
That's a very important partnership, 111 runs. Phil, have you got the details on it? Because I think it's quite significant in the day's events.
111 runs off 108 balls.
And share of it? Vast share to Brook, one would assume.
Yeah, it was a vast share. In the end, Ali with those runs late on put him up to 30. As you say, at one point, Brook was about 80% of that partnership.
So another left-hander to the middle. Stokes out there. Murphy did get him out at Headingley. when Stokes was trying to put him into the stands every other ball. Moeen tried that this time. Looked like that one maybe kept a little bit low as well.
His flight, it was nicely flighted. His previous delivery was a drag down, hit for 4. But he was swinging like a rusty gate, was Moeen Ali, with this injury that he's got, groin.
So Murphy to bowl now to Ben Stokes. A little bit of flight there. Stokes on the front foot, driving to a short cover. There's no run. Shows a little bit of courage from the spinner to give it that flight, float the ball up there and give it a rip, trust himself.
Just went straight on with the arm, didn't it? Didn't do anything.
Murphy to Stokes, fuller pitch, and the ball's driven back to the bowler on the bounce, who gets across to his right to field.
It'd be interesting to see the pace of Murphy compared to Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon gets that overspin, and it's a very understated celebration. We're just seeing it again.
Murphy to finish the over, bowls to Stokes, inside half of the bat. The ball runs away to the leg side of the pitch, and there will be no run. That's 34 overs bowled, England 4 for 184.
Polaris Ranger has been the #1 selling utility side by side for over 20 years. With over 15 models to choose from, petrol, diesel or electric, from 2-seat single cab to 6-seat dual cab. Introducing the all-new mid-size Ranger SP530, replacing the popular Ranger 500. New chassis, improved engine performance and deeper tub. And the new 2023 Ranger Northstar, featuring a full sealed cab, heater, aircon and defrost. See the new Rangers online now or visit your local Polaris expert today. Polaris, think outside.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. It's been a day of back and forth on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont and Save. England 52 in the first 10 overs. They lost 3 wickets in quick time, then the 100 partnership. And now that 4th wicket has fallen. 184 on the board. Cummins running up to bowl to Brook, who's blocking the ball out just behind point, thinking of a run, and sent back. He's been a bit dodgy between the wickets.
Very quickly, Pat Cummins' first 8 overs went for 22. His last 2 overs have gone for 29.
Wow. Goodness me.
He bowled so well this morning. He bowled like a captain who just wants to win this match and redress, you know, his poor performance in the earlier match.
90 miles an hour regularly.
Yeah.
Cummins up again to Brook, who's coming forward, hit on the pad, just overbalancing a bit, but that catch that went down off Brook might yet be the most important part of the innings of Cummins.
Well, 2 opportunities for Australia. I have an update from Old Trafford, where we had the last test match and we were rained off. There's a county championship match going on. The update is it's still raining. Unbelievable.
Well, if only we'd had 8 or 9 reserve days, we might have got through. Cummins bowling to Brook, who's beaten past the shoulder of the bat. Good lift from a length from the Australian captain.
You get into them conversations. You get a match like that at Old Trafford, and I'm from that area, and somebody just throws it out there, should there be a reserve day, and you just think, yeah, that's a good idea. You get absolutely belted then. No, when it suits you, you want to, no, just having a chat with a fella. Just having a chat, yeah, well, whatever. You never get a day rained off, ever. Doesn't happen.
Cummins bowling to Harry Brook, who's coming forward, defending the ball back down to the bowler again.
The two sides of the two countries are kind of like a married couple who've just had it with each other.
That's it.
You can't look sideways, can you? What are you looking at me like that for?
There was a clip came up. It's the anniversary of that great battle between Atherton and Donald.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
I just put in, I said, great drama. You know, 2 great warriors. Damien Martin comes piling in. No drama at all. He was just out earlier.
Next ball from Cummins, driven away by Brook, out to deep backward point to that sweeper who's been there since ball 1.
What was out? What was out? The LBW that he edged onto his pad, or that ball that's may have caught the outside edge and gone a second slip? Yeah. Gee, that was a great battle. Like Alan Donald when he was on fire.
Well,
he was angry.
I was coach at the time, and he's really fired up. And Sean Pollock, Lance Clusner will be there. I'm sat next to Angus Fraser, who's number 11, last man in, and he sat on the balcony, and it's, you know, it's developing this. He's going to be tight. And Angus said, he'll have to knock me through the stumps to get me out. And I turned to him and I said, well, don't worry, he'll be trying.
I don't think in Australia we understood how brave Atherton was at the top of the order. I mean, I was talking to Mark Taylor about it this morning, and Taylor said, we got roughed up by the South Africans and the West Indies. He says, but England, they got roughed up by Australia, the South Africans and West Indies. There was no reprieve.
One ball to come in the over. Cummins up over the wicket to Stokes, who's hitting the box. Well, that seems to be a theme with Ben Stokes. For some reason, the ball always ends up there. 35 overs gone, 4 for 185.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you've hit a nasty pothole recently, there could be damage that only an expert can spot. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new spicy, sticky barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Todd Murphy with a wicket already to his name. He'll be feeling more cheerful about life at the moment. He's got 1 for 5 and he's starting a new over, bowling a bad ball down the leg side, dragged down. He gets away with only conceding a single as it's swept away fine by Harry Brook. Moves his score along. He's up to 70. England 4 for 186. Peter Lawler's made way. Bharat Sundaresan is back in.
Afternoon, Geoff, David, Phil.
All right.
Round the wicket to the left-hander goes Murphy, bowling to Stokes. Flatter, quicker. Stokes back trying to cut, and it's through into the wicket-keeper's gloves. Liked that one, David?
Well, this is a good time for him to bowl. He's been given plenty of protection. Square on the offside and a deep backward square. Stokes will fancy him. He'll go after him.
Murphy to Stokes again, shorter, and Stokes slaps it away, but straight to Travis Head and short cover on the bounce. No run.
He held his nerve beautifully against Ben Stokes in Leeds when he was going after him. He could have had him out a few times, and then Ben Stokes got away, hit him for a few sixes, but he did get his man eventually.
Yep, there were two catches missed off Murphy before one was eventually held. Murphy bowls flat and fast in at the pads of Stokes, so he's just trying to deny Ben Stokes room to get under it. No run.
What's his pace compared to Lyon? Is he quicker, or are they the same?
In India, he was bowling consistently in the 90s for kilometres an hour. Right. We'll have to translate that as far as that goes for miles. Murphy. A little bit of flight on that delivery. It's flicked away to mid-wicket, won't get through the field.
He's definitely quicker, David, and he's not as reliant on the overspin as Nathan Lyon is. And I think he developed the ability to mix his seam position beautifully as the India series progressed.
Murphy bowls to Stokes, a little extra flight on that delivery, and Stokes coming forward to defend. There will be no run. 36 overs gone, 4 for 186.
Sheen Panel Service. Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above-award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
SEN Ashes cricket for Macca's. You can win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Don't drink it all at once. 4 for 186. The score, Harry Brook doing Harry Brook things. It looks like he's been quite sedate for a while, and he's still 70 off 73 balls.
Well, he looks a fine player. He's played some wonderful shots. He's got the captain with him. Stokes is still to open his account.
So Mitchell Starc is going to have a bowl. Now this is clutch. He was clutching at his shoulder earlier after he threw the ball back in from the deep. Aggravated that shoulder injury. Can he bowl? What kind of pace can he get to? He comes in, bowls a quick enough delivery and a good line just outside the off stump. right on that off-stump line, really, making Brook defend.
He's clearly troubled by this shoulder, isn't he?
Very much so. He looked in serious discomfort earlier. He went off the field, had it strapped again. Not sure what they could do to it that they hadn't already done.
They said he was right, even though we didn't see him train at all the last couple of days. It is a gamble that they've taken this deep into a long tour.
Stark. Left arm comes up and bowls full to Brook, who's driving, but it's saved mid-off. So that one, 142 kilometres an hour. That's up there with his usual speed.
Yeah, he's roundabout.
So
I mean, he's got to take toll on these players, and particularly the fast bowlers. Australia's 6th Test match in the UK. I mean, that's a heck of a lot. All to be crammed in. It's all right if you're a batter, you want to get out there, but the fast bowlers, you know, that is. I personally think it's too much to ask of them.
Yeah, Stark's missed one. This is the first Ashes Test. Hazelwood missed the World Test Championship final. Stark in, bowling full at the toes of Harry Brook, who's defending comfortably.
Yeah, Pat Cummins is the only one who's played all 6 now.
Yep.
Hazelwood didn't play the World Test Championship finals, missed Leeds.
Yep.
Scott Boland played a couple of Test matches. And Pat Cummins said this, didn't he, in the press conference, that before the tour he felt like 6 would be hectic. And 6 Test matches in the space of 7 weeks.
Really, yeah.
Less than 2 months. That is a lot of Test cricket. High intensity as well.
Mitchell Stark lopes up again, and he's got Brook almost falling over as he plays the leg glance down the fine leg. Take a single. He's been happy to deal in the ones for the last half hour or so. Harry Brook's up to 71, 4 for 187. It's very different, David, in the way that seasons used to be spaced out. The Test matches used to be an occasional thing in amongst everything else, I suppose.
Well, you play a county side. That was a great time for the county side, but also for the visiting team that you got back in nick. You know, it was a great way that the county team would be looking to turn you over and win, but for an opportunity to find a bit of form, get some stamina into your legs. They've gone. We just don't have any county fixtures.
Modern teams just look different. Like, think about it so differently all around the world now.
They do.
They prefer just centre wicket practice, training amongst themselves.
Yep, they already know what they can do is their rationale, so why waste it elsewhere? In full at the stump, Stokes will get runs here out through mid-wicket, maybe a couple, no, just the one. Given that he's not the most mobile person at the moment, and, well, it looked like he was saluting the crowd for a minute, but I think he's just asking for a replacement bat.
Yeah, I think he's done some damage to that bat. And just going back to your point of no tour games, the infiltration of golf, that's taken away so much from cricket, if you think about it.
Well, that's psychology, isn't it? To get yourself away from the game, clear your mind, have some fun, and we've got business tomorrow.
Stark to finish his over. England still going at 5 and over through this innings. It's edged along the ground into the cordon on the bounce and nearly through for a run. Smith manages to slap the ball down. Sufficient force that it can't trickle away for an extra addition to the scoreboard. 4 for 188 at the end of the over.
Go into Tyre Power and say, hey, got a great value deal for me this winter? And they'll say, good timing. The winter safety sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Nice one. Tyrepower.com.au.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Todd Murphy with the ball in hand. Around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, wide, and Stokes steps into a big cover drive and goes after it, but he'll only get 1 run. They've got Mitchell Marsh out there thudding his big frame around the boundary line. Throws the ball back in. 4 for 189.
So where do you stand as a former coach, David, in terms of the whole let's switch on for business, take a break, or like, just focus on cricket every day, maybe not have a full strength training every time, but just stick around the cricket rather than just break away from it?
Well, I like the leisure time, I do.
Murphy over the wicket to the right-hander. Harry Brook backs away, cuts a single, 4 for 190.
I like that, the leisure time away from the game to clear your mind. But I go back to 1974-5. We played every state side, and they were there to beat you. They were tough matches, which stood you in good stead. We lose the series 4-1, but I think we played good cricket against the state side, so it got you in the swing of cricket you played.
Murphy bowls to Stokes, who walks at him inside edge. Goes away on the leg side, not too far from the short leg catcher.
And when I was involved, you would have players, or I had players in the team who didn't want any time off. They just wanted to go for practice.
Murphy round the wicket to Stokes, who comes forward, drives the ball away to point, runs through for a single, 4 for 191.
You've got to have a balance, and I can understand both these teams going away and having golf together. The problem is, if you've got someone in the team who doesn't play golf, I don't like the sport. I don't want to go and play golf.
It does always seem a bit odd that you go from hitting a ball with a stick in one sport to hitting a ball with a stick in another. Murphy, it's a good delivery, but backing away is Brook, waiting for the turn, cutting after the ball's turned into him. He'll place a couple of runs out to deep cover point, 4 for 193. Brooks up to 74, 1 ball to come in the over.
And a very notable for England, a wonderful player of the past, David Gower, absolutely no interest in golf. And so if he got time off, he'd probably go for a very long lunch.
I strongly suspect that he would. Witnessed a couple of those lunches. They're extraordinary things. Down the wicket comes Brook, not looking to smash the ball, but just drive it along the ground to mid-off. There will be no run. 38 overs gone. England for 193.
Learning new skills, bonding with loved ones, exercising the mind and body. All rewarding, but not as rewarding as a Kogan Money credit card. Earn a whopping $300 Kogan.com credit to spend on the most in-demand products when you meet the minimum spend criteria. Did we also mention there's no annual fee? Use it anytime, anywhere. The Kogan Money credit card. It's just more rewarding. Search Kogan Money to find out more. Spend criteria applies. Offer ends August 31, 2023. T's and C's, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider, National Australia Bank Limited.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
It's Tyre Power's winter safety sale. So you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. For a safer drive this winter, visit tyrepower.com.au.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Ashes cricket for the new barbecue bacon at Macca's. England up to 4 for 193. All the lights on here at the Kia Oval. They were 3 for 131 at lunch, and they've added 62. Some of it in a hurry when Moeen Ali clearly tweaked a groin muscle, but he was out shortly thereafter for 34. Bowled by Todd Murphy. His third ball into the attack. That's the 1 wicket to fall. Brooks still there on 74 from just 81 balls, driving towards his first Ashes ton. Ben Stokes, the captain, a sedate start, 3 from 13. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan still with me, and Louis Cameron joins us as well for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, former Victorian paceman and journalist for cricket.com.au. We saw Todd Murphy bowling out of the middle, fellas, all the way through the lunch break, reminiscent of Steve O'Keefe and Puna back in 2017, and straight into the attack, straight into the book. Lovely stuff.
A very good start from Todd Murphy, and I just noticed during the drink, Steve Smith having a chat with him. He captained him so beautifully in the third and fourth test. You remember how well he bowled in indoor. So they had a long chat, but he's just very smart off spinner. He just adapts and learns so quickly on the job. The way he adjusted his length to Moeen Ali, it was a terrible ball that he got hit for 4.
Yeah.
But then just pulling his length back, and even in the previous over, he knows Ben Stokes and Harry Brook are coming at him. He's adjusting his length well, the pace well. It was an impressive start. He was impressive in Leeds as well.
And adjusting that seam as well, I think that's been an important one. I think when he gets a bit nervous, that's when the square seam comes in, the type of delivery you try and bowl in India. But you need to get that overspin to be successful.
So Stark from the pavilion there. New hour begins rather. Ben Stokes drives into the offside and it's cut off a cover.
Yeah, right. I mean, that was the adjustment he had to make when he was in India. Go from overspin to side spin or the square seam. But as soon as he's come here, you're right. I mean, it's the overspin, the extra bounce that he can get on a pitch like this, which is what Nathan Lyon, or which is what has brought success for Nathan Lyon on this pitch and surfaces like this.
And it's what Dan Vittori would have been talking to him about. I mean, that little period there in the lunch break. I mean, Vittori was a master, wasn't he, of just angling his wrists a little bit to change the seam position.
So Starkey was off the field just after lunch with a bung shoulder. He's bowling here down the leg side. Stokes tries to flick it away but can't carry. Had a tough day. Yes. Does cut it off eventually but can't quite glove it. Big diving effort from the South Australian. Yes, it's a good point about the way in which Todd Murphy's kind of arrived in Test cricket as a fully formed spinner. Talking to Phil Tufnell about this a couple of years ago, about finger spinners never really feel comfortable till they've got a 3 in front of their age because they just get clouted all the time. Murphy rocked up in Test cricket, bowled the house down the first time of asking. A lot of that with the sort of the side seam UFO stuff. But here in England, needing his stock delivery, and it's worked almost straight away. Backward point Stark has for Stokes. He's 3 from 15. Bowls here and he bowls him! That is some delivery. Off stump, cartwheeling. What a big moment that might prove to be. Mitchell Stark, who was off the field straight after lunch with a sore shoulder, back on into the attack and knocks over the England captain for 3. England lose their 5th wicket. The score's 193. And that will make for a beautiful replay. The top of off stump. That is the stuff that Mitchell Stark dreams of, doing precisely that to left-handers.
And the look of resignation on Ben Stokes' face just said it all. It reminded me a little bit of the 2019 World Cup when he bowled him with that in-swinging Yorker. This one went the other way. That conventional swing started about middle, cleaned up middle and off, and Ben Stokes just looked away like there was absolutely nothing I could do about that.
He's still shaking his head as he's going off. Almost, his reaction was almost like he didn't sight the ball. He just kept blinking his eyes as if he didn't see it. But it's the shape in the air. Mitchell Stark has by far been Australia's best fast bowler throughout this series, consistently so. No wonder Australia was worried when he went off the field earlier today. But he's come back, and just when Australia needed it, he's cleaned up Ben Stokes.
And I'll tell you what, Johnny Bairstow's coming into the middle right now, and that's exactly the type of ball that will also trouble Bairstow. You don't even need to flip it around. It was the one that kind of started on middle, it's coming back to leg. We know Bairstow likes playing through the offside. We know he likes throwing his hands through the ball. If he can get another one to kind of just come back in with the arm, he's going to trouble Johnny Bairstow in his first few balls, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, most fast bowlers generally start zeroing in on his pads and his stumps, don't they, Louis, very early on. And that's what has brought Stark's success against Bairstow in the past. He's played on a couple of times in this series. Played a breathtaking innings in Manchester, the 99 not out. But in between the 99 not out and the 78 in Edgbaston, he's been a little out of sorts.
Watching that Stark delivery back for tyre power, Winter safety sail, that is a dead set unplayable. Seen it a couple of times now from different angles, but the way that Stokes played down the middle stump line, nothing wrong with that. You can see the look in Stokes' face, reminiscent of Lords in the 2019 World Cup. Shakes his head, nods and smiles and just knows. When you get ones like that, you ain't keeping them out, especially the pace that Mitchell Stark comes from.
And not only off stump out of the ground and that bail, it was going flying. Middle stump and the leg bail was sitting perfectly on top of the stumps.
So Bairstow's first ball, Stark lights on. Pavilion end delivers here, 2 slips, plays defensively out to backward point, off the mark with a single to the left of Todd Murphy. 5 for 194. So for all of the exciting batsmanship we've seen from England so far, they're 5 down. And we're not even at the halfway mark of day one. Australia get an opportunity here to run through England's lower order. One more wicket will open it up entirely.
5 for 176 the score was at Birmingham, or in Birmingham, when Johnny Bairstow walked out and turned the game around. Now the lights are on, the ball's doing stuff. This is a big opening for Australia.
So Stark has got it hooping. In here, bowling to Brook. Batting so nicely. Outside part of the bat, down to deep backward point or third man by the time it gets to Todd Murphy. Man out for Brook, who moves to 75, 5 for 195. Phil Long.
Very quickly, for those of us who like that kind of thing, I know we all do, 1 wicket apiece for each of the Australians.
Delightful.
Nice even feeling. Very satisfying looking at the scorecard like that, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you see the scorecard in the Warwickshire game during the week?
They all went for 49.
All 4 bowlers went for 49 at the end of an innings. It's the sort of stuff that makes me purr. Or more, let's be honest.
Yeah, it does. Clearly.
Last ball of Stark's set. So 4 on the leg side for Bairstow straight away. 2 out for the short ball, catching mid-wicket. 2 slips the gully. Bowls here, Bairstow in the long sleeves. Let's go. Outside the off stump, end of the over. Michael Neese is on as the sub. As Brat's cheering beneath me here. 5 for 195 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and save. Brooks 75 and new man Bairstow on 1.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Again, watching that Stokes dismissal and the Stark delivery, that might prove to be an all-timer for Stark in his career. He's never had the chance to win in England. On his 4th trip here, they desperately want it. This generation of Australian players who won't return. Stark, Hazelwood's probably one of them as well. Warner, of course, Kawaja, Smith, there'll be others who don't make this trip again. And a moment like that, early in Stokes' stay, Castles for 3. Hazelwood back into the attack, delivers here to Brook on 75, plays under his eyes. Quick single, Bairstow equal to it. Taking on Labuschagne, charging in from cover point. 5 for 196, Brooks 76, Louis Cameron.
And one of the things that Australia have talked a lot about in this series, especially the first 3 tests, is conditions always being against them, and saying that we just haven't had the luck of the draw, I guess, in getting the overheads, the lights kind of, and the clouds over when they're bowling. They have in this test so far. On the first day, they won the toss and bowled. This might be the best bowling conditions they'll get all series for them to bowl in. So over the course of a 5-test series, things have a way of eating themselves out, and they just had to stick in there, and finally they're getting conditions that I think this will be the best time to bowl in the entire match.
Well, it should be. This is the whole idea of bowling on a day like today. I know that it jars. I get why it doesn't agree with some watchers. It makes a lot of sense to bat first. As Hazelwood bowls and Bairstow leaves the ball off the surface into the gloves, but I keep coming back to it. Bowling first here has been working because these pitches have far more in them on day one, for whatever reason, in recent years. Obviously not in 2019, but sort of since then, post-pandemic, if you like. Some text coming in, 0433 98 11 16. Stokes was seriously impressed with that ball. He couldn't pick it up. Wow, says JJ in Coburg. And no name on this one. Stark, that's circa 2013-14 Mitch Johnson gear. Well put, it certainly is. 0488 98 11 16, 8833 in New Zealand.
Of course, Johnny Bairstow has seen someone that nobody else would have seen.
It's probably us. We're right over the bowler's arm in that commentary. I'm going to wave to Johnny.
Trying to trust Johnny to have
wave to
us.
Johnny. He probably has up here. And someone's sitting alongside the seats, I think.
You know not to upset him. Come on.
It won't be our first rodeo, Johnny and me, if it were to be the case. He's facing Hazelwood here. 2 slips to the gully. Bowls here, and Bairstow plays with hands away from his body. Finds a gap. Not much room to work with. Bisecting the space he had, and Usman Khawaja around from mid-off down towards deep extra cover. Keeps it to a couple. Bairstow up to 5. Make that 3, 5 for 198.
And just the fact that Todd Murphy was taken out of the attack when he was bowling well. Australia realised, acknowledged the fact that they have to strike now. Get into the likes of Chris Wokes and Stuart Broad. They can get 1 wicket here.
they could run through the rest of this English team in the next couple of hours or less.
And the two left-handers taken care of as well. You think that might be him done for a little bit.
It's a lovely shot from Bairstow, watching it back for tyre power. Hazelwood bowls here, he defends into the onside. Tyre power with to safety sail.
There is still an element of pettiness. I was watching Bairstow earlier in this over, a ball that went through to the wicketkeeper. Alex Carey threw it to Mitch Marsh in the gully, and Bairstow just lingered with his bat in the crease. It's just still in his mind. He's the kind of guy that needs a bit of anger or something to kind of fire him up.
It made his press conference last Saturday all the more bewildering, really. I mean, you're right. He clearly feeds off or gets energy from finding enemies, if you like, or finding opposition. As Hazelwood bowls and Bairstow leaves alone in a channel outside the off stump. Nice little outswinger there from the big quick, one left in the over. And the way that he freely admitted that all the criticism about his wicket keeping was true. He goes, yeah, my leg's no good. It's causing me enormous problems moving, and I haven't kept in 3 years, and that's making it hard to adapt to Test cricket. Like, yeah, that's kind of the point, Johnny.
And he kept accusing the English media of not asking him about his knee.
His ankle.
His ankle, and then we never got a chance to ask him a question because the Aussie media was kept away.
Well, he didn't want Kumar Sangakkara in the Sky interview either, which we learned through that whole process. We're seeing something behind Bairstow's arm again. Bairstow, he would never have survived in cricket before gigantic sight screens. He was always seeing something.
Imagine if Bairstow and Tendulkar batted together. The over rate would have been 2 in maybe an hour.
Or Bairstow and Steve Smith.
Yes. So Hazelwood finally gets to complete his over to Bairstow. It's hit him on the pad. As I go full Bill Laurie nearly there, down the leg side into the over. 40 overs gone 5 for 198 on the Beaumont's High scoreboard. By Beaumont's and Safebrook, 76, Bairstow 3.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
We're at Sundaresan jumping out. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Phil Walker jumping in. Our coverage is for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Australia have had the chance to celebrate 2 wickets in this session for Tobin Brothers funeral, celebrating lives. Moeen bowled for 34 and Stokes bowled for 3. Stark, he knocked over. Stokes goes again here, bowling to Brook, works it off his hip with ease to Josh Hazelwood at long leg. He's 77 with the single, 5 for 199. Phil Walker, welcome back.
Afternoon, Adam Collins. This game is simmering along. It's been delightful to watch. It's been a bit ragged, a bit messy here and there. Australia are stuck in there, knowing that England always offer more than just a carrot. They dangle everything out there, don't they? Harry Brook has been compulsively watchable as ever. And that delivery by Mitchell Starc, I tell you what it reminded me of, different angles, but it reminded me of the James Vince delivery in that he's playing it literally 180 degrees the other way.
This is Vince at Perth in 2017. Starc bowls here. Bairstow gets under a short ball. Not that short, but lets it go anyway. Just remind us of what happened that day, Phil.
Well, I think James Vince was on 55, in that I know he was on 55 because I've lived his career more closely and intimately than perhaps I should have done. I mean, he's still batting at Brisbane as far as I'm concerned before Nathan Lyon ran him out for 83 on the first day. But anyway, yeah, he was playing it somewhere through to West London on the Bakerloo, and it was the Northern down to Morden, and it was spectacular. He missed it by 4 bat widths, I would say. Hit a crack, of course, hit a whacker crack.
Hit a gigantic crack. Starc bowls here to Bairstow way wide of the off stump, and he lets it go into the gloves of Carey, takes it in front of Warner.
As a non-London person, is it fair to say that it was like where the Northern Line splits, where it kind of, there's 2 Northern Lines? It's a weird way of construct. I mean, they just should be separate train lines.
So then, Louis, you have the Bank line and you have the Charing Cross line. The Bank line's the better one. That's the one for the hipsters, to be honest. The Charing Cross line, that's a little bit central London, a little bit touristy. The bank branch, that's your one.
So the touristy one, what's that, kind of Covent Garden?
Yeah, exactly
Green
that.
Park,
Tottenham Court Road, yeah. All of those places where you don't go if you really know London.
Stark delivers, left arm over. Besto inside edge, misses the woodwork, ends up at fine leg, gets a single, moves to 4, but another false stroke. Does take England to a milestone, though. The crowd applaud the 200 coming up for the loss of 5 wickets. Could have easily been 199 for 6. Besto looking at the bottom of his bat. Just that performative tap in the crease again. Johnny, we get it, mate. Well, it's all going to be okay.
I think he was taking the mickey out of himself there. He's polishing the inside edge of his bat, kind of almost acknowledging that early in his innings he tends to French cut a lot of balls just past the stumps.
We'll see it again here for Tyre Power. Wins a safety sail, and it was the bottom corner of the blade, and it went past the off stump rather than the leg stump. And Starks has had a little word to him, and Besto's tapped the bat back, and I think they've had a laugh. Stark to Brook on 77. Right through the covers. Doesn't get as much of it as I thought he might have. Marnus Labuschagne slides and collects in front of the Bedser stand at deep extra cover. 2 more for the Yorkshireman, who's up to 79, 5 for 202. The other bit about the Northern line, it splits a second time, doesn't it? At Euston out towards High Barnet, and I forget the other, what's the other way? High Barnet one way, Edgware the other way.
That's it.
Good from Brad Sundaresan. Good knowledge from Brad, who stayed up there recently.
How can this be one train line that splits 4 different directions?
It's wild. Of course, that's North London, and that's where the poshos live. Like, such as yourself, Adam.
Piccadilly line through and through, though, mate.
But me, I'm just a scribe, so I live in the south, of course. You know, you're broadcasting, so you live in the north.
I miss my days living in Peckham. Here is Stark bowling to Brook on 77, and he plays under his eyes, just in front of point, where there's always one when Brook's on strike. Moves to 78 with it, 5 for 201, and that'll be the end of the over, even though the board doesn't say so, or the umpires have got it wrong. One way or the other, that's all on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard by Beaumont's and safe.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. I've just got a feeling that was 1 ball short in the previous over. Just the body language of Joel Wilson. I'll get Phil Long to let me know what he thinks on this matter. As Hazelwood bowls. Underlights to Brook on 80. Plays with a straight bat down the pitch. No run. Phil Long?
No, I was happy with that. 6 balls.
Must have been the scoreboard out of sync with the umpires, and maybe it was umpire Wilson wanting the scorer to get it right where it matters on the board here, which is for Harvey Norman, our scoreboard. And Phil, you're also with us on the Northern line.
Yeah, just to confuse Louis Cameron even more. The Battersea Power Station's reopened. I didn't see it's got 80 stores inside or something incredible.
Oh yeah,
that's now on the Northern line, so you're going to have a hell of a time.
For a country that loves order, it's very chaotic.
Oh, it's just an illusion. We're an absolute shambles.
Hazelwood bowls, and defending is Brook, but there's one to mid-wicket. No fielder there. Wide of Cummins a bit on. 5 for 204. Brook's got 81.
He was skittish, Brook, initially, as we know. Outside the eye line, dropped a couple of other edges as well. But once he settles in, you can see how technically sound he is. For all of the razzmatazz and the extravagance of the shot making, he plays it very, very late, doesn't he, under his eyes. He stays side onto it. He plays it in that kind of classical Yorkshire way, but he also has this other side as well, this sort of uber modernity, if you like.
2 Yorkshiremen together. Bairstow, the more senior of the 2, defending Hazelwood to cover where Murphy fields. Make that Labuschagne fields no run. Phil Long again.
Yeah, he reached 64 off 57. He's now 81 off 88. So what's that? 17 off the last 33.
And 60 shy of becoming England's top run scorer for the series. Now, don't bet, folks. You shouldn't. It's very irresponsible. However, I would be rich beyond my wildest dreams if he were to finish.
You might be going to North London, Phil.
Oh, steady.
You've got the Labuschagne Brook double, don't you?
Not a double, 2 separates, 2 singles. Yeah. Don't bet, kids.
Hazelwood bowls here to Bairstow on 4. Defends into the offside. No single. Most of the Australian fielders in the short sleeve jumpers today.
He really has grown into with this series as well as Harry Brook, and the the Peterson parallels are not just skin deep either. If you remember that 05 series of Peterson, he adorned games, and then he got to the Oval. Now, okay, Brook is 19 away yet from a first home century, but the echoes are very Peterson-esque so far in this series.
Hazelwood to Besto. Can he get in? Bowls here, and Besto on the leg stump. Gets it fine for 4. Is it pad? Is it inside edge? It is leg buys, but 4 to the England tally. 5 for 208 with those sundries. Louis Cameron.
Yeah, and mischaracterised, I reckon, Harry Brook. Just having a look back at this Hazelwood ball, he's going for that in swinger. Normally gets you that seam beautiful, kind of going away from the right-hander, but I reckon he's just having a look at Johnny Bairstow's pads. Harry Brook mischaracterised as this kind of dashing player. That's what we've seen from him in T20. We actually probably haven't seen the best of him in T20 in Australia. He had a terrible stint for the Hobart Hurricanes.
As he did in the IPL as well. You know, huge price tag, immense amount of money to Sunrisers, and had one day out, really.
Hazelwood finishes here. Bairstow chops on for the second time today. Hazelwood's brought upon a ball ricocheting back off the blade into the middle stump. It's 2 Yorkshiremen. Before lunch it was Root. Now it's Bairstow, and England have lost 3 wickets in a hurry. They're 6 for 208, and Bairstow, a low score again in the first innings, bowled for 4. Phil Walker.
Ordinary shot. Adam Collins trying to manufacture something, trying to engineer a shot that wasn't there. Similar to Joe earlier. And England now have chopped on twice. Look, Johnny Bairstow he's been holidaying in the south of France all summer, right? He's been chopping it on the inside edge past his leg stump. Finally, he does fall in that way. And England suddenly are in a bit of a pickle here because the pitch is flattening out, and it will, trust me, become flatter over the next 2 days. So, having ridden the storm initially and looked quite tidy, and then getting up to lunch, 100 partnership, Moeen Ali snaps a hamstring or a groin or whatever it is, plays all-round one for no evident reason, and suddenly England are 6 down.
And stubborn batting from Bairstow. I mean, we've seen him get out a lot like that throughout his career, but in this year especially, I think it might be 2 innings in a row, or at least 2 out of the last 3 where he's chopped on like that. He's a beautiful player playing on the up, as are a number of the England top order in terms of driving balls that you wouldn't traditionally drive in England. He's fantastic at doing it, but just give yourself a chance. Give yourself, 20 or 30 balls to kind of get in. I know that kind of does, when Bazball kind of comes off, we applaud it, and when it doesn't, we say, oh, what a terrible shot. But I really think there's an element of with Bairstow. I'm not saying go into your shell and play defensively, but I think that cover drive just gets him in a lot of trouble early in his innings.
That's also the end of the over on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. England 6 for 208.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above-award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
Stark bowls. Brook off his hip down the leg side, taken by Carey. Polite inquiry from the wicketkeeper. No response given from the umpire. Just a simple shake of the head, not out. Speaking about wicketkeeper, Alex Carey, I say where? Al, the wicketkeeper. He's from South Australia and listening to us there for Morn Team. That's where our coverage is brought. Everyone's talking about Morn Team used cars. Mornteam.com.au. Well bowled, Morn Team. That's my favourite of the lot, I think.
It's not Dan Norcross's favourite. He thought it was South Africa's favourite.
He thought we'd sold the coverage to South Africa last week. Bless.
Won't let him forget it.
He's next door in the other place this week, Daniel. Here's Stark bowling here to Brook, who drives straight, drives beautifully. He's done that a couple of times in the middle session. Another boundary for him. It's a classical straight drive. Just checked it really for Brook, who's done so much right. Up to 85, he's 11th for.
Hit one similar in the morning session as well off Pat Cummins. Just went slightly to the other side of the stumps, to the right hand of the umpire. This one was to the left. He has so much time, doesn't he? And his hands come through immaculately. He keeps high as well. He doesn't over punch it. He doesn't follow through. Completely in control. He plays very memorable cricket shots.
Wonderful balance, wonderful technique. Anyone trying to say he's a T20 dasher just is missing the mark completely with him, aren't they?
Brook facing Stark here. Edged, taking a second slip. Steve Smith away to his right.
That might be a really big moment in this test match. Stark's gone bang, bang. Brooks gone for 85. England in a world of pain at 7 for 2-1-2.
Well, I've completely mozzed him there. I just was talking about how good his driving was. Phil mentioned as well, he's been playing that shot so beautifully today. But this one was just a touch wider from Mitchell Stark. It's a ball that's got him a lot of wickets, just pushing it across the right-handers. And Brooks just played away from his body. Steve Smith's taken a great catch.
That's wickets falling with the score on 184, 193, 208 and now 212. So the collapse, Phil Long?
4 for 28 off 55 balls.
Harry Brook gets one more round of applause from the crowd, but you can see his eyes are sunken. He knows he's missed out on a prized opportunity to advance to 3 figures in Ashes cricket for the first time. 450s does not make it the ton. Mark Wood making his way to the middle at number 9 at 7 for 2-1-2, and Mark Wood should really and truly still have his feet up, Phil Walker.
Yeah, it's been a collapse, an absolute collapse. Can we be too critical of him? He's played nicely. He's played really nicely. The frustration, I suppose, is that the ball has nibbled all day. And he plays so well under his eyes, and he's so strong when it's there to hit. But why compulsively trying to engineer and manufacture things? We were just saying that he was playing within himself through the offside quite nicely. There, the hands split on the shot. He snaps through that drive. His feet aren't really anywhere. And Steve Smith doesn't really drop them, really.
Yeah, and I think you've got to take the rough with the smooth with this way of playing. And the amount of cover drives he's played, the amount of drives down the ground he's played, he's gotten a lot of runs from that shot. It's more, and this is the criticism of Bazball that I think you can fairly make. It's a game awareness thing sometimes. Yeah. Test cricket doesn't change, and you've lost a couple of quick wickets. 4 for 28, I think Phil just said. So that's, 3 for 28 at that point. Maybe that's where you just go, all right, I might just leave this over. Mitchell Stark's bowling nicely. I might wait for Mitchell Marsh to come in and then really go after him.
I mean, this day is ridiculous. Let me run you through the potted history of it in a moment. So Stark here to Wood. Neither man have faced the ball yet. Well wide of the off stump, leaving alone taken by Carey. None for 62 in the 12th over. Then 3 for 11 from 22 balls. Then amongst that 3 drop catches, including Brook on 5. Then a partnership worth 111 from 107 balls for the 4th wicket. Then they've lost 4 for 28. And Phil Long will add to that as well, I'm sure.
And then Mark Wood comes to the wicket with an Ashes strike rate in this series of 191.
And the interesting stat that you had, Phil, was 4 for 28. Was it off 55 deliveries?
Yeah.
So that's a really, a real change in the momentum of the game, not just in terms of the wickets, but in terms of the pace they're being scored.
Good luck keeping up with this. Stark bowling under lights still and playing with soft hands as Mark Wood conservatively to third man for a single. He's off the mark from his second ball with that 7 for 213. What an effort from Mitchell Stark, Louis. I mean, when he went off the ground, he threw a ball in front of the Locklaker, immediately grabbed for the shoulder, hobbled over to the other side. It was a left-hand, right-hand combo. Went straight off the ground, and we're thinking, well, that might be his test match. He comes back and collects the wickets of Stokes with an all-timer and Brook on 85 in the space of a couple of overs.
He's a bloody tough unit. I think back to the Boxing Day test last summer where he snapped the tendon in his index finger, I think it was. It kept bowling. And he actually swung the ball better because he was swinging it off his big finger. I mean, that's incredible toughness to be able to do that.
It's a bit of an abstract point to make, but if he says soon enough, you know what, I've had enough playing Test cricket, I want to earn some money, he'll have earned it because he puts in every single day as a Test player, having foregone the riches of the IPL for years. Last ball of this over. He's got 2 for. Bowls here. First ball, Wakes defends out to cover. End of it. 43 gone England, 7 for 213 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. After the break, Geoff Lemon's jumping in for me and taking us through to tea with Wood on 1 and Wakes yet to score.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's number 1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Goodness me. We don't get these slow patches of cricket. I mean, Phil, normally when you're doing cricket commentary, things meander.
Yeah.
Things dawdle. We start talking about 1938 or telling some dull personal anecdote. Here comes Hazelwood over the wicket. It's just defended out to point. Won't be a run on this occasion. But this series today continues the trend. It's just non-stop, relentless activity.
Yeah. Feels like it hinged on the Moeen Ali dismissal. You know, clearly he tweaked something. We don't know exactly what. It may have been a groin, may have been a hamstring, and he was somewhat disposed as a consequence of that. But it was like he saw the spinner and he thought, OK, well, now I can just justify having a whack.
Hazelwood running up. And it's pulled away down the ground by Mark Wood. Why wouldn't he play that shot? He's, well, it wasn't really a bouncer. It was only about a chest-high ball, and he's pulled it through mid-on.
Yeah, look, that's what he does. He's the star of the show for England so far this summer. You know, a bit of pluck as well with the bat, and obviously bowling these obscene rockets. England needs something here, right? They need a bit of spirit. They need to get up to another 50 or so just to feel like they're in the game, really.
Wood up to 5. England 7 for 217. Hazelwood bowls to him, and Wood's just playing a conventional stroke. He just puts the bat in front of off stump, blocks the ball away to backward point, and goes through for a single. 7 for 218. Jeremy Coney's hopped back in alongside us. Hello, Geoff.
Hi. Yeah, well, England lost 4 for 28, I think I worked out, off about sort of 50-odd deliveries. So Australia coming back in. It's interesting, Brooke, isn't it? I wondered why. I'm trying to work out why he marks over to sort of off-stump, middle and off. He's one of those players, I think, he doesn't like to be away from the ball, and his foot doesn't come across quite so far. So he likes to have that guard in order to be closer to the ball.
Hazelwood running up to Chris Wokes now. Back of a length, and Wokes is defending it away to mid-wicket, thinks about a run, turns back.
Maybe where Marnus Labuschagne is the same. They both like to get right across so that they are near the ball. And I just wondered whether Brooke was a little bit like that as well. Gee, he played a pure drive, didn't he? Just the one before he got out. But the next one hung out a little bit wider by Stark, and he still went in it and didn't get the foot quite across.
Yeah. Crawley is similar as well, and when the ball is nipping around, you do fear for England stroke makers because they do play outside the eye line. They rely a lot on their hands.
Hazelwood up to Wokes, who steps into a drive and laces it through the covers. That's a nice shot. The ball's slowing up as it runs towards the rope. There's a chase for Khawaja, and the ageing legs will lose the battle. It rolls out to the boundary for 4. So, 7 for 222. Wokes has scored his first runs with the boundary to extra cover.
Very lush outfield, isn't it? It does slow up a little bit, even though it's a little bit like at the outside of a saucer, isn't it? Just sort of at the edge there. Not as fast as Leeds, not as large, I wouldn't think, as Manchester, this oval.
No, it used to be. They've chopped it back a lot as they've expanded the stands over the years.
Hazelwood bowls to Wokes, who hops up on his toes and defends the ball back to the bowler. 44 overs gone. England 7 for 222.
Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
Start of a new over here at the Oval. Mitchell Stark 2 for 56 has the ball in hand. Runs up now and a thrash outside the off stump from Mark Wood on the front foot. Not sure where he was looking to hit that. Anywhere between backward point and mid-off might have been his range for that swish. Got Phil Walker and Jeremy Coney with me.
Yeah, look, his box office is Mark Wood. Everything he does, literally everything, he's a joy to be around. He's one of the real characters in that dressing room. And he has changed the complexion of this series from the English perspective. You know, they were quite pedestrian for 2 test matches. And Wood has, if not changed the result and the destiny of the urn, he's certainly changed the complexion of this series. He's a very precious thing as well. Every time he falls over, your heart is in your mouth.
So England's still going at better than 5 and over at the moment.
Of course they are.
That's been the saving grace for them with the wickets falling. Stark into Boulder Wood. He'll just take a single as he hops and drops the ball away to mid-wicket. So they do have a score on the board. You know, these are the positives and drawbacks, I suppose, of the method. Now, you might say the wickets haven't necessarily fallen today because they're out there trying to score helter-skelter. Maybe Bairstow's shot, maybe Brooks' shot, but not all of them. You know, something like the Stokes delivery, that sort of thing. So you could say, well, a normal team might be 110 by now and they would have lost the same number of wickets and they'd be in a terrible position. We'll just wait for this delivery from Mitchell Stark, who's running up to Chris Wokes. The left arm was bowling over the wicket to a right-hander who will take a run out behind square leg. Think about a second, won't take it, 7 for 225.
I hear you, Geoff. It's under par as it stands. This partnership is important because you know what you're going to get from Stuart Broad. You're going to get a little bit of show pony long handle, and Jimmy, bless him, is fading with the bat, and he wasn't much in the first place. So this is a very key partnership, really. Get up to around 280, 290, maybe even 300, scrabble for the next 50, 60 runs, and you have something to work with. It's under par as it stands. But then I was concerned at the start of the day when the coin came up from an English perspective. I feared for them today, having seen the way that first-class games have gone here for the last couple of years.
Mitchell Stark bowls an absolutely wild delivery, loses his footing, I think. He looks suspiciously back at the landing spot. I think his foot skidded from under him, and the ball ends up going to about second slip. Not sure if it hit the pitch.
Pretty sure it didn't. Umpire Joel Wilson unmoved.
Has he just called that a normal delivery? That ball has gone at chest height off the side of the pitch to the offside and landed in front of first slip. And Joel Wilson said that's a legitimate delivery.
Joel just goes about his business.
Mitchell Stark outside the off stump, booming drive and a miss from Mark Wood. Well, there was a lot of remarking on Joel Wilson wearing sunglasses at Old Trafford when he said that it was too dark for them to have fast bowlers. Other people suggested maybe they were prescription sunglasses. You can get prescription.
I think they are light sensitive, I would say.
Potentially. But either way, he might need to get them checked. Specsavers used to be a sponsor of English cricket. Not so much at the moment.
It knows its demographic as English cricket.
Hair replacement and Specsavers. Here goes Stark outside the off stump.
And I kid you not, Jeffrey, erectile dysfunction.
Yep, yeah.
It's all
that
too
was
true.
in New Zealand for a while.
Really?
Oh, no, it's sweeping the world.
45 overs gone. You're on SEN, Test match cricket at 7 for 224.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Take crispy bacon and juicy 100% Aussie Angus and layer it with spicy, sticky barbecue sauce, and you've got the new Spicy Sticky Barbecue Angus at Macca's. It's a great day to be hungry. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
SEN Ashes cricket 7 for 224. As we look up to the Harvey Norman scoreboard, I can tell you that it's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman, and we are going to give you a free $50 cyber safety voucher to use towards any cyber security product. Terms and conditions apply. Of course they do. Check that out. 7 for 224, and a fishing expedition outside the off stump for Chris Wokes. He's facing Mitchell Marsh. Slightly more gentle offerings coming down at 78 miles an hour rather than 90 odd. But Mitchell Stark has been bowling. Phil Long, you have something for us?
Yeah, we know this won't be the case, but that's the first half of the day done.
In terms of overs.
In terms of overs.
And we're just coming up to the tea break.
Yeah. And there's been 224 runs.
Mitchell Marsh, 2 slips in a gully for the all-rounder, for his outswingers. And he gets decent lift from a delivery and hops up off the pitch. Wokes plays it pretty well in the end, surprised, but plays it down on the bounce into the gully.
Well, I mean, we lost a session, didn't we, in the Manchester Test after 3 days, which might have been a bit more important.
Might have been handy, mightn't it? An extra session.
Yeah.
Yeah. The things they would have done for a session on that Sunday. Stuart Broad padded up, wearing the bucket hat, as is his wont these days. There goes Marsh, inside edge from Wokes, back into the pad.
Ball swinging a bit, Geoff, isn't it? We can definitely see outswing. We saw some in-swing from Hazelwood from this end. It would actually remove Bairstow. Finally got it right. He missed with a couple, some 4-leg buys and things like that. Very full, and then got one on target and earned the wicket.
Well, he's a clever operator with the ball, Mitchell Marsh. Picked up the bag of 5 4 years ago when he bowled here. And he gets good hoop on this delivery. That one really goes through the air, and it's a little bit shorter of a length. So Wokes is able to cover the swing in the air. He's a swing bowler himself.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson, perhaps his valedictory Oval Test match, although you never know. He will be watching this because he's felt a wee bit hard done by this summer. Conditions overhead and underfoot not really conducive to his particular brand, but today will be an interesting day for him, for all of England's seamers really. They're certainly going to have a good 30 overs, you would feel, this evening.
Marsh in at the pads, and they'll get a single to the leg side, trotting through 7 for 225. It does raise an interesting question as to whether it's in England's interest to get bowled out here.
Well, I was just thinking, I wasn't going to say it out loud, but I was thinking it would be very Stokesian to pull them in 8 down, 240 for 8. Lights are on, dank cloud, all the rest of it. I hope he doesn't. I'm still recovering from that Edgbaston day 1. Don't think I'll ever forgive him, but anyway.
It all worked out fine. They should have won that test. They needed 2 wickets with 54 runs to defend. That's where they lost it.
Don't get me started.
Day 1 was fine. Here goes Marsh. Up to Wood, who will drop the ball away to point and dash through for a single. 7 for 226 as they end the 46th over.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
SEN Ashes cricket on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. It is 7 for 226, England. So they've dipped below 5. They're at 4.9 and over. Oh, this is trouble. Brendan McCullum will be unhappy upstairs. Start of a new over. It's Cummins into bowl to Mark Wood, who's just playing the ball back to the bowler, not very convincingly, more off the leading edge than the middle of the bat. But if you are Brendan McCullum, I remember him doing this at Christchurch when it was, seeming conditions on day 1, and he made that 100 off 50-odd balls. His rationale was, well, let's try to get 300 and get out so that we can bowl at them today. If you're McCullum, you don't want to see this pair nudging singles. You want to see them either scoring quickly enough to contribute or being done with it. This seems like a slightly un-England passage of play right now as Mark Wood leaves a ball outside the off-stump. Leaves a ball in Test cricket. What is this?
Madness. Should be ashamed of himself.
Ben Duckett will run a message out.
I hear what you're saying, Geoff, loud and clear. I don't think they are going to scrabble around for the next 20 minutes or so. I think they're still just trying to get their bearings, really. Cummins is a champion start. Bowled quickly in that sort of day shifting spell, really. Changed the tone, the tempo of the day completely, really. And these two, Wood especially, will go after them as soon as he can.
Cummins pitches up, and he does go after it, Mark Wood. Drives it out through the covers for 4. That's a good shot. Saw him play a couple of those at Headingley when the ball was pitched up. It wasn't all about the hook shot. It was largely about the hook shot, but he did smash a couple off the front dog.
So
does it again here.
When Mark Wood was about 20, 21, growing up in the north of the north, in Ashington, in Northumberland, he was a batter. He was a number 3 batter who bowled some filthy little medium paces. And then one winter, it all clicked and he became a tearaway. But he saw himself as a batsman first and foremost.
Cummins bowls to Wood, who leaves outside the off stump. He's up to 12, England 7 for 230.
And obviously he's got his quirks. But you see there, he has time, he leans into it, it's technically pretty sound, just doesn't try and overhit it. So there is a player in there.
Well, if you can smack Pat Cummins through the covers, then you can play.
It's been great to watch Cummins and Stark and Hazelwood up to a point, but those two in particular today, they really are champions.
Cummins up to Wood again, bouncer, hooks it, top edge, and it flies away, one bounce for 4. Down to fine leg as Hazelwood runs around the field. 7 for 234.
So much talk about them being out on their feet, Geoff. 6, for Stark 5 test matches, but for Cummins 6 test matches in 7 and a bit weeks. And they've been magnificent today, really. That Stark spell featuring that all-timer against Stokes will live on for a long time.
Battling through injury, the sort of toughness that he's shown. I think he's won a great deal of respect over his career, Mitchell Stark. Pat Cummins bowls full, nearly through onto the stumps, but threading the ball away and then having to rush back is Mark Wood. They might get an overthrow, they won't. So he thought he'd pierce the gap at cover point. In the end, there was a good diving stop there from Marnus Labuschagne, who then had the chance to throw the stumps down as Wood had come down the pitch and had to turn around to rush back. England survive, they don't score, 47 overs gone at 7 for 234.
Go into Tyre Power and say, hey, got a great value deal for me this winter? And they'll say, good timing. The winter safety sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Nice one. Tyrepower.com.au.
There's a word for when 100% Aussie Angus beef meets fresh, crunchy lettuce, onion, and juicy tomato. Classic. The Classic Angus at Macca's. Available after 10:30am.
SEN Ashes cricket coming to you from the Kia Oval. Geoff Lemon, Jeremy Coney and Bharat Sundaresan has joined us. Mitchell Marsh starting a new over, running up to bowl to Chris Wokes, who's defending off the back foot. Down to mid-off. England getting that run rate back up to 4.96.
Got dark. It's got very dark, isn't it? Just saw Mark Wood have a little chat with Kumar Dharmasena. Don't forget, last week, England wanted to bowl Mark Wood. They had to be content with just bowling the off-spinners.
It's not as dark here as it was there. That was real gloomy conditions. There's still that sort of white cloud above us. Down the pitch comes Wokes and drives Marsh back down at the ground. That is an audacious shot. He's got the full skip in and he's lifted him all the way over long off. Chris Wokes goes up to 12.
He's such a beautiful striker, straight down the ground, Chris Wokes. Plays lovely drives. And it's done so elegantly, just helped it along. Just got under it, and lifted it over mid-off. And just bouncing in front of the...
Oh, it's just bounced in front. I thought it had gone all the way. I thought it landed on the cushion on the full, but it's on the half volley, so that will be called a 4 rather than a 6.
Now, what does Carey do? Does he come up to the stumps when you've got an outswinger bowling in a time like this?
Maybe it is hitting the cushion before it's hit the ground. I think they might call this 6 in there. No, they've got it 4. The crowd tells the story. Carey hasn't moved. Still 2 slips and a gully standing next to the wicket-keeper, standing back, Mitchell Marsh. He's got 1 for 39. Rolls to Wokes, who stays at home and defends. The ball rolls down to mid-on. No run there. On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, England 7 for 238.
Just listening to Phil Walker talk about Mark Wood's story. He spoke to the coach who really has played a huge role in his life, Stevie Williams, and he spoke about how every time Mark Wood still gets out to a daft shot, he gets an angry message from his coach.
Marsh A little bit of hoop, but able to clip it off the pads is Wokes. It runs out through mid-wicket. They'll get a couple more runs here. It might be 3, it might even be 4. Sliding into the rope. Hazelwood taps it back. Has he done enough? They've run 3. And again, I'm sure we'll have a look at the replay here.
Sundaresan looks very convinced that it was clean, but he's now just waiting to see the replay.
Good piece of fielding from Hazelwood.
Really well done.
Like a redwood log rolling down a hill the way he goes over that boundary rope, but he does manage to have some finesse to tap the ball back.
Very specific there, the redwood.
Well, it's a big tree, the redwood. It is. Girthy, tall.
Like George Hazelwood. Got it. What kind of wood is Cameron Green?
Lumberjack. Cleans up.
Cameron Green is maybe the sequoia, the biggest version of the redwood. Tapping a little run behind point is Mark Wood out to just out to backward point. He goes up to 17. Chris Wokes has 13. 1 ball to come in this over. 7 for 242.
Sequoia, did you say?
The sequoia.
Also the name of my hairdresser.
Is it?
Hello, Sequoia. If you're listening to this back home, I'll be in your caring hands very soon. Hello, Isha, my wife as well. I'll be in your caring hands as well.
You do. You miss your salon operator when you're on tour.
You do, of course.
Best hair in the business, Bharat Sundaresan. Little outside edge, squaring up. Mitchell Marsh drawing the false shot. There'll be no run. 48 overs gone. England still ticking at 5 and over. They're 7 for 242.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Ashes cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Decent deal. Pat Cummins will be the one to bowl. The partnership's up to 30. Useful runs. Claxon goes off. Cummins into bowl. Little pull shot from Wood. Little top edge, and it limps down to mid-on and bounces twice before it reaches Mitchell Stark.
Looks like Pat Cummins has decided he's going to go short to Mark Wood. He did put him away for a boundary in the last over in that direction, but you see Mitchell Marsh had a fly slip. It's a deep
so they've
slip.
2 conventional slips, then a fly slip, then a deep backward point, regulation cover mid-off, mid-on, and a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. Cummins up to Wood, bowls full, and he's able to get a run into the leg side. So Wood wins that battle. And after he absolutely marmalised the short ball at Headingley, you would have thought maybe they'd reconsidered, let's just bowl short stuff to Mark Wood.
At least they're mixing it up. I think they overdid it in Headingley, and the game turned around, didn't it? At that point, Australia was so far ahead, 7 for 142. England, everything changed in that 8-ball period.
Yeah, it's that Stokes-Wood partnership, really. Yeah. That's could have been a series turning moment, if not for the rain in Manchester. In comes Cummins and bowls to Wokes, who's just stepping forward and defending compactly.
And they adjusted their length to Mark Wood in Manchester. They kept bowling it fuller. Hazelwood knocked his off stump out. So it's smart about it. Australia will still want 1 more wicket. Light the way it is, the weather the way it is.
Well, they know that Wokes can really bat. Wokes is not a tail ender. Chris Wokes is very capable with the cues, so they won't want him out there making 50 or 60 or more. Cummins into Wokes, back of a length, and he's just playing that ball well. He gets up on his toes and rides the bounce, drops it away behind point and gets through for the single. So they're batting very sensibly at the moment. Run rate watch, it's 5.01.
Still up there.
Dangerously close.
It's toying with you, isn't it?
But Jeremy, at least they've not gone to that trope these days of spreading the field for one batter and trying to attack the other tail ender. They are trying to get both Wokes and Wood out in more conventional ways.
They are. And if a bowler bowls a decent ball, they get a bonus. It's called a dot ball.
Yes.
And you can have another go at it, man.
Fly slip goes back for Mark Wood. 7 for 244. Wood is on 18.
I think he's deep enough for Mark Wood.
Cummins over the wicket to Wood. Full, and he drives him over cover. Leans back and puts the ball away for 4. 3 fielders converge to try to keep it in, but they won't be able to do so. 7 for 248. Wood is up to 22, and once again he's being a real nuisance for the Australians.
And he's taking on Pat Cummins as well and taking him down. Set up for 3 fours now. Again, making room for himself, just swinging at it. Didn't make great contact, but got it over the infield.
Got more than enough of it on the replay for Tyre Power. Their winter safety sale on now. Winter in Australia, of course, where most of you will be listening to this. Some in New Zealand, others scattered around the world, one way or another. Good to have your company. Cummins rolls outside the off stump and he swishes away Mark Wood and misses the outside edge. Bharat thought that he nicked that one. You were putting the finger up.
I was.
49 overs gone. The score is 7 for 248.
It's Tyre Power's winter safety sale. So you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. For a safer drive this winter, visit tyrepower.com.au.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and the librarian is back. We've got 1 over before tea and we're going to see Todd Murphy. So he got to bowl 1 over before lunch at Headingley in that run chase, and then 1 over when they had 30 to win. Yeah, it's that very old school way of using your spinner, isn't it? It's somewhat condescending. Oh, let's just, a bit of a surprise factor. Let's just use you before the break.
Nothing against librarians, but it's the kind of role you expect a librarian to play in a cricket match.
Yeah.
Well, they've had time to think about it and read about it.
Yes, there you go.
do the research. Yeah, out of the spotlight. Necessary but uncelebrated. The role of the finger spinner.
Is he overdue? That's a library joke.
No. Well done, Phil Long.
We thought you were asleep.
I know. You and I don't come across as people who have spent a lot of time in the library. These two do.
He's just having a lend. Here goes Murphy. In at the stumps and defending on the back foot. Here's Chris Wokes, no run.
Todd Murphy was in the middle of a good spell. He got the wicket of Moeen Ali in his first over. Just settled in, but then the weather changed and Stark got rid of Stokes. That brought an end to his spell. So confident.
They wanted pace from both ends at that point. Murphy bowls short outside the off stump, and that ball keeps a bit low as well. Notice this through his first spell. When he's pitching the back of a length, they're still going through it without a lot of bounce. Whether it's his action particularly, the way he sort of skids the ball. Bowls again, more air on that delivery. Wokes waits for it to pitch and then drives it out through point. It's a good shot. They decide not to take on the arm for the second. Travis Head and his moustache coming in to pick up the ball. You'll be pleased to see the
yes, it's back.
The Mo coming back.
You know, with the moustache comes the runs for Travis Head. He struggled in the last. I mean, he did get that big 70-odd.
Yeah, he did make some runs without the Mo.
Yeah, but you'll just wait. He gets the big scores with the moustache. But this is something I was looking forward to see. Todd Murphy to Mark Wood, 3 balls just before the tea break. He will take him on, you'd think.
Well, they're all going back. Cummins is dropping back halfway to long off. They've got long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square, and Mark Wood plays a defensive shot on the front foot and misses as the ball goes on with the arm.
He's got a wonderful start to his run-up, hasn't he? It's rather like a dressage horse where he kicks it backwards, you know, with the left foot as he starts.
A spirited colt. As he comes in, bowls outside the off stump and Wood leaves alone. Megan Shute used to do that as well. Little kickback, little sort of hop at the start of the run.
As if there's something behind them and they're just checking. Or are they pushing off something?
Heather Knight. Another one with the leg kick. Murphy flat in at the stumps, and Wood's thinking about a run. They will dash through for a single as he defends the ball just out towards point. And so, after 50 overs, England have 250 runs, which means the run rate per over is 5.00. It's Bazball, baby. This is how you do things. But they haven't been bazzing it very much in the last few overs. This partnership between Wokes and Wood, a good one. What's it worth now, Phil Long, the partnership?
It's now worth 38.
38 very useful runs to get them up to that 250 mark. What did you make of the session so far?
Australia session right through. Harry Brook was threatening to take this game completely away from them. The Moeen Ali injury happens. Todd Murphy gets him out. And then the conditions change, and Australia acknowledged that that was the moment where they had to strike. 4 wickets in the space of just 50 deliveries. Mitchell Starc, what a warrior he is for Australia. We thought we'd seen the last of him. Comes back on the field, bowls that beauty of a delivery to get rid of Ben Stokes, and then gets rid of Harry Brook with the one that goes the other way. And in between, Cummins got himself a wicket as well. So Australia would take this as their session, but this partnership, once again, it's Mark Wood and Chris Wokes. They did it in Headingley, they're doing it again. Just when Australia was on top, they said, Nana, we're still in it.
No doubt what was the Macca's delivery of the day so far. Macca's you can order via delivery on the My Macca's app. Mitchell Starc has a way of having it, has something over Ben Stokes in the long run. There have been a lot of those moments where Starc has come up top.
Yeah, I mean, even earlier this series at Lord's, you remember the first over of the day, it's the way Ben Stokes' bat comes across his body, and if Starc can get the ball to shape away from the left-hander, he's always in business. And that's exactly what happened today. The face of the bat closing and taking out off stump. What a sight it was for Mitchell Starc, who had just come back onto the field and back into the attack. And what a big wicket as well. Ben Stokes just getting his eye in, faced 15 deliveries, and it was all over.
Would have been a good delivery anyway, but he'd actually sort of played slightly across it, hadn't he, and got the face of the bat turned as if he wanted to play it to the onside, but the movement then defeated him. It was a cracking delivery.
Harry Brook made 85, Ben Duckett 41, Moeen Ali 34, but England 7 for 250 at the tea break. A couple of wickets for Mitchell Starc. Everybody's been amongst the wickets on the bowling scorecard. Let's go to the tea break for the time being, and we'll be back with you just after tea. For now, let's go to Paul Sebastiani.
Live back here at the Kia Oval where the lights are on. And Australia are very much home. 7 for 250. I say home. There was a collapse of 4 for 28, which felt like they were home and hosed in terms of knocking England over. But a useful little partnership worth 38 between Wood and Wokes. Best mates. Wood 23, Wokes 15. But that middle stretch of the middle session was all Australia's, picking up the wickets of Moeen, Stokes, Bairstow and Brook. 4 for 28 was the collapse. Starc, he was off the field with a shoulder problem early in the session. Bit back in style, knocking over Stokes with a beauty and getting Brook on 85, caught in the cordon. He starts round the wicket, bowling here to Wood. First ball of the session, field spread, 2 in the cordon. Wokes would make that, crunches down to deep backward point, gets a single. Adam Collins with you, and Peter Lalor with me for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. Hello, Pete.
G'day, Adam Collins. Interesting tactics here. Wood and Wokes, so in past we've seen the Australians put the field back, try and get them out on the short ball. They're more traditional fields this time. It's still not working. Wokes 15 from 20, Wood 24 from 26, stepping away, slapping the ball on a length, through the square of the wicket. Did some fearful drives.
Yeah, Phil had his strike rate in the series before this innings was in the 190s or something ridiculous, Wood. So we know he'll want to play. Wokes on strike now. 2 slips of gully, 2 men out on the leg side, and a deep backward point sweeping on the offside. Starc around the wicket to him, and Wokes hit on the pad. Shout for leg before it is given. Second ball of the session. Starc strikes again. 10 seconds on the clock for DRS. I get the sense that Wokes is going to send it upstairs just from the body language, and he now makes the T sign. The DRS for Imar Insurance. The tradies mate, call 13 Imar.
Yeah, the tradies mate. That's Imar.
So, Pete, I'll get you to look at the first replay when it comes up in a moment. But my sense from that angle was that he was in a bit of strife, if not for heights.
My sense from the batter's reaction was that he's out and he's just thrown this one upstairs because they've got a couple of reviews left.
Beat the inside edge and hit him in line with the Well, it's going to be fine on impacts of umpire's call.
Yes.
So that won't be a drama. It's missing the... Oh, hang on. Hold up. There's a spike. That will be overturned. I don't even think Lloyd thought there was a spike. Just, the body language, it felt like, well, I may as well. And upstairs umpire Menon see fit to overturn it on that evidence. And poor old Joel Wilson, nothing really ever breaks his way. That looks bang dead gone, but a little inside edge detected by Ultra Edge. We watch it again here for tyre power, winter safety sail, and
it's hard to see to the naked eye.
Yeah.
I have a lot of sympathy for the umpire in that situation.
And there's no deviation whatsoever. It's the slightest of edges which has saved Wokes there. And Stark just shrugs it off, as he has to do in the modern game. So he goes again at Wokes on 15. For in the cordon. Bowls here. He flashes outside the off stump. Gets it out in front of point. Strikes it well enough for a boundary. Across the practice pitches. So goes the cliche. You always get your value here at the Oval when you're playing square of the wicket. Wokes up to 19. 7 for 255.
Nobody at point. Quite comfortable just to drive that into the air, in the air, where a point might have been. It's a little forward of it.
That's his third for Wokes. Partnership now up to 43 from 48 balls, so more than useful after losing those glut of wickets. Been that kind of weird day. Push and pull. 62 run stand in a hurry, a 111 run stand, 107 balls either side of lunch. Stark in here and driving, dropped in the gully. Mitchell Marsh, it burst through his hands. We've seen Cameron Green do such a great job in that position over the last couple of years. And Stark has had Wokes put down a conventional in and out. Mitch Marsh down on his haunches. We'll get a second look here for tyre power. Winter safety sail. It came quick, but just took his eyes off it possibly at the last minute, Pete. It's coming quick.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's a matter of misjudging it. I think it's just smashed right through his palms.
Yep.
He's dropped the knees. He's tried to catch it fingers up at head level. It's lucky it hasn't gone through his palms on his face.
It was in line with his face,
but
wasn't
it was flying. It was flying.
All happening. 2 left in the over. Stark bowls and Wokes defending. They took 2 for the drop catch. He's 21, 7 for 257. Partnership 49.
Well, you said in that second session, they lost 4 for 28.
Well, at one stage, yes. So the day's been a 62-run stand to open in a hurry, then 3 for 11 in 22 balls, then a 111 stand from 107 balls, then 4 for 28, and now a 45-run partnership in 49 balls. So it's been a weird old day.
Well, there's 2 ways of looking at that second session. They lost 4 for 28, but across the session, they lost 4 for 119.
True. Yep, in 24 overs, going at 5 and over, a bit over that at the moment. Stark to finish, bowls here in behind it. Wokes into the onside, over complete. Had Wokes given out leg before an overturn, then dropped in the gully by Mitchell Marsh. That's all on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. And our coverage is for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. Pete Lalor with me for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. Pete, little birdie told me that you were spotted in the pub last night with Australian music royalty.
Yes, that's right. You've got good sources, haven't you?
I do. I'm well informed. Was Bernard Fanning doing the rounds last night, wasn't
Bernard Fanning from Powderfinger, now a solo artist.
Yep.
Was one of the most popular groups in our car when the kids were young.
Sure.
Sue, the kids, Harry and Lucy, they loved Powderfinger. Lucy was very excited when I told her I was catching up with Bernard.
Catching up with implies you have an existing relationship with this rock star. Is that about right?
No. Social media relationship.
So Todd Murphy picked up a wicket with his third delivery today. Into the attack straight after tea. Bowling at Wood. Over the wicket from the Vauxhall end, defended into the onside, no runs. There's a slip, deep backward point, probably for the reverse sweep. A conventional backward square, a deep mid-wicket cover, and deepish mid-off. Murphy kicking away from us. Bowls to Wood, he's 24, he swings hard through the covers, across the practice pitches. That'll be a close run thing for another boundary, but good fielding from Travis Head right in front of the Peter May stand. They'll add a couple. Wood to 26, 7 for 259. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, opening up their stumps. It's a risky shot, but it's coming off at the moment. I've seen them step away to Pat Cummins, to Mitchell Stark, and now to the spinner, Todd Murphy, free their arms, at some point they're going to come undone, and I think you'll find that's 4.
Yeah, his right boot's touching the rope or touching the sponge when the ball's touching the hand. So Kumar Dharmasena will signal 4 and the crowd will love that. Partnership now to 49. With a slap from Wood, who's 26. Murphy bowls to him. He makes room and slaps again, and he gets him. Mark Wood swings and doesn't make the contact. He's gone for 28, 8 for 261. Todd Murphy, for the second time, has been brought into the attack and picked up a wicket straight away. Watching it back here for Tyre Power, gave it absolutely everything and hit the top of middle stump.
Yeah, that's a little similar to the Moeen Ali dismissal, except he beat him on the outside this time, not the inside. But it's about just attempting to free their arms against Murphy, who is just such a calm presence at the wicket. We've seen that from the very first ball he bowled in India, the very first over he bowled. And again, he takes the wicket and you barely know he has. That's another one down.
I think Murphy's celebration there was a bit more...
A little bit.
Free ball. He was really up and about, knowing that they needed to go and continue from where they were in the middle of that session. They didn't want this partnership to get away from them. So broken on 49, 8 for 261 the score.
Well, that's 2 wickets for him now, and he bowled very well, considering that he was figured supernumerary to requirements in the 4th test, and a lot of people talked about what that did to his confidence, and I didn't like that. I don't think that it would affect his confidence at all. He'd understand that. He's a very level-headed young man. He's an extremely mature cricketer.
So he's got 2, and he's got Stuart Broad walking out left-hander, which he'll enjoy too, and I'm sure Broad will just pick up from where they've all left off and try and smack him out of the ground. That's how he's got both Moeen Ali and Mark Wood, both bowled.
The ones go straight on, basically.
Yeah. So nice bowling.
Nice bowling, considering there's very little turn on this wicket.
In all probability will be later in the test match, but yes, day one's all about seam, and Murphy getting a chance and making it work for him. He's got 2 for 17 so far. Stuart Broad, a test average of 18, but you can ignore the numbers with Broad. It's all about if you can clear the front leg and knock it over the ropes.
So they've got the mid-off sort of 3/4 of the way back there, Josh Hazlewood. Oh, sorry, mid-on.
Seen that dismissal again of Mark Wood. He swung so hard, it was disconcerting even for us. I'm trying to work out where it was going. Murphy slipping a short leg for Broad, round the wicket. Inside edge, gets it fine. Deep backward square work to do. And just take 1. Broad off the mark first ball, 8 for 262.
Well, that's why I said it was very similar to the dismissal of Moeen Ali, and Moeen Ali was also swinging like a well-oiled gate. You're like, where's that one going? And, oh, it's bowled him.
So 2 left in the Murphy over, already successful. So what did you learn from Bernard Fanning? Is he here for the whole week?
Yep, he's a huge cricket fan. Plays Bulls Masters.
Oh, right.
Yeah. He's always been a very keen cricketer. Wanted to be a journalist.
Did he?
Yeah. Having a great voice and being good looking and being in a rock band got in the way.
Funny that.
Yeah.
Murphy bowls to Wokes and defends into the onside. We've got Mick Jagger here somewhere through the week too. I think he's up in the one of the corporates on
we think he's up in that wisdom box next to the scoreboard there. He celebrated his 80th birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Michael. Perhaps the whole crowd can sing him happy birthday when he comes in.
He's had an unexpected role in the history of Test cricket, Mick Jagger. Maybe next over. Murphy bowls to finish and Wokes takes it down to long on for an easy single. Keeps the strike. He's 22. Australia get the wicket of Wood in the over. 8 for 263 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and safe.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your steering is vibrating or pulling to one side, a wheel alignment will help with your car's handling and stop your tyres from wearing out too quickly. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
Hello, it's Bargain calling. Get Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15 with first month free. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Yeah, Mick Jagger in 1999, he was touring with the Stones. He was frustrated about not being able to watch England play a one-day, I think it was a triangular series somewhere. Who knows where it was. And he's like, I can throw some money at this problem. Stark, round the wickets of Wokes from the pavilion end. He's on 22. The all-rounder flashes past Gully. down towards deep backward point for one. Murphy does the fielding. Woakes 23, 8 for 264. And he effectively commissioned Crick Info to make a live stream, a video stream from the ground, which they did with Jagger's financial backing.
Yeah.
And that's the first time we had anything resembling live streaming of an international cricket match.
Get out. Invented by Mick Jagger.
Yep. So if you're ever watching a Sheffield Shield stream or something like that, the origin story goes all the way back to the turn of the century.
Well, there were two chaps at training the other day, at the Aussie training, and I had to suss out who they were because I could tell something was going on. One of them was Mick Jagger's security detail, and the other one was Prince Harry's. Is he still a prince?
I think
Whatever.
I don't think he's got the HRH, but he's a prince, yes.
The artist formerly known as Prince Harry, yes. And Hugh Jackman, we said that earlier, he's due in the pavilion. I don't know if I've seen him yet. But Paul Dempsey's in town from Something for Kate.
Yeah. These weeks
Paul Kelly was in town for one of the early tests.
Was he?
He's gone now.
Due abroad facing Mitch Stark. Couple of slips, bowls here, backs away, gets a bat on it, out to cover, no run. We interviewed Paul Kelly for our podcast, Geoff and I, last year, and he was giving enormous detail on Sheffield Shield games he watched at the Adelaide Oval in the 60s, in the late 60s.
Yeah.
He's got great retention of watching Ian Chappell do his thing and so on.
That
Pretty
would have
cool.
been something to see those guys in the 60s at the Adelaide Oval, wouldn't it?
Les Flavel, as Chappelli always talks about. Paul Kelly did as well.
Kind of when cricket went rock and roll, wasn't it? Ian Chappell and those lads.
So it's a backward point that's almost a fly slip with Broad for a top edge if it comes. Stark delivers and Broad flashes through that region. It nearly lands with that fielder. Only a couple of metres away from Mitchell Marsh. Pat Cummins has his hand on his head at mid-off, thinking that would have been a good piece of captaincy had Marsh been able to drag that in. Not quite. Broad's first boundary. He's 5, 8 for 268. We'll watch it again for tyre power. Wins the safety sail. Made room, slashed, and no more than a couple of metres away from Mitchell Marsh.
Almost a perfect field placing, and one that was questioned in the fourth test.
Yep. It's not quite fly slip.
No.
Not quite backward point. Somewhere in between.
And not quite right.
Stark delivers to Broad, makes room, swings over cow corner. Won't quite make it to the road, but kind of stopped and pitched and rolled, and Marnus Labuschagne did the rest. Keeps it to a couple, 8 for 270, but intent signalled already from Broad, as you'd expect from him.
Yeah, backed away to free his arms. Stark attempted to follow him, but he's still got some bat on it.
It's always nice when people from the creative world dip into cricket. It feels like they're listening to us, they're watching us, they're paying attention to our game.
We're not just nerds.
Stark again on the approach. Still with those two slips for Broad. Over the wicket, makes room, slaps straight in the air. Towards cover it goes. An easy chance for Travis Head, hanging underneath it, and pouches it. So a brief cameo for Broad. Up and down for 7. England lose their 9th wicket now, with the score on 270, and Australia doing a good job of finishing this off, Pete Lalor.
They sure are. I mean, England have raced to 270 and over 5 runs and over, but Australia have kept their heads, and I think their field placements have just been a little bit better this test than perhaps some of the earlier tests. They've kept them up, they've kept them in attacking positions, and it's paid off. There's just enough in this wicket. Well, there's enough in this wicket to keep the bowlers interested. It looked like it was a little bit of sort of ping-pong bounce in the first hour, but I think it sped up a bit. A little lateral movement. But the Australians have bowled extremely well, especially given that Pat Cummins looked so tired in the last test. Mitchell Stark, we thought, was done and dusted. Last time I was up here in the radio box, we'd written him off. You wouldn't want us to be your doctors giving a prognosis, would you?
It didn't look good, though, did it?
No,
the way
it
he left the
didn't at
field.
all. And that's been the gamble coming into this test. You know, do you need the fresh legs? Because you know that the guys who've been your workhorses, like Stark and Cummins, have bowled a lot and are tired and possibly quite hurt. But they put in a great performance today, the Australians. Just one blemish here or there. Hadn't dropped Harry Brook on 5, it would be a very, very different story this day. That costs them a lot.
Lovely response for James Anderson making his way to the middle. It could well be his final test match. He did have a column in the Telegraph in England yesterday saying he wants to play on, but I don't suppose he'll get to make that decision all on his own right now.
No. Well, I suppose if he's happy to play an occasional test and he's needed, as you do seem to need so many bowlers, particularly with the sort of schedules that English cricket's kept over the last few years, they really go through a lot of bowlers, and they've got a lot of bowlers coming in and out with injury. Perhaps he could be useful as a pinch-hitting bowler, but I don't want him in there holding out young bowlers like Josh Tongue, who I would have liked to have seen again in this series. I understand why they've got some loyalty to Jimmy Anderson. I respect that, but he can't go on forever, and it's probably a similar situation to David Warner in the Australian team.
Just following up what Pete says there, I think England have got 17 tests in 2024.
17 tests in 2024, yeah.
Stark up, last ball of the over. Anderson, the number 11, facing up. Full and straight, hits him on the pad. Shout for leg before, and it's not given by umpire Wilson. Now they're going to go upstairs here straight away. So for the second time in the session, Mitch Stark is going to be turning to that DRS process. The first one against him, but this felt full and straight, Pete.
Full and straight. Well, to me, it looked like it was going down, but Mitchell Stark's not a fool when he goes up for these, and he's convinced that he's got his man here. He was convinced earlier when there was an inside edge too, but, yep, full and straight, possibly clipping leg.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be given out.
No.
So they got the review and they've used it, but...
So it was going down.
Your instinct was correct, Peter Lalor. We won't have time to take a break because they're already in position.
Can we package up that video and put it on Twitter, please? I got one right.
You did get one right. Yeah. Yes, SEN Ashes Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, and our expert, Pete Lalor, who gets it right more than he doesn't. For Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Put that on a bumper sticker.
Yeah, right. This broken clock, mate.
We're live here at the Kia Oval with Todd Murphy still in operation. We still haven't formally had the projection yet. They must have a problem with the technology. They'll get there eventually. I should say that every field was back in position for the next over. In line and was, missing. He was actually clipping the stumps for what it's worth. Had it been given out on the field, he would have been set packing, but not to be.
Come on, Joel. Have a mare, mate. And Todd Murphy at the top of his mark. I love Todd's little kick, like he's kick-starting the moped at the top of his mark. That leg goes back and off he goes.
Clearly England don't have too much faith in Anderson. Ben Stokes is in his whites and ready to roll. He'll be fielding soon enough. Woakes on 23 on strike to Murphy. How will he play this? By taking a single first ball. He wants to, but Anderson will have to be with him for it, and to be fair, he is. That went out towards the Betts stand off at inside edge, so Woakes up to 25. It's 9 for 272. That's all on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Now, I wonder if Ben Stokes is ready to get out there because he'll want to loosen up and see if he can bowl. We saw him do that in the fourth test where he'll come out and give it a crack on the adjoining wickets. He said he won't bowl in this test match, didn't he? But he was bowling offies yesterday.
We'll see. Murphy bowls, and swinging is Woakes from outside the leg stump, but doesn't get any contact on it. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 men back on the leg side, 2 back on the offside. So they're happy to give the single to Woakes as and when. Even Cummins is pretty deep at mid-off. There'll be one there if he wants it. He'll swing though, surely. Hitting with the spin. Not here, he won't. Delivered full enough that he just gets forward and lets it hit him on the pad and spill behind square on the onside. No run.
2 for 21, Murphy in his 6th over. That's good bowling because they have been swinging from the rafters since about lunchtime.
So in here is Murphy bowls and dancing and hitting past the bowler. Drop catch in his follow through, I reckon.
Yep.
Just deflected off down to mid-off. They do take one. It was hit hard, but Murphy did get a look at it. Woakes to 26, 9 for 273. Would have been a good catch. We'll see it again for tyre power. Winter safety sail, Pete Lalor.
Got the feeling he picks this up a bit late there. Oh, he's in great position to catch it, but
should have done better in hindsight.
Should have done a lot better than that. It's hit straight back to him. He's waiting for it and just pushes it over his left shoulder.
His first wicket in Test cricket was a caught and bowled at Nagpur earlier this year. Can't get a second one there, but he will get a look at Jimmy Anderson with 2 left in the over. This is what off-spinners like, bowling at left-handers. He's already picked up one of those today, Moeen Ali. Slip short leg, 2 back on the leg side, and Deep backward point for the inevitable Anderson reverse sweep. Bowls here, conventional sweep from Anderson. Out to deep mid-wicket, the crowd love it. Sweeping out there is David Warner. Anderson doesn't take the single because they're going to try and get Woakes back on strike with one more dot. Or a boundary, who's to know? So they know Anderson loves the reverse, thus the short third man and the deep backward point. Murphy to finish. Bowls here, Anderson, there's the reverse, and he hits it straight to short third. Everybody in the ground knew that was coming. Into the over, 9 for 273. Anderson yet to score. Woakes 26 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and save.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Our experts are for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas, and one of them is David Bumble Lloyd. Welcome back.
273 for 9. They've played some shots, haven't they? 273 for 9. Run rate 5. Much better view here. So elevated from the media centre, the press box downstairs, it's very dingy and dark.
Such a contrast between the press box and the outside press box here. Stark round the wicket, bowls to Woakes, makes room, swings and hits him straight back over his head. Goes all the way for 6 as well, into the pavilion. Woakes up to 32, that's his first big one. 9 for 279, they're going to keep batting this way, why wouldn't they?
Where's the respect?
It's extraordinary, really. Every one of them have come in playing shots. Let's get bowling, don't matter how many we get, let's just get bowling.
Landed just in front of the picket fence in front of the Mickey Stewart Pavilion, but yes, making space, clearing the front leg. T20 stuff, it works. Field spread, albeit with mid-on still not all the way back. Stark delivers and Woakes takes it off his hip straight to mid-wicket, no single.
Well, England was sent into bat here 4 years ago. It was deemed to be a mistake by the Australians, and they made 294. They're now 9 for 279. Where do you reckon that sits in the being sent in about how have you done stakes?
Well, I think if you take 9 wickets on day one, you've had a really good day. I don't care how many runs they've got, 273 for 9, but they've been gifted. A number of these wickets have been gifted.
And on the other side of it, 4 drop catches for Australia.
Yes.
Stark here to Woakes, got a life just after tea. Round the wicket, bowls and takes him out to deep backward point, finds a gap. There should be enough time to get through for a couple. Indeed, they'll get 4. Todd Murphy was converging with the other sweeper. That's Travis Head, Usman Khawaja. And they nearly ran into each other and he couldn't knock it back in time. So 4 runs for Woakes, that takes him on to 36.
It's a lack of communication between those two fielders. So basically both got there at the same time, so one couldn't really dive for it. They both held back. After you, no, after you. No,
after you, Claude. After you, Claude.
Yeah, wait another day. No understanding between Khawaja and Murphy in that situation.
Stark again here. Can he finish it? Bowling to Woakes. Delivers here and Woakes closer to the body. Up, out towards deep backward square leg. A man underneath it and it's taken. Travis Head, 2 catches to finish off the innings. Mitchell Stark completes the Australian fielding innings with 4 wickets of his own. England all out for 283 in just the 55th over. Woakes made 36 from 36. Anderson, the not-out man, he didn't score. And that is an innings thoroughly in keeping with what we've seen over the last 6 weeks, David Lloyd.
Exactly as they said they would play. We're just going to attack, attack, attack. And it's been outrageous. And here's the latest one, the last one, caught out in the deep. Travis Head, it's a long way out there. And he just settles himself and takes it comfortably. So that's the end of the England innings. They've got to 283, round about 5 and over. What they want to do, let's get bowling.
They've been saying that since the whole operation of Bazball, if you want to call it that, started. You've got to take your 20 wickets, and the sooner you take them, the better chance you have winning the test match. That's when I like to field, but flipping it on its head, 283 on the board, gives them a base to work with, even if they haven't made the most of a couple of important partnerships earlier on.
Well, it's going back to Australia, the vintage Australia team with Hayden at the top and Michael Slater and Shane Warne in the team, McGrath in the team, and Shane Warne would freely tell you, get the runs as quickly as you can, and that was round about 4 and over, 4 and a little bit. Get your runs as quickly as you can. If the opposition get 300, that's plenty. We will bowl them out. We just need to get bowling.
So in terms of the call of the card as we go through the change of innings, which will be about 10 minutes, they'll be back on in roughly 8 minutes from now. England all out for 283. The first man to fall today was Ben Duckett, caught down the leg side from the bowling of Marsh for 41. Crawley caught by Smith in the cordon from Cummins for 22. Then Root was bowled by Hazelwood, chopping on for 5. So at lunch they were 3 for 131 with Harry Brook already up to 48. After lunch they lost Bowen Ali, bowled from Todd Murphy's third delivery for 34, a partnership of 111 from 107 balls for the fourth wicket. Stokes bowled by a Stark beauty, knocked over for 3. Bairstow chopped Hazelwood on as well, as Root did earlier before lunch for 4, and then Brook, the other Yorkshireman, top scored with 85, caught by Steve Smith, a second slip from the bowling of Stark. And then after tea, Mark Wood bowled by Todd Murphy, trying to clear the front leg and pop him into the Archbishop Tennyson School. Didn't quite work out. Wood made 28, a partnership of 49 with Chris Wokes. Stuart Broad, top edge to Travis Head from the bowling of Stark for 7. And the last man to fall was Chris Wokes, caught on deep backward square leg rope by Head from the bowling of Stark for 36 from 36. Mitchell Stark, 14.4 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 82. Hazelwood, 13 overs, no maidens, 2 for 54. Pat Cummins, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 66. Mitchell Marsh, 8 overs, 1 for 43 earlier in the day. And Todd Murphy finishes with 2 for 22 from 6. And Australia, having let England get off to a bit of a flyer, they'll be happy with that too.
Absolutely delighted. We win the toss, we'll have a ball first, thanks. The lights are on, they're still on. And you bowl a team out in that evening session, they'll be absolutely thrilled. The heavy roller is on the pitch. I'm interested about the World Championship game against India. I think you mentioned early this morning that the pitch got quicker. So there's some pace in this. There is a little bit of pace. Mark Wood is England's pace man, and I just wonder whether this will get quicker.
That's what we have to look forward to after the break. We'll take one of those now on SEN Test Cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Australia knocking England over for 283 in the 55th over. And Australia's response to that coming in about 5 minutes from now. Geoff Lemon then picking up commentary.
My most memorable footy moment probably would have been watching Plugger kick 100 and jumping the fence with all the other kids, and I touched his shoulder.
Probably the 81 grand final. It was a great day. Very memorable.
You know how you used to be allowed on the ground at the MCG?
If you'd like to celebrate your life at your local footy club, have your club's theme song played and have your guests show up wearing your team's colours, the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals can make that possible. Get to know them at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. I want to introduce you to some very special new homes at a very special place at very, very special prices. Single and double-story homes with 4 bedrooms with all the luxuries are ready to move in now at The Dales, an exclusive community in Ponnybrook, next to Caroline Springs and Fraser Rise. But be quick, prices start from under 600 grand. All by Henley Homes, the builder with a $7 billion parent company. Go to henley.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's, coming to you from the Kia Oval in southern London. Kennington, in between the Vauxhall Tube Station and the Oval Tube Station. There's a big divide whether you take the Victoria line down or you take the Northern line down. Some people tend one way, some tend the other. Geoff Lemon, Phil Walker and David Lloyd, your company from the ground, and we've seen Australia bowl out England today for 283. They went at a very good clip, the English, only 54.4 overs faced. Zach Crawley caught at slip by Steve Smith off the bowling of Pat Cummins for 22. Ben Duckett caught behind off Mitchell Marsh for 41. Moeen Ali was bowled by Todd Murphy for 34. Joe Root chopped on from Josh Hazlewood for 5. Ben Stokes bowled by an absolute beauty from Mitchell Starc for 3. Knocked his off stump out and left the middle and leg standing. Johnny Bairstow also chopped on off Hazlewood for 4. And then it was Harry Brook who batted through the innings, most of it anyway, for 85 off 91 balls, 11 fours, 2 sixes. He was caught by Smith as well off the bowling of Mitchell Starc. Mark Wood bowled by Murphy, having a big swing for 28. Chris Wokes made 36, batted well down the order. He was caught by Travis Head off Starc. And Stuart Broad was caught by Travis Head off Starc as well for 7. James Anderson, not out. He's got over 100 not-out innings in Test cricket now, James Anderson. And, gents, it's been a highly entertaining day of cricket. We've rock and rolled through the first innings of the Test match, and on we go.
Yeah, they don't hang about, do they? 283 in 54 overs. It's coming to a point where we have to just accept that this is the way of it. But it still eats away a little bit. When you look at the amount of runs that have been left out there, and while it is compelling and thrilling and compulsively watchable, there are times where you just have to just balance it off just a little bit, and it's not so much the philosophy as the decisions in the moment. You know, it's perhaps unfair to label certain players, but you know, Johnny Bairstow trying to create something before he's got himself going. Joe playing that shot that gets him into a bit of trouble sometimes, again, before he's got the pace and the rhythm of the pitch. And, you know, the tail as well, the lower order, there's just a sort of frenetic nature to it, as if they're stuck in this way. As if they've all drunk the Kool-Aid.
Yep, it's compulsory. You must proceed in this fashion.
Yeah, and Joe, I was speaking to Jeremy about it at lunch. Joe's had an okay series. He batted masterfully, as we know, on day 1 at Edgbaston. Played really nicely last week for 80-odd at Old Trafford. But aside from that, he seemed like he's kind of trying to force the issue where he's such a master, he doesn't really need to. Do you know what I mean, Bumble? Do you get that sense a little bit?
Well, I'm with you. You've got to walk before you can run, and they just want to come out sprinting, every one of them. I thought Walks played really well, 36 from 36. Mark Wood got on with it, and so it's thrilling, but the damage had been done then. You're into the tail, and Australia would be saying, OK, we'll clean this up. They can carry on playing shots. And catches out in the deep. And Australia, they've dropped 4.
5.
It dropped 5, and the drops have actually been bursting through the hands as if they've not really seen. Quick enough is this pitch, and I've just mentioned that the heavy roll has been on, and you can physically see it changing colour ever so slightly. The lights are still on. We've got high cloud. This is what they want to do. Let's get bowling quickly.
Well, what we've got is an opportunity for England here with Stuart Broad warming up. He's got the headband on, rolling the right arm over. James Anderson will presumably take the new ball from the other end. The old firm combining once again, and they've got the conditions. This is a bowling day. Australia used it to their advantage, created 15 chances, took 10 of them. And England will have that stacked slips cordon. They've got their 4 slips, and they're more of a backward point than a gully, really, set quite deep for the more full-blooded slash outside the off stump. Aside from that, all of cover is open. They've just got a mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. I'm guessing there's a fine leg lurking behind the TV camera down there. Yes, there is under the hat. So, we've got Khawaja on strike, Warner at the non-striker's end. And if England can nip out a couple quickly, well, then suddenly 283 might look like a very good score indeed. Here comes Broad to start the innings, and Khawaja's hit on the pad. Broad spins around, looks at the umpire. That's a rare one for him. actually appealing while looking at the official. He was as animated as he usually is, but he remembered the etiquette of the game at that point. The umpire says not out. Going down leg side?
Yeah, trending down leg side, right arm round. Two substitute fielders out for England, Dan Lawrence and another young lad whose identity I can't quite figure out, under the white floppy down at long leg. And obviously Moeen Ali is struggling, so he's not there. And from what I can see, Chris Wokes isn't out there either.
Maybe just preparing to bowl, having a little break after his batting.
You'd assume so. You'd hope so. There wasn't any indication that he was struggling when he was batting.
Broad to Khawaja, who leaves the ball outside the off stump, as he's done so well at times throughout this series.
You can't do that. I'm coming back as an umpire. You cannot have a break. I'll just come out when I'm ready and have a substitute. You can do it, but you can't have a substitute. He's got to be injured to have a substitute according to the laws of the game.
Is that right?
It's so lax. It's so lax. You've got to prove to the umpire that you've got an injury and I will need a substitute.
Right.
You can't just go off and say, well, I'll just have a bit of a rest and I'll be on, a couple of minutes, make a couple of calls, phone calls.
Stuart Broad. Up to Khawaja, who's trying to glance down the leg side. Tumbling take from Bairstow. He does glove the ball cleanly, but there's nothing on it. So you would be a more proactive umpire, because you've spent time as an umpire, and you've made the point before that there is provision for the umpires to move the game along, to charge players for time wasting and that sort of thing.
Well, you just mentioned proactive, and that's how umpires were back in the day. They were in charge of the game, and it's so different now because the umpires are challenged at every opportunity by the players.
Broad. Round the wicket, up to Khawaja, who's struck on the thigh pad as he tries to defend. There's no run.
So going back how it used to be, and in this situation that there's a substitute on, the umpire will go to the captain. I see you've got a substitute on. What's the problem with the player who's off the field? And he'd have to have a good explanation.
Not, he's just having a shower.
No, well, I'm sorry. He'll have to, excuse me, young man, you'll have to leave. You've got to go off. But he's here. He's coming back on. We can see a picture of him just doing some work with a medicine ball.
Doing some old-fashioned Jane Fonda-style warm-ups down on the boundary line. Broad bowls to Khawaja, who's forward in defence. Drives the ball back to the bowler very gently. Those soft hands.
So Bumble, do you put it onto the umpires, or is it more a case that the organisation that pay their wages have told them to step back? This is not your game anymore.
Exactly. That's exactly it. You're told to manage the game. And that I've just described would be seen as an incident. Just leave it there. Just let it go. So it's a different era completely.
Stuart Broad. Up to Khawaja to finish the over, and there'll be the first runs of the day for Usman Khawaja. He flicks a single out behind square leg. He'll keep the strike. David Warner will keep watching on after the first over of the reply. To 283, Australia are one without loss.
Beaumont Tiles hits another 6 for your renovation budget, introducing the best value tile range ever. It's called Beaumont Max. How's this? Subway tiles from $30. Yes, Subway tiles from $30 in over 10 colours. 3x6 white wall tiles only $19.95. Floor tiles from $29.95 featuring concrete and marble look. Don't be caught out of your crease. Buy Beaumont Max from Beaumont Tiles. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
SEN Ashes cricket for Maccas. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Maccas app. James Anderson will be having a bowl from the far end. So we're talking about umpiring at the moment with David Lloyd, who knows the subject. The impression that I get is that the players are much bigger celebrities than the umpires. They're paid more, they've got more clout, they've got more power. And it seems to me that umpires don't want to cross them. They don't want to become unpopular with players.
Yeah, you manage the game, and to try and get on a wavelength that the game flows without being confrontational towards the players.
Anderson will start his day. A little bit of movement through the air as the ball angles across Khawaja and is left alone outside the off stump. Big day for James Anderson here. He's got the conditions. He's got the friendliest bowling surface that he's seen so far this series. He's been bowling on brown tracks at Edgbaston and Old Trafford.
I bet he doesn't have batters who'll be swinging from the hip.
They've looked to sit on him for the most part through this series.
Definite.
Anderson. Up to Khawaja. Angled across and diving across. Bairstow takes in front of first slip.
It's worth pointing out with him that while the numbers in the wicket columns and the strike rate and so on are not looking good, the pace itself has been fine, and the lateral movement has been just as much as ever before. And CricViz, who study these things, have released the data on it, and so it's slightly illusory, I think, that he is, if you like, fading. Just hasn't really got the returns.
Anderson up to Khawaja, who leaves the back of a length ball, and there's good lift and carry there, and that's up at 81 miles an hour as he eases into his spell.
He could do with another 3 miles an hour. His optimum is round about 84. And I noticed that Bairstow, to both the opening bowlers, is closer than Carey was. And so Cummins, I thought, was worthy. It was a terrific effort from Cummins. 6 test matches in a short space of time, 90 miles an hour. That's a good effort.
Rebounded well today after his difficult test match at Old Trafford. Did Cummins. Anderson bowls down the leg side.
You say a difficult test match, and the human, it was. He had a poor time. But that happens. You know, you just have a bad game. And I've done so many little bits back into Australia. And a little bit of criticism for Cummins. But at the end of the day, you're 2-1 up in the series. That's the bottom line. That's the payoff.
Well, if Australia could go home with the World Test Championship and the Ashes, both trophies in the bag,
2 ticks.
Very hard to say that's an unsuccessful summer. Khawaja leaves outside the off stump. The ball angled across him, that tight Anderson line across the left-hander. So good with that. But I think this match is still very important for Australia. If they blew a 2-0 lead and it ended up 2-2, that would feel like they'd messed up the series. They'd blown the opportunity.
And they were stung 4 years ago, weren't they?
Yeah. They were very annoyed to end up not winning it, but there was also, it sort of made sense that they didn't win it in a way. Anderson bowls outside the off stump, and Khawaja just presses a little drive down through mid-off. He'll take a couple of runs as Stokes has to run back on that troublesome knee. Australia 3 without loss. The over comes to an end. They're 280 runs behind England's first innings score. They're 3-0.
It could always be our shout with free barista-made coffee for a year on McCafe. Just buy any eligible McCafe coffee on the My Maccas app for your chance to win. There are 25 winners every day. Limited time only. Ends 29th of the 8th, 23. Visit mcdonalds.com.au/coffeecomp for full terms.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you've hit a nasty pothole recently, there could be damage that only an expert can spot. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. The score on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's save is 3 without loss. Stuart Broad with the ball in hand, the pavilion at his back, and he's running into David Warner for the first time today, who survives the first ball. Up on his toes, drops it out to point. We were just talking about 2019. It felt then like when Australia won at Old Trafford, they retained the Ashes, they blew the budget there, the big celebration, all of the emotional sort of outpouring was there, and they were a bit flat by the time they got to the Oval. Whereas this time around,
there was no sense of that at all, was there?
No.
After Old Trafford,
almost no celebration. They just went, okay, we got away with that, we got lucky, let's go and finish the job. So there's a sense of determination to make that happen. Warner steps across his stumps and tries to find the gap at cover. Can't do so, can't beat Stokes, but those feet moving early. Bharat Sundaresan has just joined us.
Hello, gents. And also, not to forget, they were coming off that Headingley defeat. It was a different team management. Justin Langer had made them watch the highlights of that game a few times. It was a different atmosphere. And if you remember, they went and played that game in Derby. Tim Payne took a break. And there was a lot happening. And you see there was a release of that pent-up pressure and tension. And
Broad up to Warner, who leaves outside the off stump. Just lifts the bat right over the line of that ball.
Just the aftermath of what happened in Headingley, the way the game was taken away from them. And it was that release that we saw that evening, famous evening at Old Trafford. Geoff Lemon and you and I were there till the very end to see the celebrations. I was seeing some clips of back then, just last week, all of them doing push-ups like Misbah-ul-Haq's team. out there in the middle. Malcolm Coney.
Standing in a giant circle, jumping up and down, pouring drinks on each other, all that sort of stuff. Broad, up to Warner, who's glancing runs. Down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Straight in line. The umpire calls those leg byes, so Warner yet to get off the duck. But he's got the scoreboard to move along with a deflection off the thigh. 7 without loss.
Meanwhile, England's slip cord are practicing their golf swing. They are never off message, I tell you.
They always do it. The other day I saw one of them with a cricket bat in his hand practicing the golf swing.
When they're, you know, if the Oppo are 300 for 4, I can get it. Third over of the game.
Well, the good thing about getting bowled out by T on day 1 is that you're not going to play 5 days of the test match. Down the leg side goes Warner. It's in the air. It goes to the boundary again. And the umpire's going to call that 4 runs. So Warner is off the mark. There was a bit of glove in that. It was pretty close to Bairstow.
I think he might have even just got a nibble to it, the keeper, Geoff. Let's have a look again.
Broad has hands on his head. There's swing down the leg side. There's a little inside edge.
Yes, he did.
And he did touch it, Bairstow. So rough to call that one a drop. He got across, made good ground with the dive.
I have a WhatsApp group of disillusioned England fans who will be telling me within minutes that Ben Foakes gobbles that catch up.
Oh, yes, of course he does.
Of course he does.
He
never dropped one, did he?
Yeah, exactly.
He's never dropped one in his life.
Never put one down.
In a way, it's the best place to be to grow your legend by not playing.
Oh, it's the truism of cricket.
Michael Neser.
Oh,
case
not
in
him.
point. Stuart Broad round the wicket to Warner, who drops the ball away to point. Won't take a run. Australia 11 without loss. Warner is on 4. Khawaja is 3. We've had 3 overs of Australia's first innings.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. The score on the Harvey Norman scoreboard is 11 without losses. Khawaja 3, David Warner 4. My name's Geoff Lemon. Phil Walker is with me, editor of Wisden Cricket Monthly, and Bharat Sundaresan, correspondent for CricBuzz on Australian cricket. And long-time SEN broadcaster. Having a bit of a pause.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson just took all the time in the world to get his footwear right. He had them off. He was tying his shoelaces. And in the background was, I think that is Daniel Lawrence. He was doing his shoelaces as well. Nobody's in a hurry anymore to play a game of cricket, are they?
Get on with the game.
We've not even seen 60 overs of cricket today. It's strange.
Yep.
Anderson, top of his mark. Come in to bowl to Usman Khawaja, who's hopping up on his toes and almost edging it through to the wicket-keeper. Bairstow again in front of first slip as he rolls across the ground.
Just briefly, Geoff, Moeen Ali has a right groin injury, says the ECB. Continue to be assessed, won't field for the rest of the day. Doesn't sound great, does it?
No, really. Won't bowl, presumably.
Well, no, certainly not for the rest of the day. They'll look at him overnight. Ben Stokes was practicing his off breaks, getting a bit of rag and turn in the build-up.
True. Anderson up to Khawaja, who leaves the ball angled across him. Well judged leave. Confident in that one. It wasn't too far from the off stump.
Yeah, to carry though. We saw this with Australia and the new ball this morning. Mitchell Starc was bowling from the far end. The ball was flying through just like it has been with Rod, but Hazelwood in the morning as well. And the ball is really new. The ball is barely getting through to Alex Carey.
Yeah, that one kept quite low, bounced before it reached Bairstow. The angle took it across. Khawaja trusting his judgment. Anderson to him again, and he's beaten. A good one. Well, tell us about that delivery. You both had the exhalation that follows a display of quality.
Well, it's gone so far that I thought it must have clipped something, a back leg maybe, but no, it's just hooped late. And Khawaja, of course, beautiful to watch, plays on the back foot, hangs back at all times, and it's just scythed across him, really. promising signs for Anderson. This is his pitch. These are his conditions. Can he turn it around? 4 wickets across 3 games. This is his 4th.
Anderson across Khawaja, who leaves once again. Just happy to shoulder arms. 4 slips in a gully. He's nearly faced 1,000 balls in this series so far, Khawaja.
Yes, returns have slightly come down in the last couple of test matches ever since Mark Wood knocked his leg stump off. Mark Wood has played a big role. He got him out cheaply last test as well. Yeah, but you're right, Phil. These are like Mardi Gras conditions for Jimmy Anderson, the bowler. This is what he thrives in. Not sure he's much of a Mardi Gras person.
Join the street parade.
He's Mardi.
Anderson bowls straight and Khawaja drives straight. A nice compact shot. It's not screaming down the ground. It's slowing up as it reaches the rope, but it will get there as Broad chases back. So a nice dead straight drive by Usman Khawaja. Goes just past the non-striker's stumps and keeps rolling away down the ground. They're 15 for none.
Story of his series really for Jimmy. Just in microcosm. A couple of half-decent deliveries, 1 Jaffa, and when he does pitch it up and it doesn't swing, it feels very juicy.
Yeah.
And as David Lloyd just said, he doesn't quite have the nip that he used to have. I think that's fair to say. And when he does float it up there, to players of these quality, who's played through the line.
Anderson to Khawaja, who blocks the ball away to cover. We'll just see his way through the over. Australia, none for 15 at the end of the over.
Go into Tyre Power and say, hey, got a great value deal for me this winter? And they'll say, good timing. The winter safety sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres. Nice one. Tyrepower.com.au.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Ashes Cricket. You'll be pleased to know, Bharat, that it's Cyber Safety Awareness Month at Harvey Norman. I know you're big on that.
Yes.
And you can get a free $50 cyber safety voucher that you could use towards any cyber security product. Terms and conditions apply. Hop online. I don't know what the terms and conditions are, but you can find those on the website. T's and C's.
T's and C's. Can't wait.
Stuart Broad starting you over. He's up to David Warner, who's hopping up and defending the ball back to the bowler. So Warner's survived 7 or 8 deliveries now.
It just doesn't look right, does he, David Warner? I'm not talking about his batting. Just his get-up right now. The jumper, the full sleeve. Doesn't look like David Warner.
He's always been a short-sleeve
He's always been a, show off your forearms kind of guy. It just looks different.
Got the full woolen knit. Khawaja's been wearing the full woolen knit for the entire tour.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I don't think he's taken it off.
He looks marvellous, isn't he?
I reckon he's slept in it. Every time we've seen him, he's been creams down to the wrists. Warner defends a straight ball on the stumps.
Mark wore another. Never took his short sleever off in England across 15 years.
Yeah, it's a sort of a flex in a certain way.
Yeah.
You wear the short sleeves to show you don't care about the temperature. Khawaja, I thought, was the other way. He was wearing the long sleeves to say to England, you can't even make me sweat.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I've made 140. I've batted for 3 days and I have not broken a sweat against you lot. That seemed to be the vibe from Khawaja. He's at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat, the classic nonchalant pose. Stuart Broad, anything but. Steaming in, and Warner's going to get runs here out through square leg. Diverts the ball away. He'll come back for a second. Just trot back for a second rather than belt through for the third. Stokes with hands on head again. I don't know what he thought was about to happen there. Warner's up to 6. Australia 17 without loss.
It's not quite the same, but it's almost like when Richie Richardson in 1995 put the helmet on. That is when West Indies cricket just fell. The day he walked out with a helmet and not his classic floppy hat is the day West Indies cricket kind of started to die, I think. It's not as bad as that, but it just looks wrong, but also looks like someone towards the end of his career, David Warner.
Because he's cold.
Yeah. You do get cold towards the end.
Stuart Broad up to Warner, who's edging along the ground into the gully. Maybe it's the jumper. Maybe the sleeves are too heavy. Yeah, it is a thing that, if you're elderly, you feel the temperature more.
Yeah, you do.
So.
Do you know what? This is true, by the way.
Yeah.
I've just ticked the wrong side of 40. It is genuinely true.
Suddenly you get cold now.
Yeah. It's not some old tale. I start to feel it. I feel the chill. Phil?
Blanket across the lap?
Not quite to that extent yet, but not far off.
I'm just 2 years away. Should I be concerned? Anything else? Can we have like a little chat about this?
The day you turn 40.
It's overnight. Stuart Broad up to Warner, starts outside leg stump, walks across outside his off stump and plays the ball to cover.
He's not quite getting his feet going yet, David Warner. I think he's actually batted okay in parts across the summer. He played well here a month and a half ago to get himself going. A really good 40 on the first morning. He's not really getting going yet. There's a lot of like two steps, if you like, as the balance isn't quite there. He's stuck in the crease. The head's falling over a wee bit.
He's concentrating so hard. Like you can feel how hard he's trying to get through each delivery. And then the occasional lapses where he plays a shot that perhaps he shouldn't. He's got out to a couple of those. Broad bowls to him, Warner across his stumps, and he will get that run to cover. That's his pet shot, the pat to cover point and sprint through to the other end. And he's done it here to close out the over. Australia, 18 without loss.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test Match Cricket. This is the Ashes for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. James Anderson hasn't had many of those. He bowls outside the off stump and it's slashed away by David Warner for 4. Out through cover point, all across the practice pitches, out to the stand on the far side of the ground. Gave him plenty to lay into. And David Warner goes up to 11.
Floaty again, I'm afraid. There's just no zip at all. And Warner can play that in front of square as well. He's got all the time in the world, gets fully back and across and can punch it, no bother at all. Sun drifting out.
Anderson, 4 slips waiting, bowls down the leg side, overcorrects. Getting a little frustrated now.
The lead up to the last test, David Warner, I saw him in practice trying to be more aggressive, and you saw his first innings at Old Trafford, raced away to 30, got that boundary very early on of the first ball, stood broad, gave him some width, and he slapped it away. You're right, Phil, he was looking really good before that random break in play. There's this piece of metal under the side screen, the sun reflecting off it.
Anderson up to Warner, who's back and defending, a ball straight on his stumps.
And he's someone who needs that early boundary away, right? Yes, I mean, he got the boundary off the inside edge that hit Johnny Bairstow's glove and went away. But the boundary he hit earlier in the over. He needs something like that to get going. And earlier on in the series, England always had that fielder at short point to cut off a single. As the series has gone on, they've moved away from that plan. And we saw at the end of the last over, he got that single in his favourite spot.
Seen him collect maybe thousands of those over his career. He defends a ball on the leg stump down to mid-on. There'll be no run.
I'm willing him to go well.
Yes.
You know, it would be such a great story. I've always had a soft spot for him. I think in part because he's an easy panto dame for English fans. But I've got a lot of time for him as a cricketer. Compelling fella in many ways. He's made something extraordinary, really. If you look at the story in the round, I'd love to see him go out here.
Anderson up to him now, and Warner's getting runs off the inside edge down to fine leg, just placed the bat there and relied on the angle to do the rest. Gets off strike, none for 23.
And I know what, Geoff, if he does have a day out, if he survives to the close, if he gets through to tomorrow and so on and makes a score of note, then trust me, this crowd will recognise it.
You think?
100%. Because for all that we enjoy the back and forth, this is a genuinely, it might be a cliche, but it's a genuinely knowledgeable crowd, and I've been in amongst it, and they recognise class.
Anderson up to Khawaja, who defends up on his toes to end the over. It's none for 23.
If you're looking for a range of family-friendly options for your home, there is no better time than right now with the Choices Flooring Easy Living Sale. Whether you're a busy family looking for healthier solutions, love natural fibres and textures, or just want the look of timber, you're sure to find the floor you've been searching for. So go online at choicesflooring.com.au and check out the great savings across a range of carpet, timber, window furnishings, vinyl and rugs, or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Adam Collins jumping in the comms. England have got a packed cordon, as they love to do. Louis Cameron, the Oracle, is back with us. For Red Energy 100%, Australian electricity and gas. Stuart Broad into Warner. Once more with gusto. Bowls here. Warner plays just behind point. No run. I'm drawn to the narrative that Phil was touching on before about the number of players in this test match who won't play against each other again. I mean, the probability of Broad coming to Australia, or Anderson playing on that far, or Warner or Khawaja or Stark, or maybe Hazelwood, Smith, that there are so many champions and veterans, and many of them made their Ashes debuts around the same time as younger men, and now still going in their mid to late 30s, early 40s in Anderson's case. He turns 41 during this test match, Jimmy. Broad to his nemesis. Warner hits on the edge. He's caught behind, is he? Broad asks the question, what did it hit? Umpire Wilson says, not the bat. Warner's unmoved. Broad has a decision to make with the captain, Stokes. What do you think he says to Johnny Bairstow? They're going to review it. They think it's worth it. It did bounce. It really did take off. So was it glove? Was it something else? It certainly deviated. We're right behind David Warner at this end. It caught something on the way through. Your first impression, Baz?
Yeah, just the way the ball kind of dipped as it got to Johnny Bairstow, and David Warner's reaction tells me that maybe he's safe, but here we have the first replay.
Ooh, now shoulder, I reckon.
Shoulder, yeah.
Shoulder.
Back up, yeah.
We're going to go through ultra edge. Was it a kiss of glove as well? No. It's hit him on the advertising logo on his left arm. So it'll be a lost review for England, and David Warner will be saved. Well, not saved. It was Broad's review. He's been given not out, and he is not out. The score remains none for 23.
It's just the way it dipped to Johnny Bairstow. And David Warner, he's not a great poker player when it comes to being out there in the middle. You can generally make out and see where Johnny Bairstow takes the catch. Is good take, right down to the ground, but invariably when the ball goes in that direction and dips that much, it's not off the glove or bat.
And if you're Ben Stokes and you've got Stuart Broad bowling to David Warner in slightly favourable conditions, I wouldn't be inclined to waste any reviews because you're going to get a few chances.
Yeah, you'll get another chance.
It's a good point. Warner batting in those long sleeves, maybe for only the second time in his career, I reckon. Facing up, shuffles forward and defends out the middle of the bat. Broad fields in his follow-through halfway through his over.
Yeah, I'm very unsettled by seeing David Warner in these long sleeves. It almost feels like I'm seeing someone else.
We made a mistake at the press. We were all there at the press conference the other day. I can't believe we didn't ask him about it.
Yeah, no.
I could believe it.
It's the way that Warner is in these press conferences. All the way to the end of his career, he's going to be playful and enjoy. Well, I say enjoy. I'm not sure he enjoys doing media, but he enjoys once he's there having fun.
He finds some fun. Brings out his mischievous side, doesn't it?
Does indeed. 4 slips, a leg slip. Warner shuffles forward and defends. Broad down the pitch awkwardly. Broad does the work in his follow through.
I had to get someone to explain the whole Johnny Farnham thing to me, because that was his answer to me when I asked him if he
well, just to give a bit of background on this. So the question was asked earlier in the press conference. So, Davey, are you retiring or not? Slam and Sam Jordan from Channel 9, because there were the rumours going around that made their way back into the Australian press and so on, and Warner batted that away. Then he followed up by saying, well, who knows, maybe if I make runs against Pakistan, I'll keep playing. Well, hang on a minute. Didn't you say you were retiring in Sydney? Broad bowls and Warner tucks, gets 1. In front of square, out to mid-wicket in the direction of the Bedser stand. He'll make it 2. Warner up to 14. Australia none for 25, 1 left. And it was a bit of bait, wasn't it? He threw it out there early in the press up. I might play on. And then towards the end of the press conference, they were, hang on, just to be clear, are you willing to extend your career beyond your stated date? He's like, I don't know, Johnny Farnham had plenty of comebacks.
Exactly.
Before he knocked it on the head and clarified once and for all that, if selected, that Sydney will be the final test.
Yeah, knowing how smart David Warner is, he picked the least Australian of the Australians, which is me, to talk about Johnny Farnham, and I was a little...
And so who explained to you that Johnny Farnham had a lot of comebacks?
Yeah, I think it was...
Broad bowls, Warner defends down the pitch. We can come back to my high school alumnus, Johnny Farnham, after this break. None for 25, Australia. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save with Khawaja 7 and Warner 14.
Join me, Paddy Dangerfield, each week for Real Adventures. Alongside me is one of Australia's most reputable anglers, Aaron Habgood. Not only do we discuss all the fishing and boating news, but we tell stories from our own experiences throughout the week, and we love hearing yours too. Get involved on our social media pages at Real Adventures and make sure you subscribe to the podcast for weekly episodes. Not only do we love our fishing, but we love talking about it too. So tune in to Real Adventures.
We're here for Macca's. Win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Have that. James Anderson away from us. Vauxhall then. 4 slips bowls to Khawaja on 7. Leg stump line tucked away for 4. Easy as you like. Usman Khawaja getting inside the line. Disappointing start to the over from Anderson. Khawaja joins Warner in double figures. He's 11, none for 29. Australia steady as she goes so far. Anderson's immediately going to change his angle to round the wicket. He'll need to find something here. Watching the replay here for Tyre Power. Winter safety sail. That was just too easy.
Yeah, too straight. And I think, he has looked quite good against Khawaja, the over before the last one, where he's just pushing it across and trying to get him nicking. It's just going to change the angle here and kind of follow more on the Stuart Broad angle, going around the wicket to left-handers.
Anderson up. Now round the wicket, Khawaja driving straight to extra cover. If you're wondering, that was Lyndale Secondary College where I went to high school in Dandenong North, and Johnny Farnham went there in the 60s.
Right.
Did you go to school with anyone, Louis, in Northern Territory? Anyone of note?
Good question. You might have to come back to me on that. I want to, before we get to that, I want to hear. So,
yes.
Bharat, so you didn't know, having not grown up in Australia, you didn't know the Johnny Farnham thing about always coming back and retiring.
I knew who he was, but I didn't get the gag.
Right. And who explained it to you?
Anderson bowls. Khawaja plays defensively, but straight of the man at mid-on. That's Stuart Broad. Hat falls off, as Daniel Norcross would say, after 8.5 metres. They get a couple. Takes Khawaja up to 13, or was it 1? It was 1, my apologies. He's 12, none for 30.
I think it's the other oracle in the press pack, Daniel Breddick, who pulled me to the corner and gave me the whole thing about how Johnny Farnham had a tour last year. It was something to do with the Rolling Stones, and then when asked, is this your last tour, he said, no, this is my last tour playing music from the Rolling Stones or something like that.
Anderson delivers to Warner, full and dug out. I think his first farewell tour was about in 1999 or something like that, Johnny Farnham, which is where the joke starts.
Like Kiss. Kiss is another band who just go around performing farewells. They have been doing it for the last 25 years.
And there has been a little bit of that cultural thing that other people don't quite understand with the Australians as well, in terms of a guy called Michael Fish, who a weatherman, and I know Colo's kind of looking at me like he doesn't know what I'm talking about.
I've been away for a while now.
Yes.
Anderson bowling to Warner, who danced at the previous ball before defending. This time stays at home, plays the same shot to extra cover, no run.
So Johnny Bairstow was asked about the weather and in Manchester and how he would kind of play it, and he said, well, I'm no Michael Fish, and all the English people laughed and all the Australians people said, what are you talking about? Apparently Michael Fish is a weatherman who once suggested a hurricane was of no danger at all.
He said on air, we've had a letter from Mrs. Smith, or a phone call from Mrs. Smith. She said there's a hurricane on the way. So don't be ridiculous. Next morning, half of southern Britain was flattened by the once in a century hurricane.
Anderson the Warner to finish on leg stump, out to mid-wicket or wide mid on it goes. Stuart Broad does the fielding. End of 8 overs on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont Tiles and Save. Australia, none for 30.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Our coverage from Macca's, win free McCafe coffee for a year on the My Macca's app. Rob Gell was always the weatherman of choice when I was growing up. Who'd be cited? I think Rob Gell, do you? Here's Broad with the headband. Pavilion end. Bowling to Khawaja on 12 bowls here. Plays with soft hands into the cordon. Fourth slip. Leaping across. That's Harry Brook. No run. And Santo Chilaro playing Jeffrey Salter, the weatherman in front line, was the other one that had the cultural reference for me. That's me done on weathermen, I must say.
Yeah.
And do we still have them? Are they meteorologists on telly, or is it more presenters who do the weather?
TV news kind of thing. I mean, Jane Bunn is kind of like the go-to one now, I think.
Yeah.
There's one on ABC Breakfast who's really popular.
Okay.
Breakfast News.
Will you go on from time to time, Baz?
Yeah.
Nicolas Cage movie called The Weatherman.
Broad bowls, Khawaja tries to pull, but it doesn't quite get up, and in the end, it's Bairstow diving to his right to cut it off. Phil?
Late 80s, song in the British pop chart, John Ketley is a weatherman. I think it was by the Tribe of Toffs. Does that sound about right?
Phil Walker's giving you some confirmation.
Yeah.
You're not going to get any confirmation from any of us.
Tribe of Toffs, John Ketley is a weatherman. And it mentions Michael Fish in the lyrics.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good for business.
Oh, Manus Labuschagne with his new batting coach, Andy Flower. A new personal batting coach.
I suppose whoever the batting coach is for Australia, by definition, is Marnus's personal batting coach, right? Broad gets up and bowls to Khawaja, who wants to drive at one and just pulls out at the last minute. Might have gone underneath his blade. Broad goes up and has a little word to the opener. What was going on with Marnus yesterday? You saw him sandbag a bat?
I did. So basically what has happened is the bat that he used to make the 100 in Manchester, the handle's gone a little loose, so he was sanding a new bat, which he'd used in the nets yesterday, because he has to use it in this game. The other option he had, he told me, was maybe use that slightly semi-broken bat till it's completely gone, because he's made 100 with it.
Brought up under lights. Perfect conditions for him to Khawaja. Plays late under his eyes. Quick single. Warner to the danger end in theory, but he scampers down. Khawaja 13, none for 31 with the single.
And batters often talk about bats being at their very best just before they break as well. So was that something that
so he had to take a judgment call on whether to use the bat with a slightly wonky handle or get the new bat going. And then he decided it's a new bat, so he had to get the weight right. And I just caught him right outside the ground staff area. So, as his batting coach assistant, I had to wander up, and we had a long chat about...
Hang on, so you were just lurking in the shed down there, were you?
Not really.
Just waiting for him to come in, chatting to the groundsman? Or...
he called me over. He was near the ground staff area, so...
Broad bowls and defending is Warner. Who was that sleeping in the Australian dressing room?
That's his Manus from the World Test Championship.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah.
Right, that's right, the images here.
Yeah.
So Manus is so in touch with his bats that he's learnt how to shape them down himself.
Yeah, and he has his own tools in his hotel room, he said. Like, he's got a weighing scale. And, is that him right now?
That might be...
No, I mean, it can't be.
They're showing footage on the broadcast of someone sleeping. We're trying to work out if it was World Test Championship final when he did fall asleep when he was next.
Yeah.
Is that Steve Smith?
He's got a towel over his head. It's kind of difficult to tell, isn't it?
Broad up. Last ball of the over. Warner shuffles forward and places it out to mid-wicket. End of the over. He's 14. Khawaja's 13. None for 31 Australia. And that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Oh, Schnitz Nugget. Well, smaller than a Schnitz, the Schnitz Nugget's larger than the nugget laws permit. And while nuggets are just fine and we hold Schnitz in great esteem, the mighty Schnitz Schnugget is the perfect in-between. Whether just a tasty snack or on the side of more, the Schnitz Schnugget's golden crumb will have you shouting, more. The new Schnitz Schnugget. Not quite a Schnitz, not quite a nugget. Available now at Schnitz.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. We've all got our binoculars on the Aussie viewing room trying to work out who it was sleeping, whether it was Smith or not. Well, they'll wake up in a sec because guess who's in the attack?
Yeah.
Mark Wood. All eyes will be on the England speedster, whether he can turn up the volume the way he did at Leeds a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, the game always changes when Mark Wood comes into the attack. And just to finish off on the Manus Labuschagne bat story, so he wanted one of those sanding machines that they have to kind of take not a chunk, but a little bit of the bat from on the back, just to reduce the weight. It's all about feel. He said he has a weighing scale. He has his own sanding device all in his room. So he was just inquiring with the ground staff if they could provide him with something.
Do they weigh his coffee beans?
Wood's first ball, 3 slips, bowls to Khawaja on 13, leg slip as well, goes over the top of the off stump. Look at the radar, only 82 miles an hour, very much a loosener.
Yeah, and I'm sure they do. And as a
dual purposes,
proud subscriber of the Manas coffee brand, I won't name it, of course, on air. It is good coffee, but our relationship is much deeper than you think it is. But just with the bat, and he took at least 25 minutes, and then he asked for an actual piece of sandpaper to manually kind of sand the bat off. Then he went back to the machine. He wanted, and he kept saying it's the loudest sanding machine I've ever encountered, so he needed earmuffs as well.
Wood sprinting away from us. Bowls to Khawaja, who leaves a quicker delivery, and Wood for the first time falls over. Count them, Phil Long. Ends up on his hand. I love the idea of Marnus Labuschagne. You go to get on your flight. They go through your hand luggage, and you've got to be a bit careful these days, but he's got a sanding machine in his luggage.
A machine.
A whole bunch of hammers and scales. Yep. What on earth is going over here?
a box of gloves like he was carrying into the ground.
Yes, he was so excited with that. Yeah. So, he must have spent 20, 25 minutes, and after every 5 or so minutes, he would lift the bat up to see if it felt good, and he would explain to me exactly what was happening.
Wood arrives and bowls over the wicket to Khawaja, bounces him, and he has no concerns whatsoever getting underneath it.
And so we've seen, I don't want to give my website a shameless plug, but I will, cricket.com.au, there's a video of Steve Smith picking out his bats blindfolded. He numbers all his bats. Is that the kind of thing that Marnus can also do with his bats? Or is he not quite as in touch?
No, he is in that. He is at that level. And especially because he's seen Steve Smith do it, he would want to do it as well.
He's probably practicing with it.
He is. I'm sure he is. But he wanted a couple of other gadgets which they did not have eventually. So I think he would have finished off his bat in his room, if that makes sense.
Wood bowls to Khawaja over the wicket, bat on ball for the first time in the over. Nice little check drive down towards long off. Won't get the full distance with Ben Stokes herring after it. They will return for 3 though. I know they don't. They should have, but they didn't. That's great fielding from Stokes to put an element of doubt into the 2 veterans. Khawaja overtakes Warner with the 2. He's 15 none for 33. 2 left in the 10th over.
And we will come back to Marnus, but Mark Wood did have a big strap around his knee this morning when he was marking his run-up. Back-to-back tests for him. He's done it many times in his career. Obviously did it in Australia and very successfully as well.
And Ben Stokes said after the last test that even if he's 80 or 85% fit for this match, he's going to play no matter what.
Trailed by an even 250 Australia. Khawaja facing Wood, goes back, hits him on the pad. There's a bit of interest from second slip, but that's pitching outside leg and going over the top.
And while we were in there, obviously we were both, to cricket nuffies. We were trying to get the chief groundsman to tell us more about the pitch. And he wasn't giving everything away. Eventually, he tried to strike a deal with Marnus. He said, okay, I'll tell you everything you need to know about the pitch if you promise to sign up for Surrey next year. Then I can give you whatever pitch you want.
That is a good recruitment pitch, isn't it?
That does sound like Lee Fortis, who's been here for over a decade as the chief groundsman at the Oval for Surrey. They've got Tom Latham as their pro at the moment, so Kemo Roach is the other game. Wood bowls here and leaving outside the off stump is Khawaja to finish Wood's first over. There's 2 runs coming from it. None for 33 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Khawaja 15, Warner 14.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. Chris Wokes for the first time replacing Stuart Broad from the pavilion end. Phil Long, Wokes in the series so far.
Yeah, only the 2 tests, but 12 wickets at 19.5. 2 lots of 3, a fifer, and then 1 in the second innings at Old Trafford.
Might be a big call here, Louis, but if Wokes has a big test match, having already started with 36, and Mitch Marsh has a big test match, you couldn't rule out the 2 of them winning the Compton Miller medal. So one's given to Australia, one's given to England, and I know there have been other considerable performances, but Wokes and Marsh have been big for both of their sides.
I hate that, by the way, that they give one to one team and one to the other. It kind of feels like a participation ribbon. I don't want to go on a rant, but couldn't we just pick one?
I think they do a separate player of the series. Phil can check that. Wokes' first ball here. Uppish on the drive is Warner, but gets it past cover for 4. Wasn't far away from Stokes being in the frame for a diving catch. Warner up to 18 with his third boundary. None for 37. They trail by 246.
Not going to get much love from this Oval crowd, but that is an excellent shot from David Warner. Chris Wokes is on the money from ball 1. It's full, but not too full. It's kind of a driving length just on the up, and David Warner's just punched it through mid-off. He's batting a long way outside of his crease. That's as good as anything Harry Brook played earlier today.
So Warner gets another start. Up to 18. This has been where it's gets tougher and tougher for him when he makes it to around 20 through the series. Still got the 4 slips behind him. Stokes will stick with that for as long as it takes. So shots to be played if he wants it. Wokes bowls, Warner defends. Back to the bowler in his follow through.
And it's been series changing, hasn't it? The introduction of Mark Wood and the introduction of Chris Wokes. I think it's 11 wickets for Mark Wood coming into this. He's taken 20 wickets in the last 3 tests he's played against Australia. Remember back to Hobart, the final test of the 21-22 Ashes when he bowled like the wind. Took a lot of wickets with the short ball there. I think Australia have a bit of a problem with Mark Wood. And Chris Wokes has just snuck under the radar as well.
Wokes up. Bowling to Warner over the wicket. Warner plays with soft hands to backward point. In another world where England win at Leeds, England win at Manchester, and they win here, and they win the Ashes 3-2, and Mark Wood's the difference, and it goes that way. There's sort of a reverse body line thing, isn't there? We go back and look at the tea leaves from the last test at Hobart in early 2022, which is exactly what happened with Larwood here in 1930 when they first thought, oh, actually, that Bradman guy, he might just move his back foot back a little bit against the short stuff, which informs the conversations they had before coming to Australia in 32-33. Wokes up over the wicket, bowls to Warner, defending into the onside no run. Of course, they won't be able to retrofit history now, but Wokes, I agree with you. The bounces he bowled at Hobart in 2022, they did feel significant, even if they were completely outmatched outside of that contest.
Yeah, it might have just kind of planted the seed, I suppose, for this series and the short ball onslaught. One of the other things that Ben Stokes talked about after the Old Trafford test was how many wickets fall at the other end when Mark Wood is bowling. Yeah. I had a look at exactly what it was, 10, when Mark Wood has bowled the over previously.
Often this bloke, Wokes here, defending is Warner, right over the top of it to cover Phil Long.
Yeah, Chris Wokes' figures in home test matches for England, 106 wickets at 22.3 apiece. It's always amazing he isn't one of the first names on the team sheet in home games. Away from home, 36 wickets at 51 apiece. Ooh. It's always amazing he goes on tour with England.
Cancel the passport. Don't let him travel. No fly list. Chris Wokes. Last ball of his over here. Still got all the lights on here at the Oval. Warner 18 from 33, and he's in behind it defending again as he did through the majority of the over. Number 37 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Kawaja 15, Warner 18.
Oh, Schnitz Nugget. While smaller than a Schnitz, the Schnitz Nugget's larger than the nugget laws permit. And while nuggets are just fine and we hold Schnitz in great esteem, the mighty Schnitz Schnugget is the perfect in-between. Whether just a tasty snack or on the side of more, the Schnitz Schnugget's golden crumb will have you shouting, more. The new Schnitz Schnugget. Not quite a Schnitz, not quite a nugget. Available now at Schnitz.
We're live at the Kia Oval for Henley Homes. Brand new Henley completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. Adam Collins with Louis Cameron. And Mark Wood starting his second over. Away from us to Kawaja. Over the wicket. Kawaja plays behind square for 1. Off strike, where you want to be with Mark Wood, down the non-striker's end. He's 16, none for 38 the score. Yeah, that idea of bowling in partnerships, and these two have epitomised that over the last fortnight.
So 10 wickets falling at the other end when Mark Wood is bowling. It's an interesting kind of stat. When Ben Stokes said it, I'm like, I reckon I'll go and have a look. No one seems to really keep that stat, Phil Long. I'm not sure if it's something that you look at or that you keep a record of, but it's kind of everyone talks about partnership bowling. We don't seem to keep a record of it.
As Louis issues his complaint to the Association of Cricket Statisticians. Dear sir, I am not a crank.
Dear Mr. Stats Guru.
I've got Colo checking how many times Mark Wood falls over as well.
I've noticed you've just put a nice little column there, MW, and there's a 1 next to it.
I think we got to 9 on day 1 at Leeds. Here he is, bowling to Warner. Bends his back, gets placed out through cover by Warner for 1, make that 2. Into the 20s, where Warner's fallen a number of times in the series, done for 40, maybe not in the 20s, but this is the danger period for him. We're in the 12th over. So Mark Wood hitting the deck. We'll measure that as we go through. The other thing is that they might have to bowl a lot in tandem because Moeen Ali is off the field with that right groin injury. We got a note from the ECB saying they'll continue to assess him and he will not field for the rest of today. So if Moeen Ali returns tomorrow, there'll be a decent slab of time, the better part of a session, where he won't be permitted to bowl.
And speaking of injuries, the TV cameras are just focusing in on Chris Wokes. It looks like he might have been grabbing his left knee after throwing in that ball from the boundary. Just wanted to keep an eye on.
Had some problems with his knee and his ankle, Wokes, over the last couple of years. Wasn't quite fit when the summer started, was he? Wood round the wicket, bowls here to Warner in the long sleeves. Quick single, Khawaja will make it through well before Stokes picks it up. Moves Warner to 21, none for 41. Phil again.
You mentioned Dave Warner into the kind of danger zone. 3 single-figure scores in the series. He's also been out 4 times between 25 and 36. We mentioned it a moment ago. He's got in. Australia looked like they're, in no danger of losing a wicket, and then suddenly a wicket goes, and that's happened lots of times in the series.
It's kind of why he's never really been in the frame to be dropped, other than maybe after Leeds, when there was that 9-day gap and a lot of speculation about how you get Marsh and Green in the same 11, which was some exotic sides that saw Marsh opening and so on, which was never going to happen in reality. Wood bowls to Khawaja round the wicket, lets it fly past his hip down the leg side into the gloves of Bairstow away to his right.
And there's 2 ways of looking at it, and I think the way Australia look at it is that if you can get a start, if you can get 20 of 30 or 40 balls, that means you can make 100 because, whatever you get in the first 40 balls, that's as hard as it gets. It only gets easier from there. The other way to look at it is that's incredibly frustrating that if you continually throw away the starts, and this isn't a new phenomenon for Warner, this is going back 3 years now. One big exception is the double century he made against South Africa. The rest are a lot of scores between 10 and 40, a few 50s in there, but it's been a long kind of run of mediocrity.
Wood staying round the wicket to Khawaja, bowls here, back of a length, down to long leg as he placed it a couple of overs ago. Just a little shuffle across his stumps off the inside part of the blade. He's 17 with the single, none for 42, and what Warner would give just for one more day. Interviewing Stephen Finn last night, doing a show with him with Geoff, and sort of talked about the idea of an ageing cricketer having one more day where everything just clicks. I mean, in the case of Steve Finn, that's sort of long past him by as an international player, but Warner's still out there duking it out. Maybe it was that MCG innings which constituted his final great day, but he's still in the ring.
He is, and you kind of look back at it and you wonder, would a Marcus Harris or a Matthew Renshaw have done better than him? I'm not sure. These guys have had a lot of goes in Test cricket. Not a lot of goes, but enough to get a sense of what they are as Test cricketers.
Wood to Warner to finish the over. Bowls here. Warner across his stumps. Defends out to mid-on to Stuart Broad. Wade on's the call. There'll be no run. End of 12 overs. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon in for me as I think drinks are being brought out to the middle they are. So after England were bowled out for 283, Australia have faced 12 overs. Wicketless so far. England, Khawaja 17, Warner 21, trailing by 241, and that is on the Beaumont Tull scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. Geoff Lemon in after the break, and someone else as well. I'm not quite sure.
Sheen is looking for new apprentices. As a paint or panel technician apprentice at Sheen, you're not just keeping people on the road. You'll enjoy TAFE schooling at Kangan Automotive Centre of Excellence, one-on-one on-the-job training and above award wages. Sheen is a Victorian family business that has trained paint and panel technicians since 1969 with 26 locations across Melbourne. Start your apprenticeship today. Visit sheengroup.com.au/careers.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
Whether it's been a big weekend or a big weekend of NRL.
And Jerome Luai pantherised that. Picks a try.
SEN has you covered. Catch up on all the scores in the time it takes to make your morning coffee with SEN's The Day's Play. Our team of expert commentators go over the results, cover the big talking points, plus share the match highlights as called on SEN League. SEN's The Day's Play, your one-stop podcast channel to catch up on every sport called by SEN.
You're on SEN Ashes cricket for Henley, brand new Henley. Completed homes in Bonnybrook from under $600,000. Geoff Lemon, Jeremy Coney, and our statistician Phil Long sitting at the Kia Oval and watching Australia go through their paces. Usman Khawaja and David Warner still out there. They're 42 without loss as the drinks break is coming to an end. And that came after earlier bowling out England for 283. So Australia would be pretty well pleased with their day's work so far, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think probably after the dismissal of England, the day kind of hinged on what was about to remain. And so we've seen 12 overs of that. And Warner and Khawaja have handled it relatively comfortably. There's been a couple of deliveries, one that took Warner on the back shoulder from Broad, but apart from that, not a lot of swing from Anderson. Wood is now, I guess, and Wokes, who's taken 12 wickets in 2 matches.
Well, Wokes has the ball now, and he's bowling to Usman Khawaja, who's leaving, one outside the off stump, angled across him, no run.
So far, it's been all pretty orthodox fields, hasn't it, from Stokes. Good bowling conditions, I think, with the lights on. The clouds have got a little bit higher, perhaps, than they were earlier today. The wind is not quite so strong as well. I'm just looking at those flags on top of the pavilion there.
Chris Wokes spins around, runs into Khawaja again. He's coming forward and defending out into the covers, happy to take his time. He's on to 17 from 37 deliveries.
Not too much, not a lot of seam. You've been on for a while, so you will have had a look and a chance to look at it. I just had a quick look at downstairs, and it didn't seem to be moving prodigiously at all. Hasn't really moved a lot all day, I don't think.
Haven't seen nothing lavish, really. A couple of deliveries that went. Wokes up to Khawaja, who leaves the ball angled wide across him on this occasion, not drawn into the stroke.
It does look underneath that sort of, you know, there's a greenish look about it, sort of with lines, don't there, down the wicket, going from one end down to the other. But it looks quite dry underneath, and I just wonder whether some of the balls we saw just lifting slightly, didn't we, earlier on today when Pat Cummins in particular was bowling. He was getting a bit of extra bounce.
Wokes to Khawaja, who gets one down the leg side, and Bairstow falls away to his right in order to take the ball. That's Khawaja's 39th delivery, which means he's faced 1,000 for the series.
He has indeed. He's the 29th Australian to do that in an Ashes series in England.
That is some good statistical wavelength there. You and I, we were on the same spot.
They were.
Yeah, you were ready for that 39th.
Perhaps you could swap. Do you think the two of you might just swap for a couple of balls?
Yes, why not?
Keys in the bowl. Here goes Chris Wokes outside the off stump, and it's left alone. This was Usman Khawaja shoulders arms.
I'm out.
Right, no,
we're a versatile crew.
Yeah.
None for 42 is the score, if you're wondering.
I'm assuming he's the first one in this particular series.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That at such a long time at Edgbaston. Set up the test match for Australia there. That unlikely win couldn't have happened without Khawaja. Waiting for Wokes, getting on the front foot and defending the ball out into the covers. The 13th over comes to an end. Australia, none for 42.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian Made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets or locally crafted homewares, Australian Made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian Made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. It's none for 42, and Mark Wood is going to sprint in like he's about to hurl a javelin. Instead, he's hurling a cricket ball at David Warner, who's hopping up in the air and playing it down into the leg side. There was no short leg there. They might have been interested had there been.
Yeah, and it's the man also, I guess, he's a little bit wider than leg slip at the moment. Perhaps the leg second slip, if you could have that, getting towards leg gully, halfway between perhaps the two. Playing the thing about, and I think Khawaja are a bit the same. Khawaja particularly doesn't get forward much, does he? And I just wonder, playing across the ball as Wood comes particularly around the wicket at the left-handers.
Warner waiting for Wood, who's pitching up, and Warner's driving him away through the covers. Doesn't time it to absolute perfection, so the ball will slow up inside the rope and be fielded by Stokes. They'll get back for a couple of runs. Warner onto 23. Australia none for 44. Has Wood changed ends? Was he bowling from the other end earlier? No, he's at the same end.
I just think that with him back well in the crease, if he tries to play a ball, perhaps if Wood can get a ball sort of at middle stump and get it straightening slightly, arcing back inwards, in other words, to the left-hander, you look to play it so your legs and your pads are actually in the way.
Wood around the wicket to the left-handed Warner, waits for him and just plays the ball down to mid-wicket. No run.
Little bit like that, but not to the same extent, because I think Warner's further out of his crease. But Khawaja particularly, if his bat, then you end up playing with half a bat trying to get, because you actually can't get your bat towards the ball.
Right.
And your pads being slightly in the way, you can get LBW. And I was just checking to see if he has been LBW to Wood. He hasn't, which is a disappointment to me.
No, he lost his leg stump at Headingley, and he had that little feather on the bat up at Old Trafford.
Had him jumping just a little bit, didn't he?
Certainly did. That was serious wheels in that spell. Wood to Warner, who's just coming forward, pressing the ball down towards mid-on.
But I do think it's an opportunity, perhaps even if he comes over the wicket. In other words, he goes it off stump and it sort of just straightens slightly in towards the pads and he's back in his crease. You end up playing with not the full bat.
More likely to get in a tangle.
Yeah, exactly, and perhaps miss it and maybe LBW that way. If it starts to move. Wood had it moving, didn't he, at Headingley?
He did.
And that's what got the inside edge and into the poles when he was bowled.
And it was moving away from the right-handers and causing problems there as well. That was a serious spell at Headingley.
Yes, it was.
You get it swinging at that pace. I don't know how anybody survives it. Wood bowls a bouncer and down under it goes Warner. It was well over his head in the end, but he was ready to duck.
He's certainly elevated the contest, hasn't he, between bat and ball since he's arrived in this series. Everyone was kind of handling everybody else relatively comfortably. There wasn't real pace, but Wood certainly supplied that, and suddenly it was a thrilling thing to watch that at Headingley, wasn't it, when it was a quicker pitch.
Well, it's what Mark Wood brings to the contest. He did it during England's last tour to Australia as well, the only bright light there, but he was so good at times. Wood into Warner, and he's getting a little edge. Is he through to the keeper? And has it just fallen short?
I think it might have just hit and then come out, but did it reach is the question.
Dropped short, I think.
Don't think it did reach, because Bairstow's laughing, and I don't think he'd be that cheerful if he just put one down. So it bounced just in front of him, I reckon. Warner survives.
Certainly looks as if he got a touch.
Having a look at the replay here for tyre power, the winter safety sail. There is an edge, and it does die as it goes through to Bairstow. A bit of sand coming up. So Warner still there at the end of the over. Australia none for 44.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
SEN Ashes cricket. Chris Wokes from the pavilion end to Usman Khawaja, who defends off the back foot. Drops the ball back down towards the bowler. So what did you make of the wicket keeper's placement. You have to stay a fair way back for Mark Wood. We're seeing
you do. That's certainly an outside edge, and it's dropped perhaps, I reckon, maybe a foot in front of Bairstow. So it's just a question of can he come up a foot. Then, of course, you've got to judge the ones that are bouncing, that he drags down a bit more.
Wokes to Khawaja, who's defending again from the crease. And there's also the crossbat shot, because you've got Wood will get the short ones in. If the top edge is going over the keeper, then, well, if you're too far up, you'll be cursing yourself then.
Sometimes they can beat you, you know, even though you're back a little bit where he is at the moment, if it's a quick ball.
Well, sometimes they can beat the fence as well. The top edge. We've seen some from Mark Wood when he was batting sail a long, long way in this series. Australia 239 runs behind. They bowled out England for 283 earlier today. If you're just joining us, Wokes bowling to Khawaja, who leaves outside the off stump. Wokes hasn't been tempted to come around the wicket to the left-hander. He's operating in the conventional way, taking the ball across, away to the slips.
Warner's got starts, hasn't he, in this series?
Oh, yeah.
This would be the 5th time that he's got to 20, I think, in the series. So it hasn't been as if he's not got away at any stage. He hasn't got to... Has he got to 50 once?
66 he made at Lord's. Wokes to Khawaja, who drives straight down the ground. That's a commanding shot. Pace on the ball, and it hits the rope now. Usman Khawaja joins Warner in the 20s, both in terms of the date and the score. Khawaja on 21, Warner on 23, then none for 48.
Yeah, such a languid quality, I think, about Khawaja. The way that he plays, even there, it's always a checked kind of drive, but no more than that. No big flourish, no big follow through, just a punch, really, and not the same as a punch that you get from the other end from Warner.
Ben Stokes trying to get the ball changed. This is a factor every time you haven't seen a wicket for a while and there's a partnership developing. Well, England put on, 53 in the first 10 overs and 60 odd in the first 12. Australia getting close to that 50 mark, but it's taken them a little bit longer to do so. They're in the 15th over. Chris Wokes up to Khawaja, who's getting a run. No, he won't, actually, because there's a squarish mid-wicket who gets across to cut off that ball off his pads. One to come in the over.
And he's looked so good at times, hasn't he? I was just thinking the first 4 innings that Khawaja played for Australia, he was always at the crease. He was kind of like Lion for Australia's bowling. You know, he was there and he was the pivot, if you like, in the first part of the innings.
Wokes to finish the over, bowls to Khawaja outside the off stump, and very happily left alone by Australia's opening bat. The over comes to an end on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont's and Save. It is none for 48.
No matter which footy team you cheer for, around 1 in 3 of the players will need donated blood in their lifetime. Same goes for the opposition and supporters like you too. Yet only 1 in 30 people gives blood. That's a lot of potential donors sitting on the bench. So why not be the lifeblood of your footy team and everyone's team? Search Give Blood to book a donation with Australian Red Cross Lifeblood today. Give life. Give blood.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's.
Some warm sun.
A little bit of sunshine coming through, just to annoy England that little bit more. They've had no chance to celebrate a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. It's none for 48. 15 overs bowled. David Warner on strike. And he's waiting for Mark Wood. Off the long run again. Bombs one in. It's full. And Warner across the front pad defends. Wood into his 4th over. Feels like he's been bowling for about an hour, Mark Wood. Maybe he has with the over rates.
He's certainly getting a response from Warner, isn't he? Warner's kind of being slightly rushed to play his shots. Jumping slightly.
All smiles there. 92.5 92.1 miles an hour delivery. Stuart Broad's hat came off as the ball was delivered.
Big cheer for Wood as he runs up to Warner, who's playing the ball off his pads to mid-wicket. Won't be a run. That one down into the 80s, 89 miles an hour.
One of the things Wood said, I think, at the end of that innings, but he was delighted. Not so much about the pace. He didn't even mention the pace, the 96 or whatever it was. It was more a question of getting the ball full and seeing it move slightly for him at Headingley, which created wickets for him. To be able to do that at the speed that he was bowling made it very difficult indeed.
Yeah, pace is one thing, the pace that moves is another. The ovation starts again. The long hand clap as Mark Wood runs up to Warner, who's trying to get out of the way of a short ball. He ends up about 3 metres outside his off stump. As David Warner comes all the way across. The umpire's gesticulating something. What's going on there? That's the one for the over.
I think that was pretty comfortable for Bairstow, wasn't it, behind the stumps, that one? I was just, you know, thinking about the short ball you were saying might go over his head. There's a short ball, deliberate, and that's kind of about, you know, sort of bent arm, taking it reverse cup, sort of bent elbows. I think he could go up a foot. That one, mind you, 88. Well, it's always slower, isn't it, when you bowl it short?
The shorter it is.
Yeah.
Wood bowls fuller this time, flicked away by Warner down to fine leg, and he'll get through for a run and annoy Mark Wood by getting off strike. None for 49 Australia. Wood this over has been in the high 80s. The first ball was registered at 92 miles an hour and then down into the high 80s, which means sort of middle 140s for those of you in Australia, which is most of you.
And New Zealand.
We get sucked into talking in miles per hour over here.
Yeah,
you sort of get used to it after a while.
Oh, it's the most challenging when you're driving around this country. You're like, wait, why does 30 seem so fast? It took me a while. It took me at least 5 days of driving around the UK to get my head around the miles.
5 days?
I'm sorry, I'm slow.
Mark Wood to Khawaja. Leg slip in place. Khawaja defends and seems to have all the time in the world to get forward and lock that ball back down the pitch.
That's because you were driving at 30 kilometres an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's true. And it didn't help that the first vehicle I drove around the UK was a camper van, not a normal car. So I think that was pedal to the metal, really.
You'd be lucky to get one to 30 kilometres an hour.
What, did you have ones with the sort of the holes that you put your feet through?
No, it was a proper big one of those motorhome kind of things. I had a bed right on top. Like I did most of the driving for a month and a half. So I got the long bed. I drove, slept, drove.
Mark Wood driving through the crease, bowling to Khawaja, who defends. The ball will roll out towards mid-wicket. 16 overs gone on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard by Beaumont and Save. It is none for 49.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Ashes cricket for the barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. It's none for 49. Jeremy, you all right there?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you? How's the throat?
All going
You
well.
were moving from contralto up into soprano there very nicely.
Well, it's just reminiscent of my teenage years. It's nice to have a flashback once in a while.
Into the front row, eh?
David Warner is on 24. Then he's on strike. Open stance, waiting for Chris Wokes, shuffling across, playing off the back foot. And then he very skillfully balances the ball on the face of the blade as the ball bobbles up in front of him. Instead of hitting it away, he catches it and then presents it.
And then he just signaled the DRS call himself. Like he just saw him. As soon as he handed the ball to Ben Duckett, he looked at you'll see it now in the replay. He looked at the English players and said, why don't you go for a DRS?
Well, he threw the ball to them off the bat. He didn't touch it with his hand.
He just
So you can be dismissed handled the ball if you touch it. Wokes bowls to Warner, who drives to cover point, won't get a run. You can be dismissed for hitting the ball twice, but you're allowed to hit it if it's in the aid of protecting your wicket, which in that case Warner could say it was. He just added a little extra flourish to it in his own style. It's a new trick. I haven't seen that one from Warner before.
Yeah, he's a man with a lot of tricks. Obviously, he's ambidextrous, as we know, and most things he does.
It's the cricket version of spinning the basketball on your finger, that kind of thing. Balancing the cricket bat on the blade.
Now that he's done it, Marnus would want to do it.
Of course. Probably practicing right now, up in the rooms. Padded up. Wokes bowls to Warner, who defends on the line of the off stump.
We used to have a guy who would he'd toss his bat in the shower, and it would flick
Sounds
over.
euphemistic.
Well, it does, doesn't it? Well, it does. No, but it's cricket bat.
Right.
Don't be like that, fella.
Just wondering why you take your bat into the shower. Surely it's bad for the
Well, maybe he wants to get rid of it. I don't know.
Was it an aluminium bat?
Yeah, he'd flick it and shuffle it.
Wokes up to Warner, who's blocking a ball out of his toes as the pitch is full from Wokes.
You knew someone who was to toss a piece of wood in the shower?
Yeah.
Take a bat into the shower.
Yeah, and he'd make it spin end on end, catch it again. It was quite a good trick, really.
Did he have an audience? Like, why do you know?
Just only the other people having a shower.
Oh, right.
It's a big shower.
Kept out of the way. Yeah, they were big communities.
Oh,
anyway, sorry, fellas, I didn't mean to bring
it's
the size
radio,
of the showers.
I'm just perplexed. So you mean he's holding it by the handle and then flicks it up and catches it by the handle?
No, well, and it rotates.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then catch it by the handle.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
There's an edge into the cordon and it's taken. Warner's gone. A low catch. Is it Crawley going away to his left? And he scooped it up. The first wicket falls. Australia 1 for 49. And Warner, as he's done throughout this series, he's battled. He's made a start. He's got a score. He's got into the 20s. And he's got out as that flew across to first slip. And it was Crawley from second slip coming across. Got both hands to it. An excellent take. And that has been part of Zach Crawley's offering, not just the runs he's made in the series, but his slips catching has been excellent, where a lot of England's and Australia's slip catching has been pretty poor. Warner goes with Australia at 1 for 49 in the 17th.
Yeah, it's unfortunately becoming the narrative of the latter half of David Warner's Test career. He does all the hard work. It was beginning to look good. A couple of punchy boundaries in the last 15 or so minutes. Then he ends up making a mistake. Good delivery from Chris Wokes, who's troubled him throughout the series. Just pitched on off stump, left him slightly. Maybe in hindsight he could have left it alone. Followed it with his hands and makes one mistake like he did in Manchester, and he pays for it. Another good sign from David Warner. But yeah, another one of those performances which will lead to questions about his place in the side. He's got, 3 test matches to go before he gets his dream farewell at the SCG.
Phil Long?
Yeah, scores in this series now for David Warner of 36, 25, 32, 28 and 24. 5 times he's reached 24 and not gone on to go past 36.
Yeah, a ball that was just really across him. Didn't seem to be doing a great deal. It was just outside and hung outside the off stump. He got onto the back foot looking to play it, and the angle didn't kind of work. It wasn't back towards the bowler so much. It was more towards extra cover. He's got an outside edge and second slip going across in front of first, taking the catch two-handed.
There's a good bit of extra bounce as well from Wokes from not that short a length. Got the ball to rise somewhat, and we haven't seen a lot of that. This pitch has been relatively sleepy at times in terms of the bounce. So Marnus Labuschagne comes to the middle, fresh off a century at Old Trafford, what ended up being a match-saving century. Asher's ceiling century made sure that Australia wouldn't be bowled out in the session they had to face on Saturday. And now, a few days later, here he is back in the middle again, waiting for Chris Wokes and defending his first ball, stepping out of his crease, gesturing to Khawaja, saying no run.
Yeah, with his new bat.
So So it's the end of the 17th over. And Australia, 1 for 49.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawnmowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers, they're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Ashes cricket. It is 1 for 49 here at the Kia Oval. Usman Khawaja out in the middle. David Warner has just been dismissed. And that was England celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. 1 for 49 is the score. Khawaja is on strike. Labuschagne at the non-striker's end. Mark Wood has had Khawaja's number a couple of times in this series, and a short ball that the left-hander goes underneath on the line of his leg stump through to Bairstow.
Yeah, you have to feel for David Warner. He's just when you think that he's breaking free and he's about to get a biggish score, he takes one mistake, doesn't it? Yeah, you know, there are so many batters who go through stages in their career when, you know, you have that phase that just goes into the gap, or that just falls short of the slip fielder.
Well, he did have one of those. He had the one that he edged from Wood that did fall short, so a little bit of fortune going his way. Here is Wood, bowling to Khawaja on the hip, and he turns it past a leg slip that they've installed. He gets through for a run, so Khawaja off strike. The throw hits the stumps, which the crowd always enjoys. The ricochet doesn't cost them any extra runs. Australia's 50 comes up for the loss of that one wicket.
And it's the same thing with most great cricketers, right, Jeremy? I mean, he's been such an integral figure for Test cricket in the last 15 or so years. He's created his own niche. One of the greatest openers to ever play the sport. You realize that you're not going to see him do this for too long. So you just want him to get over the line once, just it's for your own sake, almost like for your own selfish needs.
Sure, you come to live sport to see something, you know, to witness a spectacle.
Yeah.
And you know, David Warner making a big score in England would be that. He has made big scores here. People have an idea that he's never made runs here. 2015 he made a couple of 80s. He was close to making centuries in England. He doesn't have 100 in England, but he has plenty of 50s.
It's tricky though, isn't it, in England, because of the Duke's ball and because of what we're looking at now is a lush outfield, so the seam and the shine on the ball remains. So even though you get to 30, you can still get out pretty easily.
Wood comes up to Labuschagne, who leaves the ball tight in line to his off stump. The bounce takes it well over the stumps, but they were interested. That ball seemed to cut back in a bit. They've got 3 slips, a deep set gully and a leg slip, as well as a relatively short cover. And they've got a mid-wicket, a short leg and a fine leg. Now they're moving the leg slip to more of a leg gully or a backward square, shifting the field around. In fact, moving that backward square leg quite deep, about halfway back to the boundary. Wood up to Labuschagne, short ball, and he sways out of the way, Caribbean style, leans back at the knees, lets it go past his sternum.
It's a good leave. He's covering his stumps. He's over the top. His head is nice and still. His eyes are kind of level, so he gets a good look at the ball and what the length that it is, and then he just leans back and sags at the knees slightly, and the bat well out of the way, the hands down. It's just a nice flex that he makes, and watching the ball, doesn't ever take his eyes off it. It's a good leave. It's a good style of leave. It makes the player look more in control than the duck can do. Wood bowls full and Labuschagne drives, but gets it too square. Goes to Broad at mid-wicket, can't get a run.
Yeah, just after the first ball he faced from Mark Wood, which he left, and his ball just flew over his off stump, checked his guard again, wanted to make sure he is on middle stump. He's one of those batters, he doesn't always trust the umpire. Likes to keep checking with the umpire if he's got the right guard. So you'll see him mark the same guard over and over again as his innings progresses. And he was happy, he was satisfied where his head was, where his feet were. where his hands were.
Mark Wood on the charge. Labuschagne in his sights, bowls back of a length, and Labuschagne's defending comfortably, stepping across his stumps. Brings the 18th over to an end. Australia 1 down for 50.
Oh, Schnitz Nugget. While smaller than a Schnitz, the Schnitz Nugget's larger than the nugget laws permit. And while nuggets are just fine and we hold Schnitz in great esteem, the mighty Schnitz Schnugget is the perfect in-between. Whether just a tasty snack or on the side of more, the Schnitz Schnugget's golden crumb will have you shouting, more. The new Schnitz Schnugget. Not quite a Schnitz, not quite a nugget. Available now at Schnitz.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Adam Collins taking you through to the close of play. I've got Phil Walker with me for Red Energy. Bharat Sundaresan for another 15 minutes. Chris Wokes, the wicket taker, into Khawaja, who leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. Khawaja 21, Australia 1 for 50. It would have been a lovely little storyline had David Warner been there at the close, Phil.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, you want to see one more, right? Like, you want to see one more innings from David Warner of note, especially in England. I mean, Pakistan will test him. I guess if he does make it that far, there is a 50-over World Cup to go as well.
And one more knock.
One more knock.
Crucially.
I was thinking innings defeat, but yeah, okay, one more.
Yeah, you never know. You never know.
Wokes over the wicket. Pavilion end, 3 slips, bowls here. Khawaja opens the face of the blade. The flex to backward point, no run. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, Phil, the idea of these veteran warriors in cricketing terms having one more day out, and how much Warner's been almost snatching for that through the series, getting the starts, making his contributions, but not been able to really monster the England attack the way that he used to for so many years.
Yeah, if he had his time again, he may have bitten his tongue rather than declare in a rather grandiose way that he was retiring in January, and so it brings that element to it.
Khawaja facing and leaving Wokes. There's 2 bits to the Warner retirement piece, because you go back to his, let's say the previous interview where he spoke about this. He said this was going to be it. This little Pakistan add-on came
in Beckenham.
Yeah. Quite right. So we all thought this was going to be it. The chance to make 100 in England. Never did that. Alistair Cook didn't make one in England in Ashes cricket either, which stands out off the page. But there are quite a few who have these records that have this glaring omission somewhere or another. Dennis Amos never made an Ashes 100.
But you're right, and the thing with the Oval, they style themselves as the final test.
Yeah.
They've got a canny marketing department here, and that's how they present themselves. And there is always that feeling.
Wokes to the crease. They put the ball through the rings between deliveries. Khawaja out towards extra cover. There'll be no single there.
This is the self-styled natural home for teary farewells, right? Mm-hmm. This is where all the stories, the accumulated tales of a summer, they coalesce at the Oval. This is how it works here, and there's a lot of mini stories, a lot of subplots going on here. In this game, this is a very old collection of players, isn't it? If you take the mean age across the board.
3 slips over the wicket. Wokes to Khawaja, who defends, as he's done so many times through the series.
And so, as the sun drifts across the ground, the shadows lengthen, there is an elegiac feel to the place, right? You can't shake that sense. And the punters here, don't get me wrong, they like a drink and they like a 12-pound hot dog and all the rest of it, but they also really do appreciate the game, and they understand what this place signifies.
Wokes to complete his 5th over. Bowls to Khawaja, leaving alone well outside the off stump. We'll pick this up, Phil Walker. Australia trail by 233. They're 1 for 50. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, with Khawaja 21 and Labuschagne yet to score.
Join me, Paddy Dangerfield, each week for Real Adventures. Alongside me is one of Australia's most reputable anglers, Aaron Habgood. Not only do we discuss all the fishing and boating news, but we tell stories from our own experiences throughout the week. And we love hearing yours too. Get involved on our social media pages at Real Adventures, and make sure you subscribe to the podcast for weekly episodes. Not only do we love our fishing, but we love talking about it too. So tune in to Real Adventures.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. We've seen Marnus Labuschagne have 3 bats brought out to him between overs. James Anderson will replace Mark Wood at our Vauxhall end. Brett, you've been watching Marnus's bats very closely through the week, so not unexpected that he starts cycling through them.
No, he's gone back to the old bat with the slightly wonky handle.
Ah, right.
He tried using the new bat the first couple of overs, but you could see he wasn't very happy with how it felt just when he was picking it up.
So is this the one he fixed up yesterday, the one he's using now?
No.
That's gone away. Anderson bowls to Labuschagne, leaves alone an outswinger into the gloves of Bairstow.
Well, that's a new one. He was trying to get it ready for this test match. So he used it in the nets yesterday and then was trying to sand it into shape or at least get the weight right. But he's gone back to the one that he made the 100 with last week.
Phil, your point that you're making there is that we have these grounds around the world that are known for something.
Yeah.
Now, Adelaide in recent times, kind of the day-night test match. SCG, similar to here, you farewell that coronation of sorts for captains passing over in Australian cricket. The last test, traditionally of the Aussie summer. Anderson bowls with 3 slips. Labuschagne goes back to defend, no run. Sort of when you're known for something, when you've got a reputation for it, it makes it all the more special. I suppose these days Edgbaston's known for just being an absolute party. You know, a bunch of Aston Villa and Birmingham City fans going for gold for 5 days. But still, nevertheless, it's got a reputation.
For sure.
It's got a reputation. The party stand at Manchester, the Western Terrace at Leeds.
Yeah. Lords for champagne corks and snootiness and hedge funds.
And not rocking up for 2 hours after lunch. At lunch, long lunch.
The cricket being merely incidental north of the river. However, here is a different story.
It's the idea of it being the people's ground in England, and that's a bit overdone. I get into this occasionally when we're doing county cricket together. It's still very expensive to be here for a day out, no doubt. Labuschagne facing Anderson, well wide and too short from the veteran. Through to the gloves of Bairstow again. One
thing I would say, this is a big spell for Jimmy Anderson, and a big spell in the context of the game as well. As Baz said to me off air half hour ago, if Australia win this session and win it well, then the game tilts very strongly in their favour because it will be flatter tomorrow. The weather will be relatively set fair as well, and the pitch doesn't really deteriorate. And if England are down a spinner as well with Mo having groined himself, then this next 21 minutes up until the close will obviously be losing a few overs, standard fare these days. It's an important 20 minutes this for Anderson's series.
Bowls to Labuschagne, leaves a ball that comes back towards the off stump. We saw that a couple of overs ago with Wood, didn't we, with Labuschagne leaving on the 4th stump line but getting it just about right. We're seeing your pictures from Twitter appearing on Sky Television, Baz. They must be talking about you. Your ears are...
Some credit, please.
Where's the video credit on the top left? What's going on here?
Surely they're mentioning you by name on Sky. If they're not, this would be an outrage. Keep your Twitter account close.
No. How dare they? I mean, if they are not mentioning me, that is...
It'll be someone. It'll be Athers or Nasser. They'll do the right thing.
One of the two.
Anderson bowls and leaving alone in the channel. A bit fuller there from Anderson. The pictures in question of those we were referring to earlier in the session where Bharat got taken into the inner sanctum of the groundsman's hut yesterday as Marnus Labuschagne sanded down a bat for the occasion.
He's got 3 to go.
It is Nasser.
It is Nasser.
And DK.
Anderson's got 3 to go, slightly away here from Marnus. He's starting it too wide as it stands, but the away swinger, or the one into the left-hander's pads, had gone missing in the earlier spell. He's got a little bit more purchase here as he pulls out of his run through. He's just got to get the line right because Marnus is one of the great levers in world cricket.
I love that, the smile from Anderson, even at nearly 41 and into an absurd number of test matches now. I haven't got it in front of me at the moment, but up in the 180s or whatever it is, he can still miss his mark running in. Completes his 5th over here to Labuschagne, leaves again on length over the top of the off stump. So a good finish to the over, 1 for 50 Australia. The Australian team for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar. And we say good morning to our listeners in New Zealand on SENZ. Here thanks to Rosine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand, if you're listening, 8833, and South Australia as well. For Daniel Thomas and their team at Morn Team Used Cars. mornteam.com.au, over 300 used cars available for imminent delivery. Back to where we started, Phil, on farewells. Anderson nailed his colour to the mast somewhat yesterday in the Telegraph, saying, I will be available for selection after this series. Do you think that that'll play out in practice, or do you think that that's a bit of a delaying mechanism?
Well, he's bowled well in India in the past. England will crave some degree of control. So look, it's not beyond the realms that he gets a go. There'll be 5 test matches back to back pretty much across the kind of the backwaters of India as well. Some interesting venues.
Very much so.
So it's not...
Phil Long rubbing his hands together.
It's not beyond the realms. It's not.
At least 3 of those venues are known for reverse swing. So
right.
Jimmy Anderson with his record in India.
And quite a nice, easy summer next summer.
Yes, Sri Lanka and West Indies in town. Broad new spell. Bowls to Khawaja, defends out to mid-on. I suppose after this series, Broad, there'll be no concerns whatsoever if he wants to go on, but he may not be as well suited to India. Just the nature of the way that Anderson bowls with the reverse that he can generate. I wonder the extent to which 700 looms large as well.
Right.
I mean, I think we just all took it as read that Anderson would reach 700 test wickets in this series, and now that he's going to fall short of that, how does that influence any decision that he might end up making? I mean, it shouldn't. Of course it shouldn't. He's broken every record there is to break for England fast bowlers. Fast bowlers full stop. Broad bowls, beats Khawaja, standing up off the seam, round the wicket, nice angle, nice ball.
So 689 now, 11 shy. I don't think that will be a driving force for him. I think the joy that he still gets, I mean, you think you might have got rather tired of it by this point, but he hasn't. They speak almost kind of in sort of wild terms about how marvellous it is to play in this new regime and all of that, and Broad is saying he's never had as much fun as he has in the last year. Anderson is saying the same thing. It must be quite good fun to win test matches in this team.
Broad bowls to Khawaja, who opens the blade out to backward point, no single, fielding done by Brook.
Hey, just on that, without giving too much away, after their win in Leeds, I happened to be in the pub where the entire English team just rocked up on most of them, and you could see that joy. I didn't hang around for too long, for obvious reasons.
Sure.
I don't want to be the hanger-on. But just speaking to a few of them and seeing Jimmy Anderson there, he didn't play that test, don't forget. But they do seem to be in good spirits. Yeah, it was...
It's a good environment to have fun, that dressing room, by the sounds of things. Broad bowls, and Khawaja swings and misses. That's a conventional outswinger from round the wicket. Difficult to execute that, but Broad can get the ball moving late, as you see there. And Khawaja, the booming drive, we don't see many of those. Phil Long.
28 balls now without a run off the bat, 4 successive maidens.
All right. That's what these two do so well, have done historically, even though 2 of those overs have come from Anderson and Bharat. A very uncharacteristic shot from Usman Khawaja. Not someone who moves his feet a lot, but he rarely throws his bat at the ball like he did there. Must be the frustration building up.
21 from 61, Khawaja. The crowd know there's a little opening here. Broad up, bowls to him, 3 slips off the hip. Not the second. He wanted the 2 and 2, didn't he, Broad? 2 that made Khawaja do something rash, not to be. Stays at 1 for 50.
Definite movement, though, from both ends now. It's crucial that these Aussies do manage just to drag themselves through, what are we saying, another 15 minutes, so probably 4 overs from here. If England get round okay.
Especially these 2 as well. I mean, because they're bad time, and we expect the sun to be out tomorrow at least. Weather to be much better, favourable for batting.
Broad finishes, Khawaja. Let's hit him on the pad, spills that into the onside, but no shot off it, so no lead by. We'll say goodbye to Bharat Sundaresan, who will go downstairs and grab an interview after play with Australia. 1 for 50, Khawaja 21, Labuschagne yet to score.
I'm a chippy, which means I'm a craftsman. I'm a worker in nearly all weather. I'm a mentor, and I'm a small business owner. But most of all, I'm a dad. Luckily, I'm insured by a mate. I'm R of the Tradies, mate. So get a quote today, online, or call 13-IMAR. They're the Tradies, mate. Let's IMAR!
SEN Test Cricket. We've got Phil Walker and Phil Long, who'll hang out with me until the close of play. Long, you got something for us?
Well, 5 successive maidens here. Plays kind of, come to an almost complete halt.
Anderson, away from us, bowls to Labuschagne. His 12th delivery, he's finally off the mark with a tuck down the fine leg in front of Phil's office in the Betsy stand. One for him, 1 for 51 the score.
You and Phil were talking about farewells. One of the most famous farewells is Sir Donald Bradman's on this ground, but not on this ground. Let's go back 75 years ago today. Sir Donald Bradman scored his last ever Test run. Headingley chasing 404 to win.
They did it for 3.
For 3. Don Bradman, 173 not out.
And Arthur Morris?
Arthur Morris,
182.
Oh, Phil, you're on fire.
and crucially, what did Neil Harvey make to ruin the whole thing? As Anderson bowls here and Khawaja leaves alone on length. Neil Harvey, youngster, walks out, hits a boundary from his first ball, which proved to be the winning runs. If Bradman had have hit the winning runs himself, he would have finished with 7,000 Test runs, and thus, even when Eric Holly's bowled in here at the Oval, how do you suppose someone could see with tears in their eyes? How do you suppose?
That sounds like Popeye.
John Arlott, Popeye, you know, one and the same.
Oh, it was Eisenhower.
First ball, he faced Bradman in that. The ball he didn't get out to. But Bradman plays it out towards the Houses of Parliament. Anderson bowls here around the wicket to Khawaja, leaves line outside the offside.
So there is some conjecture, isn't there, around Arlott's coverage of that moment as well. You know, our boy Daniel Norcross, you know, off and of this parish.
Yep.
He contends that he rather blew the moment, right?
He didn't. I would say that the first bit's fine. Leaving about a minute of silence. Could have said a few more words.
It's quite a lot.
Given England had been rock and rolled for 52 earlier in the day, in all probability it was going to be Bradman's last innings.
If only we could have quantum leapt Adam Collins back to 1948.
3 slips, Anderson bowls, Khawaja leaves. We shouldn't really redo it, but maybe we could. No, we won't.
That would be a laugh, actually.
Redoing the big moments. We've got those guys on Instagram who do a great job. They were out here for the...
they were here at Lord's in the press box.
Lord's Test match. What are they called, those? Shepmates. They were here doing work with Sky Television. It all started with the Rory Burns first ball dismissal, and
I mean, it's gold. It's gold stuff.
It is, and they've kind of broadened out to all sorts of sports now. But getting them doing Bradman bowled Hollies for 0. Hanson round the wicket to Khawaja, drives and finds the gap at cover, times it well enough to get himself a boundary, a rare one for Khawaja. Found the rope just 4 times in his 66 ball stay, moves to 25, 1 for 55. Nice transfer of weight, full face of the bat, through the gap, easy as you like.
He's my player of the summer. I just can't get enough of him. I just think it's absolutely gorgeous. I have nothing more to say on it than that, Adam.
He played that ball out to where Bradman hit that first ball in 1948, in the direction of the Houses of Parliament. So the farewell there, but Bradman did enjoy his time here at the Oval, I hasten to add. And he's...
As he said as well before the tour, he said, don't expect much. Low expectations as an opening bat in England.
Bowling again is Anderson around the wicket, leaving alone is Khawaja. We'll take a break and come back to this. 1 for 55, Khawaja 25, Labuschagne 1. And our Macca's delivery of the day for Macca's order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app was where Mitchell Starc knocked over Ben Stokes.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets, or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
All right, we're back in the time machine. We're playing Quantum Leap. I'm Scott Bakula. With me is Dean Stockwell.
Nice.
That's a misspent youth right there. Sam and Al.
I'm with you all the way
Sam
through.
and Al, we're here. We're going to be talking Test matches played at the Oval for 10 minutes before the close of play. Late night radio, 1930. Bradman rattled off 232 here. And in 1938, it was the enormous stand he put on with Ponsford, 1934 I should say, in Ponsford's last Test innings, making 266, Bradman 244. So the record Australian partnership brought in. Bowls to Labuschagne, full and dug out into the offside. And then in 1948, the match we're talking about, Longy, it was when England were all out 52, Australia 389, where Arthur Morris 196, run out for 196, which he and Bradman were still talking about all the way through until the day he died. And then,
have you ever seen Bradman's diary entry from day one at Leeds, 1930?
I have not.
Right, I can't get it word for word. I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. But it's basically day one Leeds, Archie Jackson bowled for 1. Me, 309, not out, had fish for dinner. Genuinely.
Economy of words. he came on that tour here in 1932. Labuschagne facing and defending his Labuschagne out to the offside. I think it was 1932 or maybe 1933 after he got married, and he agreed to go and play in the States, which became something of a quasi honeymoon. Said to Jesse, well, you know, I'm going to play cricket, but what I'm really going to do, I'm going to show you America. Bradman played over 50 matches on a jolly tour. Made some absurd number of centuries. None of these were first-class matches. I think he took over 100 wickets on the trip as well.
Marvellous.
How's the honeymoon? Yeah, just playing day after day, 8 days a week.
Keeps his eye in.
Broad's got the leg slip for Labuschagne. He's 1 from 14. Leaves alone outside the off stump. Then in the second innings, England all out for 188 with Lindwall and Miller and Johnson. And Doug Ring, his one test of the series in 1948. 1 for 44 to finish it. Doug Ring, who taught Richie Benno the flipper, who had a say in Shane Warne learning how to bowl his flipper, and chronology of Australian wrist spinners. What a test series that would have been. Have you ever seen the documentary Invincibles?
No, I don't think so.
Phil.
Right.
Treat yourself. Do it tonight. Broad bowls wide of the crease. Labuschagne defends, better than defends, gets it past the stumps. He'll get a single to mid-on. Wokes does the fielding. 1 for 56. Labuschagne 2 singles back to Khawaja with 2 left in the over. It's an ABC documentary made 50 years on. It's 75 years this year, as Phil pointed out before. There was a gorgeous essay in the Wisden Cricketers Almanac this year by Neil Harvey, because he's the last man standing, of course, and he writes stunningly about coming over here as a lad and being part of that Australian team. But 25 years before, most of them are still alive, including Bradman, and they all contribute to a Mike Coward documentary the ABC put to air. And it is stunning TV, right up your alley. I suspect anyone who's listening to the broadcast at 3:25 in the morning in Melbourne would love it as well, or across the eastern seaboard. It's on YouTube if you want to find it.
Lovely.
Broad bowls to Khawaja, who defends, soft hands to backward point, gets 1. He's 26. 1 for 56, 1 left. Make that 1 for 57. 1 left in over number 23.
I found it.
Here we go.
Archie out for 1. I followed, and at stumps was 309 not out. Reached my 2,000 runs for season. To hotel in evening for dinner and wrote letters. Thence to bed. Well batted, Donald.
What a life in the game. That would have been 2,000 runs by July.
By July, yeah. I think so.
Here's Broad bowling, and Labuschagne leaves the ball that hits him on the thigh pad before bursting into the gloves of Bairstow. So extra pace and bounce from Broad to finish. Australia 1 for 57. We'll have maybe 1, maybe 2 overs left. Khawaja 26, Labuschagne 2.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
We're here for Macca's. We should have 2 more overs in the day with 4.5 minutes until the schedule close. I'll get through this surely. Anderson around the wicket to Khawaja. His 70th delivery. Outside edge, diving away his ducket to cut it off on the bounce. Doesn't come close to carrying with weight taken out of his hands. So that year in 1930, that's where Bradman had made his 1,000 runs by the end of May. He made it in 11 innings in 34 days. He had 926 runs in the month of May. One of only 8 or 9 batters to ever achieve that feat in England. 1,000 runs by the end of the calendar month of May.
And he did it twice, I think.
Did it in 38. In 7 innings in 38. Bowling here, nearly knocks him over. I thought he'd got it through. I was deceived by the angle we're on. We had Usman Khawaja blocking my angle. I want to watch it again though, because Anderson got the movement back. He let it hit him on the thigh. I thought that was just sneaking through, not to be for Anderson, who would give anything for a late wicket, just to get himself in the Test match.
Wouldn't he just 4 scalps to show for his summer's work so far.
4 balls left for him today. Australia trail by 226. Late in the day, Khawaja facing Anderson, lights on. He defends down the pitch, no single. So 1938's another memorable test here where England make record score in Test cricket, and Hutton breaks the world record. And as Phil Long pointed out before, Bradman doesn't bat in either innings.
So, from memory, might be wrong, but I think Bradman was actually bowling at the time, and he did a shin, I think, or a knee, something like that, and so was hobbling around. Famously, still shook Hutton's hand when he went past the 3-3-4.
Bowling again, Anderson, inside part of the bat, not far away from the pad. Khawaja gets down in the nick of time, out to square leg, no run.
And so shorn of the big man for that game after the injury. I think they lost by something like an innings and 560.
It's the biggest Test margin ever. I know that for
an innings and 560.
579.
579, right. That's a drubbing.
Not the biggest in first-class cricket. That's an innings and 851 runs.
Really?
Railways against Dera Ismail Khan in 1964. That Geoff and I,
please.
We'll do that another day. That's one I know back to front. Anderson bowls to Khawaja. Hits him on the pad across the stumps, but going over the top and probably sliding down the leg side as well. There'll be no review at this stage. They've already burnt one of them.
So one more over after this, Adam, I would venture. One delivery left in this over.
Yes.
It's a big over, really, for England. Broad has bowled a tidy spell here in the gloaming of the evening, and they are desperate for one more.
Wasn't a bad shout, you know, on reflection. Going over the top but not going down the leg side. Phil Long's got his hand up.
No, I was just going to point out, the scorecard you just mentioned, the scorecard is only half the story.
Anderson bowls to finish and defending into the offside. End of the over, we'll come back to that. 1 for 57, 1 over left in the day. Khawaja 26, Labuschagne 2.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
1 over to go on SEN Test cricket. The final over to be sent down by Big Bad Stuart Broad. My daughter last week had a video sent to me, my 3-year-old, saying, he's big, he's bad, he's better than his dad, Stuart. What have I done? How's this happened?
Oh, dear.
She's been schooled, Winnie.
It's early indoctrination, that, Adam.
It's not even me. He is Broad. He is bad. He is bad. Bowling here to Labuschagne down the leg side, 4 runs. I might have just clipped the thigh pad, looking towards the umpire for a signal. It is leg byes, so says umpire Wilson. Score ticks along to 1 for 61. 2-2-2 the deficit. So they won't necessarily mind that with the leg slip in. A little bit of in swing as well. Late swing. That's what Broad thrives on. Late swing.
Emphatically Australia's day, considering that England were at one point 170 for 3, going very well. Moeen Ali tweaks a groin and rather gives it away, and then since then Australia have been superb, really. Had a very iffy opening hour, didn't they? 60 for zip England were after 11 overs, but considering where they were at one point, Australia to be trailing just by 2-2-2.
Stokes has clapped his hands, by the way. We've got 2 leg slips. A leg slip and a leg gully, or 2 leg slips, whatever you want to call it.
He is partial, isn't he, to a leg slip, is Stokes. He does like it.
And why have 1 when you can have 2? 3 conventional as well. Labuschagne facing Broad, wide of the crease, straight out the middle of the bat after going across his stumps and defending from the middle stump line.
His judgment has been immaculate. He's only faced 19 deliveries, Labuschagne, but his judgment's been superb.
4 balls to get through and they can start again tomorrow. They did lose Warner, 24 on 1 wicket so far. But England were able to celebrate for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. Broad up to the crease again, delivers here. Labuschagne across his stumps, defending into the onside no run. Not far away here. We'll have plenty of time to talk about this beautiful old cricket ground that you've had the pleasure of working at for what, Phil, 15 years you've worked here?
On and off, yeah. Very fortunate, very privileged. It's always funny, though, to look at my own office from this vantage point and seeing various suits and corporates. So we get kicked out for the Oval Test to our offices.
The ball being passed through the rings I can see on our screen for tie-up, our winter safety sale. I heard that Mick Jagger's in your box today.
Is he?
Yeah.
80 years young this week. Oh, well, that is good. Maybe I should try and muscle my way up there. You'd appreciate that. This is early investor in Cricket Info, of course.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about that earlier today. Broad up to Labuschagne on 2. Presents the full face of the bat to a delivery outside the off stump. Out to James Anderson at cover, no run. 2 left now.
So I have bumped into Jagger here a few times over the years, and there's a little sort of side door underneath the Bedser stand, and his minder spirits him in there, and then they take him back out, and he's always under a filthy old trucker's cap. And, you know, you'd only stop him in the street if you thought he might be in need of a couple of quid, really. And that's the idea. It's beautifully done. It's a very smooth military operation.
Broad to Labuschagne. 2 balls left in the day. 2 leg slips. Defended again. Out to Anderson at extra cover. No single. I love that. Coming incognito to hide at the cricket.
Yeah. It's as if it's, you know, a county championship game on a Wednesday morning here at the Oval is just humming with 27,000 people, if only that were the case. If you want to be incognito, come to a county game here. But yeah, he's one of the greats, one of the great cricket fans is Mick.
So the slow clap to reflect the fact that this will be the final ball of the day. Broad's going to take his time. A few deep breaths at the top of his mark. Marnus Labuschagne, predictably, is seeing something in front of the side screen.
I think it was a bird. I think it was a pigeon that flew across.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? 2 leg slips, 3 slips, last ball. Broad in, bowls to Labuschagne here. He leaves alone outside the off stump. That will be stumps, gentlemen, says umpire Wilson, or something like that, as he knocks off the bails. Australia 1 for 61 at the close. Khawaja 26, having faced 75 balls. Labuschagne 2 from 23. Very much doing his job. They trailed by 222 after England were dismissed early in the final session for 283 in just 54.4 overs. 4 wickets for Mitchell Starc for the Australians. Harry Brooks top scoring with 85 from 91, and the 1 wicket to fall so far for Australia was that of David Warner, who was caught at second slip by Zach Crawley from the bowling of Wokes for 24. Broad, none for 13 from his 8. Anderson, none for 21 for his 7. Wood, none for 10 from 5, and Wokes the wicket taker again, his 12th of the series, 1 for 8 from 5. Phil, as you pointed out a couple of minutes ago, Australia's day on the basis that they popped England in, took all 10 wickets, and they've got off to a pretty decent start before the close.
Yeah, look, it was a good toss to win. No doubt about it. It was ideal bowling conditions, and as we've said all day long, this is a pitch that improves over time. They came back well after that iffy first hour. They weren't great in the field. They grasped 4 or 5. And yet, Cummins and Starc in the afternoon, I thought, were just extraordinary, really. And whatever happens in this game, and whether we see those two again in a home Ashes or in an England Ashes, they will walk off arm in arm at the end of this game, and the crowd will rise to them, because you recognise a champion when you see one, and they have been totemic all summer, those two. Warner scrapped hard in the last hour. He's wrestling with himself, and he has been for months. It's a very good catch, actually, to get rid of him by Zach Crawley, who's been good in the grabbers, actually, all summer. But England huffed and puffed without really much incision, and lacking an off-break bowler as well. There's going to be a lot of hard yakka ahead of them tomorrow. This pitch, as we say, will flatten out, and the weather is set fair tomorrow. Marnus, I thought, looked excellent at the end. Only 2 not out, but his judgment was superb. It looms large for the home team tomorrow.
As we wrap our show for Australia Made, look for the green and gold kangaroo logo and buy authentic Australian products. Our Maccas, I'm loving it. Moment of the day. I might go to Phil Long for this. What was your moment of the day, Longy?
My moment of the day, it's got to be that delivery to get Bedstokes, hasn't it? I know it was the delivery of the day, but it was I think you spoke about it. It was one of the Ashes memories you'll see on the montages in years to come, won't you?
Phil?
Yeah, pure theatre as well. And Stokes makes it great as well by his sort of intuitive recognition of something marvellous. There were a couple of other moments as well, but I think that one stands out for you really. That Stark spell in the middle shifted the tone and the tempo of the afternoon.
And it was made of tough stuff as well after going down earlier with a shoulder injury. So we're a Unity ticket on that. Order the new barbecue bacon Angus at Macca's. That's also our delivery of the day. Order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app. That was our post-match wrap for Australia Made. Look for the green and gold logo. I'm Adam Collins. He's Phil Walker. Phil Long as well, as we say goodbye from the Kia Oval. Australia 1 for 61 in reply to 283. They trail by 222. Can't wait to do it all again tomorrow. Good night from London.